Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good, except for some stressors that are typical of those that are mostly introverted, but I'm doing good. Let me get the link shared out, but yeah. A lot of people seem to have problems with people that are mostly introverted. And the higher problems are usually when you've got high reliability, like I do. I guess people need some help with their stuff, and that's kind of what's going on, mainly the support stuff and such, but I just need to figure out my life. Yeah, some of you would be going, well, if you need to figure out your life, why are you streaming? And that's a bit of a good question, yeah. But of course, the sad act about it all is streaming is one of those outlets that are open to me to help me figure things out. It's been mostly a why and such. Oh well. Kinda got that stuff straightened out. Can't say it's completely straightened out now, but hopefully it'll just lessen. Go black there. Let's see. Nothing there, so I'm good here. Here. That one's covered. But of course, today I'm kind of looking forward to getting through more of the VN that I've been doing, and I have a feeling that I'm close to the end, but not sure how close. And as such, should decide to stream today and that. It probably didn't help that I didn't have quite the usual stream even when I started on this arc though, but oh well. Anyway, got the links out. So let me get the game up and then we'll switch on over. Alright, and here we are, guys. How are y'all doing? So I was saying I'm kind of looking forward to finishing this up, and even though I did have some stressors that introverts kind of have to put up with, just basically one of those that need the alone time kind of thing. But oh well, this is a nice way to help me relax, and I hope it helps you guys too, but if you're not into VNs, now's your time to leave. So what happened to the Dark God? Did you defeat it? I don't know. You don't know? I don't remember anything. When I woke up, I had lost all my memories. When I was discharged from the hospital, I was told I was Yoshie Higa's granddaughter, and I believed it. Which brings us to your current memories. Yes, my last memory is drawing my sword. Drawing my sword to fight a dark god called Tizuri, something like that. And most likely losing. That's what I think. I don't know what happened afterward. But since I didn't become the next Ikigami, then the previous one has probably continued. Interesting. Then Higa began to live as Yoshie Higa's granddaughter. The fact that she was never told the truth must have been a conscious and thoughtful decision. Magic, dark gods, the great Ikigami. None of these memories were needed to live a normal life. Why are you remembering now? Fighting that magic beast on the mountain was similar to the battle with the Dark God. I think that thing was born from the Dark God's power. A Dark God, huh? Just what is the Asato family? They seem to know all about other worlds.
私自身、大里家とゆかりが深いわけではありませんでした。お話ししたことが全てです。
I don't know. My grandmother never told me and I wasn't close to them. I've told you all I know. The question wasn't what the Asatos knew and what they were hiding. My attention was elsewhere. The Ikigami was the vessel of a god called Kurotizuri. That was why offerings were sent from the other world. The offerings were always young girls. Weren't you also sent as a sacrifice, Leland? Higa asked Leland directly. I was wondering the same thing.
あんたの話によればそうなんだろうけれど、私は邪神を探せと村長に言われたのよ。時代様の話なんて聞いてない。
That's true if we go with your story, but I was told by the village chief to look for a dark god, and I never heard anything about a next generation.
でしょうね。以前話を聞いた時から、もしかしてと思っていましたが。
I guess you're right, since I had heard you talk about it before, I thought that maybe.
確信しました。リルーさんは嘘をつかれたんですよ。
I believe you were lied to. The village chief in Higa's story said the dark god wanted wives. The given reason was the girls were sacrifice, something you'd avoid if you could. That was why the chief would want to bring the girls back to the village. If someone seemed difficult to handle, they'd lie to them. What a mess. But that did explain everything. What do you think, Hikaru? Huh? Me? I grew hot at being asked for an opinion. I wasn't good at giving statements after a discussion. And even more, I didn't want to say something that would hurt anyone. You share Higa's opinion. But sometimes silence can also hurt people. Maybe it would be more sincere or just to say it. I'm just saying it's a possibility he might have lied. He might not.
だとしても、邪神を倒せばいいんでしょう。それなら全て丸く収まるわ。
But in that case, we just have to defeat the Dark God, right? Then everything will be fine.
無理ですよ。
It's no use.
リルーさんに邪神は倒せません。
You can't defeat the Dark God, Leyland. Why not? And that's what I'm curious about too, because in a lot of these stories, the main cast usually does what is thought to be impossible. So I'm curious too about why she wouldn't be able to do it.
私が戦士だからです。
Because I'm a champion.
あんたが戦士？
You're a champion? A champion? The powerful title that Leland wanted. Higa already had it.
はい。リルーさんの村に行った時、戦士と交流試合をしました。勝利したので、戦士の称号をいただいています。
Yes, when I went to your village, I had a match with a champion there. Since I won, I earned the title. Wait. So Higa went to her village? Are they from the same world? I wouldn't be surprised because that's how it's going. But I don't want to make assumptions in it. That's just how it seems to be flowing to me. So,
その私が邪神に敗北したのです。戦士ですらないリルーさんには勝てません。
I myself lost against the Dark God. You're not even a champion, so you can't win.
多少の魔法を収めたところで、あなたでは到底私にはかないませんし、邪神にも及ばないでしょう。
You may have some magic, but you couldn't possibly defeat me, let alone the Dark God. Higa mercilessly pressed her to answer. Now that her memories had returned, she was like a different person on the inside too.
怒っていただいて構いません。罰を受ける覚悟はあります。
I don't mind if you're angry with me. I will accept my punishment.
そうね。あんたに同じことをしたとき、殴られたものね。
That's right. I got beat up when I did the same thing to you. Hey, quit it.
殴らないわよ。私は意味のないことはしないの。
I won't hit you. I don't take actions without reason.
私に残された道は
Ego, what's left for me to do?
生神様になること。
Become the Ikigami. Wait, what? Why become the great Ikigami? Because if I had to guess, she might already be, because the figure we saw in her dream was the same one that we saw when it attacked during Akari's little ceremony, or the ceremony that Akari was supposed to be in. And they used that name, Kurotezuri or whatever, during that time, so I'm already suspecting that she has become it, and that they might want to take her, the Asato family. But we'll see how that plays out. That's just my guess, and this is a simple story, so I wouldn't be surprised if I'm right. It's a simple story, but a good one.
他には
What else can I do?
他にはないわけ。
There's nothing else.
わかりません。私には何も。
I don't know. I don't know anything. Ika sank into silence. Isn't there any way to avoid it? I asked, trying to hang
できる
on.
限りのことは私もするつもりです。
I plan to do as much as I can. This pitiful sounding encouragement only deepened our despair. One by one, our ways out were taken. In a way. Yeah, were taken away. Were there any roads left? I keep telling myself it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
それより、日が、その喋り方なんとかならないわけ。
By the way, Higa, can't you do something about the way you talk?
似合わないんだけど。
It doesn't suit you. This unexpected counterattack threw her for a loop. A hint of laughter lightened the heavy atmosphere.
ひどいなぁ。戻せばいいんでしょ
Oh, you're such a meanie. Fine, I'll switch back. When Higa pouted, I finally laughed. We gained information. We'd keep going forward. Aside from that, there had to be a way to return Leland to normal. I couldn't be wrong about that. Right? I believed. No, I chose to believe it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do what I had to do. After talking with Higa, I kept coming back to the part about the Dark God. The Dark God, Kurotezuri. A god known even in the other world. Speaking of that, I still wasn't comfortable with the idea that Leland and Higa were from another world. I believed it that night, but after a few days had passed, it seemed like a laughable fantasy. What was another world? Just where was it? How was it connected? There were too many mysteries. On the other hand, the Asato family had information on Kurotezuri. Lastly, Kiminarai's... No. Lady, not lastly. Lady Kiminarai seemed to have known what Higa had been talking about, so at the very least the Asato family knew about the other world. It was likely a hidden history and tradition. A strange fixation on the Noro priestess initiation ceremony. The number of hidden rituals starting with the Ikiganashi. This island was hiding something. Unraveling it all should lead to a cure for Leland. That being said, I didn't know any way to get information from the Asato family. Don't you have access to Shinji? Because initially, when I started this, I thought that they were just going to be separate stories with a similar theme kind of like Clanad. But I have heard that this is kind of more kinetic and chronological, and that's what I'm getting. What I've got from this so far. So he's already met Shinji, so he should have a way to contact them. So maybe he forgot. Who knows? To the Islanders, I'd forever be an outsider. Gaining the favor of the Asatos was a dream beyond reach. I didn't have any allies to rely on, so I looked at all the reference books in the library. I couldn't do much. A week passed with nothing but these thoughts. And one day I received some visitors. Yes, I'm coming! And when I opened the door, I saw 3 men standing there. Huh? Oh, you're here. They came to him! This is getting interesting, but... I'm like, why didn't he reach out sooner to Shinji, and then Shinji shows up on his own? The man in the center dressed in a kimono was Shinji Asato. He was the son and heir to the Asato family, one of the most prominent families on the island. Next to him was Kari's father. He was the mayor of Toyotoki Island. I'd never seen the other man before, but his expensive suit displayed his high status. I trembled at the idea of such terrifying visitors. Why is he saying all this that he unless it was the third man? Let's see. Yep, 3 men, so it's gotta be the third man. I trembled at the idea of such terrifying visitors. But yeah, I kind of forgot that there were others there, since I was like, wait. He saw Akari's father before twice, once at a festival and once when taking care of Akari's situation. And then he met Shinji somewhere when dealing with Higa, so it's gotta be the third person. What do you want? We're not here for you. No? I'm coming in. What are you doing? Ignoring me, Shinji Asato stepped into the house. 5 old women followed behind him. They were all wearing white. It was so religious it frightened me. What were they planning to do? I think he's gonna find out who the Ikigami is, or how they become one. Because we already met who was formerly the Ikigami, we just don't know her real name. A ceremony? It had to be ceremony, right? They all pushed me aside and swaggered in my house. They turned on the lights in the living room. Leland, who was sleeping on the couch, covered her eyes from the glare. I got angry at the way things were going. What do you think you're doing? Though I was twisted in fear, I insisted. However, Shinji Asato completely ignored my protests. They surrounded Leland. From then on, all I could do was watch in silence. Shinji Asato stood in front of her, then suddenly dropped to his knees on the floor. Then he brought his head down as well. Oh my gosh. It looks like I picked this right up. Not that it would have been hard for anyone to do that, but... Really, they don't hide this too well. The two men beside him and Kanjuna did the same. There was a moment of stillness. Only Leland and I were confused. Shinji Osato spoke. My most humble apologies in being late in welcoming you, but you did not come directly to the residence.
何の話？
Huh?
迎えって何よ？
What are you talking about? Welcoming what? We are here to be of assistance to you, Great One.
何を言っているのかわからないわ。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my gosh, here. You are to be the great Ikigami. You were sent to Toyotoki Island to be in the next generation. As a guest of the Asato family, we ask that you come with us. Oh my gosh. I called it! But then again, it wasn't hard to call it at all, so almost anyone should know by this time. The decisive moment was not always dramatic. Though it likely seemed normal to them, to others, it felt like an earthquake hit. I knew it. I knew it had to be Leland.
いやよ、そんなの。
I don't want to. What was that?
閉じ込められるんでしょう。山頂の御殿に。
You're going to lock me up in that palace on the summit, aren't you? It is but a dwelling. Was it not explained that you were to be the Dark God's wife?
私は聞いていないわ。騙されて、ここに送られただけ。
They didn't tell me anything. I was tricked and sent here. It was just a little bit, but his expression darkened. I could only hope it was in pity. Then shall I formally explain it myself?
大体の話は知っているわ。邪神の妻として送られてきた女が、生神様という器になるんでしょう。
I know the generalities. The woman who is sent as the wife of the Dark God becomes a vessel called the Great Ikigami. You knowing makes things quicker.
けど、私は生神様になると決めたわけじゃないわ。
However, I don't want to become the Great Ikigami. That's for the Great Kuro Teizuri to decide, not us. He spoke like he knew of Leland's condition. In reality, they'd probably heard about it. Even small changes are commented upon on an island. Why does it have to be Leland? I interrupted. Anyone should be fine for a vessel. There were even better ways to do it, like taking turns and only for a little at a time. It is not for mankind to question God's God's ways. You're annoying me right now, Shinji, to the point where I want to punch you in the face. Because in this world, gods may exist. In our world, though, the gods are likely creations of our own mind. Because the gods are varied, even the Christian God of today. Because you have so many acts going, he's like this, no, he's like this, and they can't agree, and they all claim that what they see in the scriptures is proof of their belief, but it's all interpretation. Just like people can't really pick up on things too well, even if you say look at the text directly, which is one of the things that make me question the whole story in Genesis, like with Adam and Eve. Got the commandment of multiply and replenish the earth, but replenish suggests it was once full before, and other translations don't make that kind of blunder. But one of the things that the Mormon faith does is they have a little teaching, or at least they had a scripture mastery when I grew up with them, that kind of said, my ways are not your ways, and that your thoughts are not my thoughts, and your ways are not my ways, and it kind of makes some sense in that way if you relate it to other people. But why is God so much a human, or presented as such, with human nature, the flaws of human nature and such, and yet we're not supposed to question him, especially if we're to get to know him? This is what Shinji's getting on my nerves about right now. So, it's Kuro Tezuri who decides who will be the vessel. There's no reason to share this with an outsider, but you are correct. When the time to choose the vessel comes, it is Kuro Tezuri who decides. And how long does it last? Until they die. The previous generation has served for over 70 years. What? 70 years? It was hard to believe that amount of time. She would literally live her whole life in that house.
家は10年に一度じゃなかったわけ。
Doesn't a sacrifice come every 10 years? That's a good question there, Leland. And it's kind of what I'm wondering too. The next generation is sent every 10 years. However, depending on Kuro Tezuri's disposition, one may not be selected. The current one has served for 70 years.
その先代様とやらは
What happened to the previous generation? She passed on a few days ago. Passed on? That person? The old woman we met when we snuck into the Asato estate? We only talked a little bit. A short conversation while we stood. I couldn't call her an acquaintance, but we did see each other face to face. In contrast to my trembling, Leland spoke in a firm voice.
次は私ってわけ。
So, I'm the next one? That is so. And if I refuse? That isn't for you to refuse, though, Hikaru. It's for Leland to refuse. You think a god would allow that? Shinji Isato was unwavering. Because she was a sacrifice. She must live at the summit in that house. She must be treated as a god. I mulled over the contradictory claims in my head. But persuasion was powerless in the face of faith. Beliefs transcended logic. Let me ask you this. Shinji Isato turned toward me. What are you going to do with her at home? What am I going to do? She can't stand in the light of the sun. She can't go out to work. She can't go out for fun. More than that, she can't live without you taking care of her. You won't be able to go anywhere either. And if she's here, you won't be free. She will steal all the fun from your life. All the fun? It was a genuine question. Fun? I wondered where that was. Unfortunately, unlike most people, I've never lived a life of freedom. I don't feel it can be stolen from me because anything is better than the abuse I suffered at my aunt's house. The Kanjuna's expressions were agitated. Shinji Asato's, meanwhile, hadn't changed. So if you're asking me if I'm prepared, then I assure you I am. I said it like I was pressing him for an answer. This wasn't the time to give in. Shinji Asato suddenly stood up. With a calculating smile, he told the Kanjuna behind him, "Let's go." This caused a commotion. What about the next generation? Why don't we take her? This is unforgivable. I'll explain it to Lady Kiminari. He silenced the Kanjuna and left the living room. The rest reluctantly followed suit. The very last to leave was Akari's father. He gave me a glance as he was leaving. "You're going to regret this." They weren't the kind of words I'd direct at my daughter's friend. My answer was silence. That was none of his concern. After the whole Asato gang had left, silence finally descended upon the house. The scent of incense lingered. The fragrance left behind by the Kanjuna. I opened the window for ventilation. "She can't live without you taking care of her. She won't be able to go anywhere either." I recalled his words. It didn't matter. The immediate future, a generation from now, the distant future, I never once thought about it. People grew numb to events they had no experience with. I was sure I could devote my whole life to her if I was asked to. "Hey, are you alright? What do you want to do for dinner?" Leland was holed up in a room. She told me she wanted to be alone and shut herself away. It wasn't unreasonable for her to feel that way. The events of the past few days were out of the ordinary. Wondering if I should be gentle, I tapped on the door. I heard sobbing. "Mom." There was a crack and I peeked through. Leland was holding baby clothes. The ones she had made for her new sister or brother. It suddenly hit me. Leland's biggest problem wasn't that she couldn't walk around in the sun. It was that she couldn't live with her family. Family was very special to Leland. It was like a sanctuary in life, a holy place with unshakable merit. Something she'd be willing to throw everything away for. She chose to go down the witch's path for her family. A blood-soaked effort. But as a result, it gave Leland a chance. If she defeated the Dark God, she'd be a champion and could live with her family. With that promise, she came to another world. She wasn't discouraged when Higa told her she was tricked into becoming a living sacrifice, and she continued to think about her family. But today's incident was the last straw. Shinji Asato's story proved that Leland was the next generation and was a sacrifice sent to represent her village. Leland loved her family. On the other hand, her family had chosen to sell her. Why did such misfortune take place? It was a real question. I wondered if there was anything I could do. How could I save Leland? I felt hopelessness and despair. I pushed my feelings aside. This was weird. I couldn't afford to be all sad. I had to do something. I thought I should do something, but I didn't know what. For now, I could make dinner. Leland came out about the time it was done. Her eyes were rimmed with red. I didn't dare mention it. Did you make that? Yeah, you looked tired. Thanks. I didn't say anything about what I saw. I couldn't. Wouldn't even allude. However, it felt weird to talk about other things after the Asada family's visit. We need to talk about the future. Leland spoke while
は
eating.
じめに言うと、私の体は元に戻らないわ。
The first thing we need to talk about is how I can't go back to normal. Why does she believe this? Because in this kind of situation, I would believe her, but with this story and the way it goes, I'm not believing that it won't go back to normal, so we'll just have to see how things turn out. Because the way things are going, this can end in one of two ways. They will either exorcise the Dark God from Leland, or it'll end with acceptance of loss and that they have to be separated. The latter is likely because of what the grandfather said, but of course it could also go the cliche route, which is why I said earlier that it's not uncommon for stories to end with the main cast doing something considered impossible. This is sudden.
あの男の言う通り、私は一生この体よ。
As he said, this will be my body for the rest of my life. I was worried she was giving up too soon. What emotions were behind her blank face? Are there no other options? None. How can you be so
黒
sure?
手釣り様の正体が分かったから。
I know what Kuro Tezuri really is. Ooh. Now I'm curious what she has to say. What the spirit really is. The spirit that they call the Dark God and that. Really? Then what is this Kuro
一人
Tezuri?
の眷属。
The servant of the night.
儀式のたびに呼び出しに応えてくれた人ならざるものよ。
The inhuman thing that responded to my summons with each ritual. Wait. It responded in each of the rituals? That's crazy, but interesting to know. I remembered hearing that name before. A dreadful creature who could bend reality with magic and who had saved Akari and Higa. That was the Dark God's true identity. You're absolutely
手
sure?
が同じだもの。そうだと思う。
This feels exactly the same, I'm sure of it. What about calling something else to take it away?
夜の眷属は高位な精霊よ。その上の存在なんて呼べるわけがない。
Let's see, the servant of the night is a high-ranking spirit. There's nothing more powerful to call upon. Are they sure of that? In a lot of works of fiction, light tends to be stronger than dark because light is signifying of good in that. So I want to say that maybe a being of light would be the one to dispel this, but at the same time, they already established women are closer to the darkness or the night. So, kind of a tough call there. But we'll have to see how things go on. But if what? As much as I thought, I couldn't come up with a plan. Leland, the magic expert, had thrown in the towel. There was no way I could come up with anything.
昼間に動けないんじゃ。ヒカルにとって負担だと思う。
I think it's too much of a burden if you can't go out during the day. Perhaps because of my silence, Leland continued
生活
on.
でも私は役に立てない。どうにかしないと。
I can't earn a living, but I have to do something. You don't need to pay rent, so aren't you okay for money?
この先もずっと。ここはヒカルの家じゃなくて、ヒカルの祖父の家でしょ。
What about later? This is your grandfather's house, not yours, right? How could I possibly know what lies ahead?
私たちは選ばないといけない。
But we have to choose. Between what and what?
私を大里家に差し出すかどうか。
Whether I submit to the Asato family or not. She said we. It wasn't about her and not about me. It was both of us. For some reason I was ridiculously happy. Who cares about the Asato family? Those guys said they were going to lock you away in the house on the summit. It's no kind of life to never be allowed out. I'm going to give you a much better life. I really thought so. Leland didn't deserve any more unhappiness. She didn't need a world that forced her into things.
本当にそう思う。
You really think so? Yes, I promise. Hey, what's with that look? Did I say something weird?
別に。ヒカルが頼もしいこと言うから驚いてるの。
It's nothing. I was just surprised to hear you say something so reassuring. You want to fight or something? What's the point of making fun of me now?
冗談よ。
It's a joke. This was not the time for jokes.
本当はね。安心したの。また売られるかと思ったから。
Be honest, that gave me peace of mind. I was afraid I'd be sold again. I felt a stabbing pain in my heart. Those who Leland had trusted, all of them, had sold her. After going through all that, she always doubted herself. I'd never sell you. I was different from the people Leland had known. I had to prove there was more than just villains in the world. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. My heart ached at her frail appearance. Now I had to protect her. I held on tight to that feeling. After that, our new life began. Leland quit her job and started doing what housework she could. I did things like shopping and laundry during the daytime. Combined with work, it was a lot to do. But anything was possible since I had changed my attitude. I would protect her. Maybe it was because I had made up my mind. I felt like I could do any number of jobs and chores. Leland looked for a job to do at night. She was skillful in metalworking and sewing, so she made accessories. The finished products were sold at souvenir shops and the like on Hisaku Island. The first place to sell them was Higa's ice cream shop. Since then, Shinji Asato visited the house many times. He tried everything he could think of to persuade us, but each time we refused. Living with the great Ikigami is like supporting someone with an incurable disease. It's not something a child like you can do. You're questioning if I can do it. I am right now. This isn't your house. What about when your grandfather returns? Are you going to place this burden upon him? We'll leave. We're saving enough money to move out. You're prepared? You really understand the choice you're making? Of course. How could you at your age? It's simply not possible. Because I was a kid, I didn't have economic power or experience. His words were harsh, but they were true, so I had no retort. But since I had reached my limit, I just ignored him. You have no prospects for your future. I never hoped for much for my life in the first place. Liar. Say what you will. Whenever Shinji Asato came, I sprinkled salt on the entryway. Despite my brave front, the fact that I was still a kid didn't change. This harsh reality soon bore its fangs. One day I caught a summer cold. I was running a fever of 100.4. I couldn't go shopping or to work, and Leland couldn't go out either. It wouldn't be long before we ran out of food. We'd starve in our own home.
食べ物を買ってきたよ。
I got you some food. It was right then when Higa brought something. It was various kinds of food. This is a lot. Let us pay you back.
いいってことよ。ここは一つ、お姉さんを頼りなよ。
It's fine, just this once. Think of me as a big sister and rely on me. She'd visit the house regularly. On holidays, she'd thoughtfully bring some sweets. She brought books to pass the time at night. A decent lineup had been added to the Ikari's library. To the Ikari library, yeah. Kaneshiro helped out on several occasions too. When some roof tiles had broken, he did some emergency repairs. You're a man, you should at least be able to do roofing. Hikaru, he probably should be able to, but not everyone can. Especially if you got a disability or you're old. Yeah. And there's weeding the garden, fixing leaks. There's a ton of jobs you can do only during the daytime. You're gonna do them, right? Yeah. For the first time, Kaneshiro seemed dependable. I learned... Let's go. Okay. I learned to become a DIYer. As a city boy, everything was new. As a city boy, everything was new to me. With their support, I was barely able to maintain a daily life. No man is an island and all that. That was what they said, but it was a lie. I was the only one being helped. I owed them, and someday I'd have to return the favor. It was terrifying. I hated people having expectations of me. If I didn't respond in kind, I'd be punished. That was all I could remember. That's why I haven't been living seriously. So no one would expect anything from me. But now I owed so much that I couldn't run away. The expectations had risen. They lent me their expectations and wished for Leland's happiness. It was time to take things seriously. I had to live earnestly. It was my own pessimistic reasoning. However, that was the way it was. I was saved, so I had to live my best life. I didn't have that kind of optimism. If I was being forced to move forward, it had to be because of Leland. I didn't want her to get entangled in my senseless ways of life. That was also pretty pessimistic. Life was difficult. I'm home. Good morning. Leland began to sleep during the day. Not that she wanted to, but her sleep patterns had started to shift. This was most likely also Kuro Tizuri's fault. When I came home, she'd get up and make dinner. What you said earlier, did he mean that? About moving, I guess. We'd have to leave when my grandfather came back, so we'd move eventually. I'd started making preparations. The problem was where to move, but I had one idea. There might be an entity somewhere that could remove Kuro Tizuri from Leland. Something like that. Perhaps somewhere domestically or maybe overseas. I'd searched everywhere because someone must have an answer. But I didn't tell her this. I knew she'd denied the possibility. While Leland had made dinner, I looked up boats and planes on my phone. Expensive. The prices I couldn't afford made my head spin. I definitely can't go back to Tokyo. But I could at least get to Naha. Then what about a house? I looked up the Tokyo area for reference. Expensive. A rundown studio apartment was $400 to rent. Okay. Why are they saying this in dollars when it's supposed to be in Japan here? There was no way I could pay for that.
ご飯できたわよ。
Dinner is ready. While I was busy, dinner had been completed. It was meat and fish stir fry.
私のお金足りてる？
Do you have enough money to move? She suddenly struck right at the heart of the matter. Well, yes, it'll be
そうな
fine.
のね。私もお金貯めないと。
I see, I need to save up money too. I couldn't fool her. Sorry for worrying you. It was time to look for a better paying job. I'd asked Suzuki if I could do something else.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the meal. After dinner, I'd relaxed until bedtime, usually by chatting with Leland about her Tazuri and moving out. We'd bring up serious topics too.
光？
Hikaru? I opened my eyes. Huh? Was I
寝
asleep?
てた。食べたら眠くなるなんて赤ちゃんみたい。
You were. You ate and then got sleepy just like a baby. It's not even 9 o'clock. I must be
いろいろあ
tired.
ったからでしょ。
You've been doing a lot. Sound totally fine
慣れ
though.
てるから。
I'm used to it. I wondered about that. I guess I'm not good at changing my way of
よく
life.
それで引っ越しなんて言えたわね。近いところでいいのに。
And yet you're thinking of moving, and we can just stay somewhere nearby. Lots of reasons, that's why I'm working so hard.
服が擦り切れるくらい頑張ってるみたいね。
I see, well, it's enough to wear out your clothes. Huh? She poked the elbow of my button. I just kind of reflexively looked down at my shirt because it kind of reminded me of something, but who knows? She poked the elbow of my button down. I was surprised to feel direct contact with her skin. When I looked, I found a pretty big hole there. Crap, I don't need any more expenses.
直すから。
Give it to me, I'll fix it. You can do
そ
that?
れくらいなら目立たなくできるわ。
I can make it less noticeable. I did as I was told and took off my shirt. Leland got out her needle and thread. But did we have any spare cloth to use? Leland brought out a small piece. I'd seen it before. It was in the kitchen. I had touched it and Leland got super angry with me. She told me it was precious. It was the clothes she'd made for the baby. One of them was the same color as my dress shirt. She took out the scissors. Don't you need that? She made that for her brother or sister who would be born this summer. She said she was going to give it to her mom when she got back home.
いいのよ。
I don't anymore. What do you mean? Are you trying your best for your family?
家族は私を必要としてくれなかった。
But my family doesn't want me. I shut up. That was all I could
気づか
do.
ないふりをしていたけれど、きっとそうなんだと思う。だから、私も覚悟を決めないと。
I pretended not to notice, but I know it's true, so I just have to face it. Face what?
帰らない覚悟。家族を捨てる覚悟。
Never returning home. Being abandoned by my family. I don't think you have to go that far. Isn't it important to you? My family was Leland's reason for living. She couldn't throw it away that easily.
いいのよ。決めたから。
It's okay, I've decided. She was cutting up the baby's clothes as we spoke. She cut out a square. Why the
ヒ
sudden?
カルが頑張ってるから。
Because you're trying so
日の
hard.
光に当たれないなんて、役立たずもいいところよ。
I'm useless because I can't go out in daylight.
ヒカルは私を守ってくれた。こんな風にしてもらえるなんて、思ってもなかった。
But you protected me. I never thought anyone would do that for me. Well, of course I would. Did you think I was going to leave her and run away? I don't think she did, but I think that she's going to toss him away eventually with how things are going. She's going to do something. I don't know when or how soon, but I get the feeling that she's gonna do something. I couldn't do something so horrible. I would never even dream of it.
ヒカルのそういうところが好き。
I like that part of you. Uh-oh.
でも、お礼の仕方がよくわからないから、これくらいしかできないから。
But I don't know how to thank you, so I want to at least do this much. You've done enough. You've given me enough.
私はそうは思わない。ヒカルの好きなこと、何でも望むことを言って。
I don't think so, so tell me what you want and I'll do it. At some point she had finished mending my shirt. She was staring at me with upturned
好きに
eyes.
していいのよ。
You can ask me anything. My sleepiness had vanished. As a man, I had to meet this head-on. I leaned forward, bringing my face closer. Leland did the same. Because she was bending forward, I could see her cleavage. I could see... That wasn't my vision. No, that meant my vision hadn't blacked out. I could see. That meant my vision hadn't blacked out. What the... I guess I finally overcame my trauma. But how? How did he overcome his trauma? I touched Leland's cheek with my
ヒカ
hand.
ル、好きよ。
Hikaru, I love you. Me too, Leland. Say it. Say it. Say it. Look. Suddenly it ended. My vision disappeared. I got goosebumps all over. My body refused. I was so nauseous I couldn't think about anything else. I backed away and put my hand on my chest. My head hurt. The nausea wouldn't go away. He was too confident here. I couldn't see. I was scared. I hope that he doesn't go through a phase that... I want to say it was Riku? Or whoever in Little Busters. It's not Rin, but I want to say Riku was it. If anybody knows, feel free to say so in the comments. But I know it was the main character of Little Busters. I was scared and miserable.
その病気、鬱陶しいから治して。
This disease is irritating, it needs to be cured. Harsh comments flew at me. I'm so pathetic I could cry.
ここまで情けない人間は初めて見たわ。
I've definitely never seen anyone that pathetic. Ugh. I really was going to cry.
でも、その程度で嫌いになることはないから。
But it's not enough to make me dislike you.
私は、ヒカルをそういう風に思っているから。
I know it's just how you are. I wondered what expression was on her face as she said that. I really wanted to see it. It just hit me.
何を？
What? I'm also useless. I've got a disease where I can't see, so I'm not just the one protecting you, it's mutual.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I really want to cure this irritating illness. If you want to deal with it, go see a mental health expert like a therapist or something. Or even a psychiatrist. Because they won't be able to help it, per se. They'll just be able to help navigate the avenues of it. Of what's causing this and that. Because he's gotta have some trauma around affection. And also Leland's curse or whatever it was, so we could live in happiness. If I could do that, I'm sure it'd be the best life. That was the future I was aiming for. I'd work hard. I was sure all her wishes would come true. You change others. The great Ikigami is still yet to be brought here. What is the meaning of this? Well, these days it's difficult to take illegal measures. In the evening, Shinji Asato was meeting with Lady Kiminarai. Though she was his biological mother, Shinji Asato treated Lady Kiminarai as a religious figure, keeping his public and private matters separate. Interesting. That's another thing that we didn't know before, but I guess now we know about the Kiminarai. Lady Kiminarai grimaced at his civil answer. What a troublesome world we live in. Just a little while ago, it would have been easy to take her. I should think that would be very disrespectful to the great Ikigami. Well, circumstances being in what they are, by the way, did it really return to the island? Wait. It? Now I'm curious. Do they mean the Dark God, as in part of the island? Or is there something else? There's no way I haven't been informed of anything. They say someone saw it. Even so, what's the point now? Who knows, but don't let it get in our way. Anyone that knows the situation is an obstacle. I understand. Shinji Asato bowed and left the room. Haru, huh? I was promoted to helping hotel guests. I asked Suzuki and she recommended me. It paid better than janitorial duties, so I'd do anything. Leland took on all the household chores. She was creative, so she figured out how to do it all at night. She'd gotten used to being a night owl, so it wasn't a big inconvenience. Shinji Asato visited us less. Perhaps he'd given up. I was beginning to be optimistic. We live each day positively. Then one day an incident happened. She had returned to the island. Hello! At last the voice actress who represented all of Japan eventually, Akari, has returned. Interesting. The evening of one of my days off, Akari came barging into the house. No advance notice, no contact, nothing. A completely unannounced entrance. Weren't you in Tokyo? It's summer break from my talent agency, so I thought I'd come home. I thought it'd be good to stay with my dorm friends, but my parents were too fussy about me coming back. So what do you think of a surprise visit from a beauty queen since you haven't seen me in so long? I bet you're exploding with happiness. Oh my gosh. We've got other things going on, Akari. Well, anyway, I'm coming in. She walked through the door. Wait a minute. Listen, you should call ahead, you know. It's okay since I happen to be off, but what if I wasn't here? Don't worry about it. I figured out your shifts, so I knew you'd be home. Oh my gosh. Stalking is a criminal offense, you know.
あかり、久しぶりね。は
Akari, long time no see, Leland woke up. They greeted each other normally and Akari passed out souvenirs. She didn't seem surprised. Wait a sec, did you know about
あ、
this?
キリコが教えてくれたの。
Kiriko told me. Goldilocks did? I didn't expect to hear that name. I didn't think Leland and Goldilocks had any kind of connection. They must have become friends without me
あか
noticing.
り、元気でやってる？
How have you been,
大
Akari?
変ですが、頑張ってますよ。リルーさんも思ったより元気そうでよかったです。
It's been tough, but I'm doing my best. You're also looking better than I expected, Leland.
実はハラハラしながら帰ってきたんですよ。
Truth be told, I was nervous about coming
ハラ
home.
ハラ？
You were?
リルーさんが寝たきりで、西目さんが介護していると聞いたので、
I'd heard that you were bedridden and Nishime was taking care of you. Oh my gosh. That's the story they passed on for her becoming the Dark God? It's crazy. Where did she hear that? Also from Goldilocks? I'd have to protest some other
あ
time.
あ、なんでもいいじゃないですか。それより、お土産を開けましょうよ。
Well, it looks like everything is fine. Anyway, let's open up your gifts.
わーお。しばらく見ない間に様変わりしましたね。
Whoa, things have changed so much since I've been gone. Moving into the living room, Akari seemed to inspect the window with great interest. The windows in the house were specially designed. They blocked out the sun. The sunlight will come in if we don't block up the windows.
わかりますよ。フィギュアや本にとっても紫外線は敵ですからね。
I get it,
美しいものは儚ないんですね。
I get it. UV rays are the enemy of figurines and books. So sad. Beauty is ephemeral or ethereal. Just so you know, I didn't do this for your stuff,
お
okay?
やおや、それは明かりが美しくて儚く見えるという意味ですか？
My oh my. Does that mean you think that I look beautiful and ethereal? Don't flatter yourself.
明かりは美しくて頑丈という矛盾する属性を手にしてしまった罪深い美少女なんです。
However, I possess the contradictory attributes of beauty and strength. Oh, what a sinful beauty I am. I see.
あかりが言ってた寮生活って何のこと？
What were you saying about living in a dorm, Akari? Leland changed the subject as she brought to tea. I was also curious about her life in Tokyo.
寮というのは生徒が集団生活する家です。
Dorm is a place where students all live together. But the talent agency wouldn't be on break, really. Because if she's in a dorm, she's likely going to school, especially because she says students.
東京で一人暮らしをするのは大変なので、全寮制の高校にしたんです。
Living by yourself in Tokyo is tough, so I'm going to a boarding school. Yep, I figured as much.
住み込みの見習いみたいなのね。
Oh, so it's like a live-in apprenticeship?
大体合ってます。リルーさんも日本のことが分かってきましたね。
That's pretty much it. You're beginning to understand Japan more, Leland. So you're going to high school in September and becoming a voice actor? School during the day, training at night. Whenever she started getting work, she'd be using her weekends too.
ええ、そりゃもうお忙しになる予定です。
Yeah,
だから高校は辞めたかったんですけれど。
Yeah, I'm already super busy. That's why I wanted to quit high school. But the deal was you wouldn't, right? That was what I heard her parents had decided.
そうなんですよね。説得しきれなくてですね。
That's right, I couldn't convince
夏
them.
休みに転校したら、なぜか夏休みの宿題も渡されてしまいましてね。
And even though I transferred during summer vacation, they still gave me summer homework. Akari melted into her
そう
chair.
だ。思い出作りに宿題なんてどうです？
I got it. How about we do some homework to make some memories? Dummy, do your own work.
正論なんて聞きたくないです。あかりはいつだって夢を見ていたいんです。
I don't want to hear logical. I want to always be dreaming. She covered her ears. I could see helping her with homework in our future. Bullet precognition.
新しく入れるわね。
I'll brew some new tea. Leland got up from her seat. Akari seemed to have been waiting for this because she suddenly turned to me with a serious
リ
expression.
ルーさんのことちゃんと守ってるんですよね。
You've been protecting Leland, haven't you? She saw right through it, so I guess she knows the real details. It was a serious question, so I answered in kind. Yes, in my own way.
へえ。思ったより回答が早いですね。
Well,
うじうじするのかと思ってました。
I didn't expect you to answer so fast. I thought you'd be more wishy-washy. Well, that wouldn't work out. Lots of things had changed. But there was no time to be depressed. Right now, all I can do is move forward.
少し見直してもいい気がしてきました。
I think I might need to revise my opinion a bit. Right? I'm pretty hot at tongue.
ヘタレなのは変わってないけどね。
It hasn't changed that you're a loser. Leland came back while we were joking around.
あー、やはりそうでしたか。
I knew you'd be the same. Why are you so happy about that?
そりゃもう西目さんの泣き虫エピソードがあれば、あかりはご飯を何杯でも食べられますよ。
Because when you have one of your crying episodes, I can eat as much as I want. Oh my gosh, Akari! I want to punch you in the face right now.
まあ、その話はリルーさんと二人きりの時に取っておくとして。
I'll save that story for when I'm alone with
病
Leland.
気って実際どうなんですか？
Anyway, your illness, how is it? She said it awkwardly, with unusual concern. When she looked at Leland, she explained her daily life without
聞け
hesitation.
ば聞くほど不思議な症状ですね。
The more I ask about it, the stranger the symptoms become. It's a magical illness.
なるほど。
I see, she said after a slight
実
pause.
は医者なら紹介できる人がいるんですけど。
Actually, I know a doctor I can refer you to. A doctor?
さっき港で見たんです。
Yes, I just saw her at the harbor. At the
で
harbor?
は来ますよ。
She'll come if you call her. What kind of doctor? For free? Hey
あ
now.
かりが頼めば無料になります。
She'd do it for free for
な
me.
ら、お願いするわ。
So ask her. This is very suspicious. However, I did want a doctor to look her over at least once. And if she'd do it for free, I couldn't think of a better option. After some hesitation, I asked Akari to contact them. Hello the island's most beautiful woman has come to call! Oh my gosh. This woman would get on my nerves if I encountered her in real life. Half an hour later, a woman who appeared to be over 40 appeared. Yeah. She had short hair and red-rimmed glasses. She wore jeans with a t-shirt and jacket. Her style couldn't be called formal or casual. Her energy was subtly like Akari's. They were likely related. Well. Thank you for coming. No worries. Now, is this Nishime's grandson that I've heard about? Which one? Oh, this one? Where's your grandfather? Overseas. You don't say. She laughed in my face. She was a bit irritating. The introduction is a bit late, but this is... I'm Nobuchi. Call me Nobuchi. She was drunk. Was she drunk or something? I'm usually a doctor in Naha. I'm a mother of two, but I've divorced my husband and I live with my daughter. Okay. It's summer vacation, so I thought I'd come back home since it's been a while, but my daughter didn't want to come, so she stayed home and... how can I connect with kids your age? Won't you tell your auntie? This is getting annoying. Okay. That was all I could say. She didn't seem to pick up on the fact that I didn't know how to react. Ubochi, talking to young people has a price, especially as you get older. Host clubs charge a fee, don't they? That's what I figured. So what do you want? Actually, we wanted your medical expertise. What? If you ask for some naughty time pills, I'll only give you a few, got it? A few, huh? She seemed like an incompetent adult. However, it'd be difficult to send her away. With no other option, I brought her to Leland. Symptoms, how long? Is it chronic? Despite my trepidation, she examined Leland thoroughly. She went through her medical history and began using her stethoscope, which she had with her for some reason. When she decided to take a closer look at her skin, she kicked me out of the room. I was glad our doctor here was a woman. All done. When I returned to the living room, Leland had her clothes back on and her arms crossed. How did it go? The long and short of it is I won't know until I do a full examination. Okay. Ultraviolet light is basically an enemy of our bodies. It breaks down our DNA. However, our bodies have developed defenses against it. Are they talking about how our body creates vitamin D while also protecting us? Because that is kind of a funny thing that I'm thinking of when they bring it up, that ultraviolet light breaks down our DNA. Pigmentation as melanin. That's right, you've studied. However, there are occasionally some people with weak defenses. Well, yes. Don't they call them albinos or vampire disease? And Leland doesn't have the pale skin for it. But that's not what happened in her case. The symptoms just suddenly appeared one day. That kind of element is called photosensitivity. Is it an illness? It wasn't. Why else wouldn't she be able to walk around in the sun? It was the obvious counter-argument. I couldn't tell her it's the work of a god who's been passed down on the island. With photosensitivity, someone exposed to sunlight develops hives, and their skin gets inflamed. Another symptom is aversion to sunlight. I think that's what's happened here. A substance produced by the skin when exposed to the sunlight triggers the allergic reaction. If it's strong enough, it can cause anaphylactic shock. Yeah, I said phylactic, so that makes sense. I see. She explained it all in a very doctor-like manner. How is it cured? You'd have to be a dermatologist and ask a specialist. No, you'd have to see a dermatologist and ask a specialist. That seems about right, and it'd be bad if she doesn't have insurance, right? That'd be very bad. Wait, is that how it is? Nobuchi guessed the situation. Well, if some foreigner came to me with such a bad situation, I'd examine them. I'd ask them to pay me when they went home. If a foreigner without insurance went to see a doctor, they'd have to pay the full amount of the medical costs. The average person would pay 30%, and that would be it. That was over 3 times the amount to be paid. There was no way a migrant foreigner could earn enough to pay it at all. Neither could she pay it if she went home. Yeah, there's no way we can pay it. Yes, and that's why so few hospitals will accept them. It'd be a different story if we had money, right? No, of course, it just won't be covered by insurance. My heart filled with hope. This was what I wanted to hear. But I got overexcited and said a bit too much. Because the Asada family had been telling us that the reason why she can't go out in the sun is because of the great Kurotezuri. Stop with that fairy tale. There's no such thing. Is there? The Ikigami is just someone from outside who's got photosensitivity. Interesting that she goes like this. Like, yes, I understand her position, but it's still kind of crazy with what we know is going on in the story. But Leland is suddenly unable to stand in sunlight. Yeah? Wait, what? What do you mean? Truth is, that's what Leland is. She's the Ikigami?
黙ってましたが、実はそうです。
I didn't mention it, but it's true. Kari interjected. It seemed like she didn't want to tell her. Really? Wait, does this mean my long-held hypothesis is wrong? Unable to be hit by sunlight and it's related to the Ikigami? Nobuchi started mumbling to herself. She paced around the living room. By Ikigami, you're talking about that old lady, right? Because she's been examined. The great Ikigami's personal doctor was Dr. Kinjo. He said it was impossible and called for a dermatologist. And the results were unknown cause. There were lots of causes where the cases where the cause of photosensitivity was unknown. And that's like that a lot for a lot of diseases too. Now, I'm not a medical expert, but I do have some knowledge because I have to keep it up for with my own life. I have to be sure to stay extra safe around drugs and that because of my condition, so that I have to live with, so that's how I know and about these, and plus medicine is a lot like computers in that it takes a while to figure out what the cause is and such. Since you're just working in reverse a lot of the times with this. But yeah. This is an interesting development here. It seemed to be the same in the Ikigami's case. At one point she was prescribed antihistamines and other drugs like that to no effect. The medicine of the time had no way to suppress her symptoms. So the Asada family got excited because the great Ikigami was real after all. It was pretty bad. It's the same with Leland. I can't say anything for sure. Let me go home and talk to someone I know. My swelling open deflated. I knew medical science wouldn't be able to help. I felt a little let down. You change Akari.
残念でしたね。治す方法が聞けなくて。
Hold on. Alright. My phone's charged, so let me deal with that. Shouldn't take too long, so I'll just mute. Alright. Now we're good to go. So now we're on Akari's point of view here. I'm sorry that she didn't know a way to cure you. After Nobuchi went home, we cleaned up the teacups. It'd been a month since I was last in Nishime's kitchen. The windows had been covered up. Yeah, the windows had been covered up and one of the fluorescent lights was removed. Overall, it was very dark. It must have been done by Nishime because the way the plywood had been hammered in was very clumsy. I could see the signs of enthusiastic but poorly done work.
仕方ないわよ。病気じゃないもの。
Don't worry about it because it's not an
日
illness.
光がダメなのは黒手釣り様の器になった副作用でしたっけ？
Becoming unable to stand in sunlight is a side effect of being the great Kurotezuri's vessel. Kurotezuri's
私も夜
vessel.
の眷属と呼んでいるけどね。
I call him the servant of the night.
取れるもんですか？
Can you cast him
人の
out?
手では無理よ。
Not by human
そうで
means.
すか。
I see. Interesting that she said that not by human means, so I wonder if she does know a way of dealing with it. If not that, then what other way is possible? Leland didn't specify, and I didn't ask. I was afraid of hearing that she couldn't and wouldn't be cured. If Leland didn't get better, her life would be so difficult not to mention the Asato family. I came back to myself with a clanging sound. I turned my head and Leland was sitting down on the floor. Shattered pieces of a cup were all around her. It looked like she had fallen while carrying the tray.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you okay?
なんでもないわ。ちょっとよろけただけ。
Nothing to worry about, I just tripped. The floor into the kitchen was flat and even. I didn't think there was anything to lose her balance. They say that, and it makes sense with how young she is and how active she is. But falls can happen for inexplicable reasons. This is the case when you get old, and it's the case when you have to live with a disability even if you're not old. They happen. Even when it can't be explained. And it's also happened to people young like her, from what I know, because of atrophy taking in, since, as I said before, we Americans don't typically have that healthy of a lifestyle, even those among us that live more healthy than others, because there's not a whole lot we can do outside of stuff that goes against our nature, not just the nature of who we are, but human nature is what I'm referring to. I felt uneasy and went to find a dustpan. When I came back, this was the scene I beheld. I saw Leland grabbing onto something to try and stand up. After struggling to get to her feet, she fell down again. The same thing happened over and over, almost as if she was a helpless infant. It is something to worry about, isn't it? When I asked her, Leland awkwardly lowered her gaze. It's really nothing, I'm fine. Come on, Leland, ask for help. And I'm thinking that she's ending up like this because a lot of people, when they grow up fully able to use their bodies, they tend to take pride in that, is what I'd want to say. I don't know for certain, but this is all a guess in my ways, but they don't need, they're used to not needing to be helped as much, and so when they get older, they end up in some sort of condition that causes them to suffer disability that they have to work through. They can get frustrated because they lose that aspect of their independence. People like me who lived most of their life with a disability, which is this right here. Let me see if I can adjust things a bit. Okay, but yeah, I live with this condition right there and other stuff. We have to figure out how to live our lives the best that we can. And that's up to us, because society isn't much of a help. It should help, because that's the purpose of society, to make living a lot easier. But on the flip side, it just puts people in a position that makes it hard for us to live with ourselves, and even we need to figure out things ourselves and help along the way when we do it. I myself, I've figured out a lot of ways around what needs to be done and such, but people aren't necessarily happy with that. So, in a way, I can kind of see what might be going through Leland's head right now. But I don't completely understand it, because I've lived with what I have to deal with. I figured it out to the point where I don't really like asking for help too much. Let's see. Then stand up.
もちろん立てるわ。
Of course I will.
嘘ですよ。さっき立ててなかったですよね。
Liar, just now you couldn't.
だとしても大したことではないわ。
Even so, it's not a big deal.
大したことですよ。立てないなんてどう考えても異常ですよ。
Of course it is. Not being able to stand is abnormal no matter how you think about it. I shouted in anger. Maybe it was because I wanted to deny what was happening in front of me. I can stand, Leland said again. However, despite her insistence, she remained sitting. No matter how many times she tried to get up, she couldn't. Eventually, maybe once she realized she couldn't fool me, Leland said she gave up.
手を貸して。
Lend me a hand.
嫌です。理由を説明してくれないなら手は貸しません。
No, you haven't explained the reason for this, so I'm not helping you.
理由ならさっき言った通りよ。眷属に疲れたから。
I already told you the reason. I'm possessed by the servant.
取り憑かれたら歩けなくなるんですか？そんなの聞いてませんよ。
So since you're possessed, you can't walk? You didn't mention that.
副作用一つじゃなかったんですか？
There isn't just one side
そう
effect.
みたい。体から魔力が抜かれてるの。
Looks like it. My mana's being sucked away from my body.
今はまだ歩けるから。
But for now, I can still walk.
今はまだ。それどういうことですか？
For now, what do you mean by that?
どんどん悪くなるってことですか？
Are you going to get worse and worse? Leland didn't answer. But there was no clearer answer than
どう
silence.
して黙ってたんですか？そんなにひどい状態なのに。
Why didn't you say anything? You're in a horrible condition.
ヒカルに知られたくないから。ヒカルとは対等でいたいから。
I didn't want Hikaru to know. I want to be his equal.
対等って黙ってることなんですか？
Equal? That's why you didn't mention
そう
anything?
よ。
Yes.
私は稼げない。だから、せめてヒカルの負担になりたくない。家事くらい全部一人でやりたいの。
I can't work. At the very least, I don't want to become a burden to him. I want to at least do all the household chores myself. If she told him, he couldn't take that away from her. And then they wouldn't be equal. But even so,
治るんですよね。
you're going to get better, aren't
さ
you?
っきも言ったけれど、これは人の手では。
I told you before, not by human means.
治るって言ってください。
Just tell me you'll get
こ
better.
こでなんとかなるんですよね。
There has to be a way with magic, right?
リルーさんの魔法はどんな無茶だってできるんだから、今度も大丈夫ですよね。
You can do all sorts of crazy things with magic, so you'll be fine this time too, right? Not even caring about the cup shards, I pulled Leland into a hug. I had to, because I couldn't maintain my
く
composure.
ださい。大丈夫だって。魔法があるからって。
Say it. I'll be fine. I can do it with magic.
もう、ほとんど魔法は使えないのよ。
I can't really do magic anymore. Hmm? What?
使えないの。全然。
I can't use it at all.
そんな
But
嘘ですよね。
you're joking, right?
本当よ。魔法も魔道具も満足に使えないわ。
It's true, I can't use magic or magical items.
だったら
But... What I meant was, but if that's true, what do we do? I believed there had to be a way to fight back. Magic was no good. Neither was the hospital.
あれを頼ればいいんです。ほら、あれですよ。あれ。
Then we'll use that thing. You know, the thing, that thing? I cried while I talked. To cheer her up, I was trying to say something lively and positive, but for some reason I couldn't think of anything more to say, because I didn't know what that thing was. Somebody, please tell me. Somebody.
あかりは優しいのね。ありがとう。
You're very sweet, Akari. Thank you. She gently patted my head. I'd planned on encouraging her, but she was the one who encouraged me. The fragility in her gentleness filled me with more pain. She was a good person, so kind. She'd had such misfortune, and I thought she was finally going to be happy. Then she got possessed by a weird god and can't walk in daylight. Now she couldn't even walk normally, and then it'd get even worse. Why did one person have to suffer so much? Why would there be a god that just makes someone unhappy? Whoa, what's going on? Nishime came back from seeing Nobuchi off. He was speechless at the disaster he saw in the kitchen. Did something happen?
ありません。あかりが少しやらかしてしまいました。
It's nothing, I just got into a bit of trouble. I guess that's the end of our guest cup.
西目さん、真面目なお願いがあるんですが。
Nishime, I have a serious request for you. Yeah?
せっかくあかりが帰ってきたので、みんなでどこかに行きましょうよ。あかりが企画するので。
Now that my long-awaited return has come, let's go somewhere with everyone. I'll plan it. Nishime shrugged. What was I saying at a time like this? I was prepared to be insulted, but he didn't say anything. Could I take that as a yes? Karu. I read a book once. It was a short story about a boy being raised by a single mother. One day the mother complained about an upset stomach. The boy advised her to go to the hospital, but the mother was stubborn and refused. He spent several anxious days before telling his friend one day. At last his mother was taken to the hospital where they performed an endoscopy. The mother had stomach cancer. It was in the final stages, so there was no medical treatment for her. His high school son told his sentenced to death mother, "I'm lucky to be your kid." Why was the dialogue like that? How did the boy who was left perceive his mother's death? I thought about it all the time. Why did I read that book? Because I saw Leland reading it. In the collection of stories, there was also a tale about a wife who found a note stuck between the pages of a beloved book by her dead husband. The page had a significant message written on a sticky note stuck to it. If that situation were to arise, would Leland do the same thing? I pondered these inconsiderate thoughts. It might seem surprising. I thought so too. Night. We headed to the southern mountain and Mount Unifar. It was for a stargazing party organized by Akari. She made the plans with the usual suspects, and we all set off to the mountain with lunches and telescopes. Since Leland couldn't walk well, I carried her on my back. Even though the slope was gentle, it was hard to carry a person. If Higa hadn't supported me from behind, I would have given up halfway through. Dripping with sweat, I took it one step at a time. Riding on my back, Leland worriedly asked if I was okay. My pitiful muscles were protesting.
到着しましたよ。
We're here. Akari stopped leading. Okay. Halfway up the mountain was a field big enough to play baseball. It was all flat with a pond serving as the source for a river. I'm so tired. The moment we arrived, my legs lost all strength. I put Leland down and laid down on the grass. Even if there was a beautiful starry sky above, you never have time to look at it. It was just background scenery. We'll go ahead and set up. Iga and the others headed further into the grassy field. As I had used up all my strength, Iga took over carrying Leland. I told her I was going to rest for a sec before following. Want a drink of water? You're a lifesaver. I took off the lid and took a big gulp. Cold barley tea stung my throat. Nishime? What? Did you know about Leland? I heard. No, I handed the flask back to Akari. This time I had a chance to look at the sky. Did I know about what? About her legs, I mean, you had to carry her here all the way. Well, carry her all the way here today, after all. And that's a typo right there. That kind of messed me up. She was the only one who thought she had hidden it. Every few days, Leland would be unable to walk. When I looked at her, she didn't seem to have any strength in her legs. She didn't say anything, so I did the same. But I knew mountain climbing would be too much. I told her that I knew and carried her on my back. Are you okay, Nishime? About what? About Leland. About all of it. More or less, I'm used to not being happy. I see, somehow that makes me feel better. I lied. Duh. The truth is, I don't know what to do. Leland couldn't use magic anymore. I discovered it at the dinner table. Leland tried to roast some chicken, which was a little raw. And when fire should have appeared, it didn't. She was also confused. She tried many times, breathing heavily. She became as pale as a corpse. And because she still tried to use her magic items, I was forced to take them away. The fact that I could even do that was strange. I can't win against Leland, who wore body-enhancing magical talismans. But I can use them because I can use magic. Idiot. If you could, would I be able to do this? I grabbed both of her arms and stole her rings and bracelets. The stripped rings scattered about the living room. The magic firestone rolled under the sofa. I pinned her on her back and sat on her stomach. Her resistance was feeble. Eventually, she went limp and I hurriedly picked her up. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? She shook her head. He looked at the floor in a daze. A witch who can't use magic is no longer a witch. In retrospect, I think that was her crying. Magic was a power she had sacrificed everything to obtain. To live with her family, she allowed herself to become tainted with a cursed existence. Even then, they betrayed her. Magic was all she had left. And now, because of the great Kurotezuri, that was also taken from her. Why did such a horrible thing have to happen? She'd lost too much. First the daytime, then her magic, and now her legs. What more could he take? I wasn't prepared for this at all. I'm not okay with this. Even now I wanted to ask why. But how bad was this? About how this situation came to be. I wanted someone to give me an answer. Of course, there was no one clever enough to do that, so I kept on thinking that every day. However, Leland was different. She didn't cling to the things she had lost and never gave up being positive. This I'm having a hard time thinking of or understanding because what Leland's going through, it sounds like a concept I recently came across recently. It's a concept that existed for a while, but it's chronic illness grief, and that's what she's seemingly going through, so I'm not too sure why it would be that she never gave up or anything like this, but since they said that she would ultimately end up dying if nothing's done, then it's probably closer to grief experienced by terminal illness in which there is an end. But this that she's going through so far sounds more like chronic illness, especially because the previous vessel of Ikigami was dealing with this for about 70 years. But let's see how things go here. So I swallowed down on all my lies. I thought I shouldn't oppose how she was dealing with it.
だったら、西目さんは
Then in that case, Nishime,
何してるの？星を見ようよ。
what are you doing? Let's look at some stars. Higo is calling me. I turned around and saw Kanashiro walking toward me.
何グダグダしてんだよ。星を見に来たんだろうが。
What are you being so lazy about? Didn't you come to see the stars? He grabbed my arm and there was no point in resisting.
見てみろよ。すげえぞ。
Take a look, they're awesome. He pushed me up to the telescope. I did as I was told and looked into the lens. I saw a giant uneven planet. It was the moon.
あれが噂に聞く。餅をつくウサギだ。
They say it's a rabbit making rice cakes. And I want to say the rabbit was placed there by Goku. But what they're talking about is definitely something that's common in Asian myth. I don't know if it's Japanese or Chinese, though. I want to say Chinese because even the nine-tailed fox or Cubate, or Kyubi is Chinese as well. I guess if I thought of a rabbit while looking at it, then I'd see one. If they said it was something different, that's what I'd see.
何に見えるかは国によって違うんですのよ。ヨーロッパの南だとカニで、北だと本を読む老婆ですわ。
What you see depends on each country. In the south of Europe, they see a crab. In the north, it's an old woman reading a book. Goldilocks shared some trivia. The Earth also spins differently in the hemispheres because of the Coriolis effect. At least that's what it says, they say, but I don't know about that. I just know that the Earth doesn't always rotate in one direction. The top half, or the northern hemisphere, spins one way and the southern hemisphere spins another, so the stars come up at different angles. Now that you mention it, I could see a crab and an old woman.
一体何が見えてるわけ？
What the heck are you looking at? Leland was suspicious of this fun I was having on my own.
リルーさんもどうぞ。面白いものが見られますわよ。
You look too, Leland. You'll see something neat. She began to explain the telescope to Leland. How this long tube allowed us to see the surface of a relatively large and distant celestial object called the moon.
星の表面ってデコボコしているのね。
So the surface is all bumpy.
面白いでしょ？あれは 隕石の衝突でできたクレーターなんでしたよ。
Isn't it interesting? They're craters left behind by meteorites crashing into
隕
it.
石
Meteorites.
星に別の星が落ちてくることですわ。
Pieces of space debris that have crashed into other celestial
月自
bodies.
体も、もともとこの星に隕石が衝突して分裂した片割れと言われているんですのよ。
They say that the moon was originally a piece of this planet that was broken off when a meteorite hit it.
そんなにすごいことが起こってよく生きてたわね。
It's impressive you're all still alive after such an amazing event. I think it's because it happened like millennia ago, and so whatever survived, kind of like the dinosaurs. We all laughed at Leland's honest surprise.
生き物が生まれるよりもずっと前の話でしたよ。あるいは神話と言っていいかもしれませんわ。
This happened long before living creatures existed. You could even call it a myth. Oh, I see, Leland said in agreement. There seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding, so I added, the creatures of Earth weren't created by the gods.
そうなの？じゃあ生き物はどうやって生まれたのよ？
Is that so? Then how were the creatures created? Well, you see, there was this old guy named Darwin.
西目さん、今の時代、インテリジェントデザインという説もありまして。
Nishime, nowadays there's something called intelligent design. Except that's something regarding the gods, Akari. What you're thinking of is evolution. We talked about trivial things. They were really stupid. And I shifted the telescope to look into the village. The utter darkness was dotted with a few points of light from the houses. The view was modest, hardly a night view. And this tiny island with nothing on it was where we lived.
ヒカル、疲れたわ。
Hikaru untired. Eventually Leland began to fuss. All I could do was put her on my back and take her back to the tarp. I soon found myself sitting next to her. I picked up one of the sweets that had been provided. I gave one to Leland
今日
too.
は優しいのね。
You're sweet today. I always have
嘘よ。
been.
会った時はもっと他人行儀だったわ。
Liar, when we met, you were much more distant. What about you, mistrusting people every 5 minutes, asking if they're going to sell you to slave traders?
サトウキビを枯れなかった人に言われたことないわね。
I don't want to be told that by someone who couldn't cut sugar cane. And I don't want to be told that by someone who couldn't open a water bottle. Hold on, guys. Need to check on things here. Leland sniffled and squeezed my hand. Alright, just had to deal with something there. Our fingers intertwined. Then suddenly she was leaning on me. Her chest pressed against my arm. My heart raced and it wouldn't be long before I'd go blind.
すぐ目が見えなくなるくせに。
You're going to be blind. Soon. You did that just to say that.
鳴らさないと治らないんでしょ？
If you don't get used to it, you won't get you won't get better, right? How do you plan on getting home if I can't see?
今日はここで寝るわ。
We can sleep here tonight. And in the morning you'd be dead.
夜が明ける頃には見えるようになってるわよ。
You'll be able to see before the end of the night. You're such a demon to go that far.
ねえ、そろそろ交代。火星が見えるよ。
Hey, it's time. Come back. You can see Mars.
比嘉が呼んでるわよ。
Look, Higa is calling you. Crap, I can't
引
see.
っ張っていってあげる。世話の焼ける人ね。
I'll lead you along. You give me such trouble. Even though you can't walk? Leland led me by the hand. At least tell me if you can walk first. We walked through the dark field. Then it occurred to me. I wanted to be superhuman. Someone who could never lose and was stronger than anyone. If I was like that, I could proudly stand next to Leland, protect her, maybe even break her curse.
ほら、火星。赤い星なんだよ。
Look, it's Mars, that red
本
planet.
当ね。あれは火の神が宿っているのかしら。
That's where the god of war lives.
当たらずとも遠からずというところでしょうか。確かに、そういう見立てをする神話がありますね。
I guess you're not too far off. There are a lot of myths that say that. Stargazing was more exciting than I thought it'd be. I got bored of looking at stars and stuff every day. But now we were looking at them intentionally and making discoveries and more than anything enjoying everyone's excitement. I'd stay here forever if the night never ended.
光。
A Hikaru? What?
やっぱり何でもない。
No, it's really nothing. Come on. At that time, I didn't know what she was trying to say. But deep inside, I think I did. I just didn't realize it. It was for the better. If I could have remained unaware, I would have been happy. After that delightful event, our everyday lives continued. My weekdays were busy with work, and when I was off, I spent time with Leland. Occasionally, when Leland couldn't walk, I'd do the household chores instead. One night, she asked if I wanted to go for a walk. It was unusual for her to ask me to do something. As soon as the sun set, the island would get quiet. The cries of the cicadas vanished. All you could hear was the far-off crashing of ocean waves. We walked aimlessly and came to the island's elementary school. The school building was as old-fashioned as I could imagine. A small schoolyard with a small schoolhouse. The only thing that could be called security was a padlock on the door. However, there was also a back entrance without any door. So it was basically wide open. Our walk didn't have any particular purpose. We took a lazy walk around the schoolyard. What's that? You run from that white line.
あっちは。
And over there? It's a goal used in a game called
知ら
soccer.
ないものばかりだわ。
I don't recognize anything in here. No surprise. Nothing was more unrelated to Leland than school. However, it was odd that she was interested. Why did you want to see the
なん
school?
となくよ。いろいろ見たくなって。
Nothing in particular. I want to see lots of things. I wasn't satisfied with that answer. But why? It was on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed
ブラン
it.
コ、乗ってみたい。
I want to try swinging. She headed to the sandbox to escape. We sat side by side on the swings. My butt didn't fit.
ねえ、ヒカル。
Hey Hikaru, what is it?
もし自分の余命が分かっていたら、どうする？
If you knew how long you had left to live, what would you do? My heart dropped. This was too ominous of a question. Don't talk about such miserable subjects. It'll come one day, Hikaru. We all have to face death one day. So this is actually a good question. Most people just try to make amends and make peace before they go. But it's hard for me to say what I would do until I was in that situation.
でも、必要だから。
But I need to. Need? What? To talk about what to do if you knew how long you had left to live? I was at the limit of pretending I didn't know. It's not long, huh? No. About how long?
来年の夏はないと思う。
I don't think I'll be here next summer. I see. I was prepared to some extent. I knew her condition and I knew that there could be a worst case scenario. However, I wasn't expecting her to say that. It was much too soon. I didn't say anything and kept swinging. It didn't feel real. I couldn't imagine the future. I didn't think of what I'd be doing myself next summer. That was how I was. I figured I'd be living in the same aimless way I was now. I couldn't imagine a future without Leland in it. I wonder where I went
誰
wrong.
も悪くなかったわ。これは人ならざる者の気まぐれだから。
No one did anything wrong. It's just the whim of the inhuman one. You can't die for that. What did Leland do? Did she commit a sin? Just what exactly was she being punished for?
ヒカルはこれからどうしたい？
Hey Hikaru, what do you want to do from here on out? What do you mean?
私がいなくなるまでの間、何をしたい？
What do you want to do until I'm gone? You think I know something like that? It's important for you to think about this, Hikaru. It's exactly why I say people need to be able to stand on their own. Like, yes, I do get it. People do need a support group, or this line of support to help them through things, especially grief and all that. But ultimately, they need a goal to work through and to be able to stand on their own. So you need to think about this, Hikaru. You won't be here next year. So let's make memories. Let's do what we want to do. Was that it? I couldn't say that. I wasn't that kind of positive person. It was enough for me to be able to look at reality head
例え
on.
ば、大里家に私を売ったっていい。
For example, you could sell me to the Sato family. Why sell you to the Sato family? Just, yes, it'll be good to let them take over because they've got the resources to help her, but you can't really sell her like that. I'd never sell you. I yelled at her provocation. I'd absolutely never do that. That was set in stone. Then I realized. I figured out where the source of my anger was. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't allow it. This merciless fate. Let's find a cure. You asked what I want to do. I want to break your curse. That's what I want.
報われないと分かっていても、
Even if you know it won't work, I'm not giving up. I won't know unless I try.
それがヒカルの意志なら、私はその通りにする。
I understand. If that's your intention, I'll go along with you. What about you? Don't you have something you want to do? If you're asking me, you must have something in mind.
私はいいわ。半分は叶えられたから。
I'm good. I've already got half of my desires. Half?
ヒカルと一緒にいること。それで十分幸せだったから。
I'm with you. That's enough happiness. Why you? Why do you have to say something like that now? You didn't usually let that side of you show at all. And now you went and said it. No, that wasn't right. I just spent so long pretending not to see. I was the one at fault. I should have confronted it sooner. That was all there was to it. So what's the other half?
そうね。内緒にしようと思ってたけど、言ってもいいわ。
I was thinking of keeping a secret, but I'll tell you. You don't have to be so smug about
もう
it.
一つはね、いなくなる前に、ヒカルの目を直すこと。
The other thing is, before I'm gone, I want to cure your eyes. At some point, we stopped swinging. Leland reached out her hand and touched mine. I was holding onto the chain. Why?
なんでって、これから好きな人ができた時に気持ちを伝えられないなんて恥ずかしいと思わないの？
Why? Don't you think it'll be embarrassing if you can't tell your future beloved that you like them? That's not what I
何
mean.
が？
Then what? Think more about yourself. You're going to die. Don't think about others all the time. I yelled. That was all I could do. But wasn't it strange? That when it came to the end of her life, she was thinking about other people? Well, it does happen a lot. People try and fix up their regrets because they do have regrets at their deathbeds and either try and fix it or come to peace with it. So, who knows? And plus, I think she's worrying about him because she spent so much time with him. There were lots of other things to think about, like what she wanted to do. Things she'd like to eat or see, anything. She couldn't come up with anything. Was it really a life if she didn't have even a little wish? Why did it have to end here?
それが私の望みだから。
But that is my wish. How could it be when I was sniffling and sobbing? The streetlights in the distance looked
約
distorted.
束してほしいの。
I want you to promise me something. What?
お互いの望みを叶えようって。私は最後まで諦めない。
To, gr-
ヒカルは目を直して。
to grant both of our wishes. I won't give up until the end, so can I cure your eyes? How did it come to this? Because I was weak? Because I ran away from reality? No. Someone had to be the bad guy, right? I got off the swing because I didn't want her to see my face. I wiped my tears and snot with the hem of my shirt.
ど
No.
うして？
Why not? I didn't know myself. But even so, I didn't want to. Promise had an ominous ring to it. If I made promises, then Leland won't live. Because when all was said and done, promising to cure my sickness didn't mean jack. All it meant was trying. Wasn't that right? I'll see if there's something to be done. We'll talk then. Leland didn't say anything, but her silence meant she wasn't satisfied. I couldn't understand it. Why was she okay with dying? I wouldn't give up. It was wrong for Leland to die. The next day I went to the library. I read every book written about Ryukyu. History, culture, customs. I was sure the answer must be somewhere.
ご飯は？
You want dinner? Eat by yourself, I'm reading.
そう。
Okay. I holed myself up in my room and waged war against the books. I borrowed as many as I could from the library. However, I didn't find any useful information. Every book was sensible. Part of me understood. The great Kuroturzuri was a magic being. It probably wouldn't be mentioned in a normal publication. But then what else could I do? I had no other way to search. I ain't got nothing to say to an outsider. Another day I went around the island visiting the elderly. I thought info might have been passed down orally. I want to know about the great Kuroturzuri. What impudence from an outsider. Please, even a little. Go away. Water was poured on my head. Outsiders were considered nuisances. No one would talk to me. Crap. I walked home soaking wet. I had made no progress since that night. About the great Kuroturzuri are about the symptoms of the curse. There were many things I didn't know. I knew where I should look. The Asada family. They would at least know the history of the great Ikigami. Shinji Asada even came to our house until the other day. Now I regretted turning him away. Should I go to them? But if I did that and they took Leland away by force, I was anguished and worried. I had no answers. If only I could sneak in like before, but I couldn't do that without magic. There had to be another way.
西目さん、ちょっと、
Ishime, you have a minute? One day Akari came to
キリ
visit.
コから聞いてますよ。最近、体調を崩して仕事を休んでるとか。
I heard from Kiriko you haven't been feeling well, so you've been taking time off work.
そのくせ、島中を歩き回って、老人たちを脅し回ってるとか。
And yet you're walking all over the island terrorizing the elderly? There were rumors about me. They said there was an eccentric outsider. They could say whatever they wanted. I was that
あ
desperate.
かりちゃんとしては、何やら見過ごせない事態になっているのではないかと思って、やってきたわけです。
So I came here because I thought this wasn't a situation that I could ignore. You're wrong about the second part. I haven't been going around terrorizing anyone. I've been begging. I invited her into the living room. I made tea for
お
two.
構いなく。それより質問に答えてください。
There's no need for that. Just answer the question. I just did.
答えてませんよ。何をしてたんですか？
You did not. What have you been doing? She looked right at me. She stared straight in my eyes, just like Leland always did. Research. I'm sure you can imagine what I'm looking into.
黒手釣り様。
The great Kuroturzuri? Yeah. I said I'd do whatever it takes. I believed there had to be a way. But what was reality? I can't find information anywhere.
でしょうね。あかりも聞いたことないですし。
That's obvious. I haven't heard anything either. But I want to do something. I couldn't hold back my emotions. Tears rolled down my cheeks. And in front of Akari of all people. This was the worst. She was definitely going to laugh at me.
もう少し早くに頼ってくれればいいものを。
I wish you would have asked me for help earlier. As much as I want to punch Akari in the face at times, she's got a point here. He didn't turn to Shinji when he could have. And he didn't ask Akari or Kiriko. So she's right to be like this with him. Contrary to my expectations, she patted my head. What can you do?
あかり、一応大里家の分家なんですよ。
I mean, I am more or less part of a branch of the Asano
少し時間
family.
をください。なんとかしてみます。
Give me some time, I'll see what I can do. She was being so reassuring I cried again. In front of a girl younger than me. I sank down and she held my head. Her chest smelled nice. Kari.
こんな時間にどういうつもりなんですの？
Just what are you planning at this
大
hour?
切な話がありまして。とりあえず、ついてきてください。
I've got something important to discuss with you, but first come with me.
ちょっと納得できませんわよ。どうしてこの場所なんですの？
Wait a minute, I didn't agree to anything. Why did we come here? I brought Kiriko to the Asato estate. It was 3 a.m. It was too early for dawn, and the grounds were enveloped in darkness.
何なんですの？一体。
What's going on?
まあまあ。ついてからのお楽しみですよ。
Now, just wait and see. We passed through the main house and entered a walkway. Before long, we saw a building surrounded by chain link fences. The treasure house. This is where the Asato family stored the cultural assets they owned.
嫌な予感がするんですけれど。
Are you planning something
大丈
awful?
夫ですよ。許可は取ってあります。
It's fine, I've got permission.
そうなんですの？
Do you now?
赤積あかりのくせに意外と手際が良いんですのね。
Surprisingly ingenious for a Kari
もちろん、嘘
Katsumi.
です。
I'm lying, of course. What?
ここは立ち入り禁止なんですのよ。こんなところにいるのが見つかったら。
This area is off limits if we're found
見
here.
つかったら大いい方ですね。
If we are, we'll be arrested.
そんなもんで済まされませんわ。一体どんな罰を受けるか。
That won't be the end of it. I wonder what kind of punishment we'd receive.
何かあるなら、ここなんですよ。
But if there's something to be found, it's here. Kiriko groaned at my vague explanation.
いい加減説明していただけませんこと？
Can't you tell me what's going on? Kiriko dropped her joking tone. If she knew nothing, then she could say that Akari Katsumi forced her to come along. That's why I brought her without telling her anything. However, Kiriko was the same as me and also wanted to take
リルーさん
responsibility.
の呪い。あかりは何としても解いてあげたいんです。
I want to try to do something to break Leland's curse. I summed up the situation. How Leland was the great Ikigami, and how the reason for her sickness is the great Kurotizuri.
消せませんわね。
I don't
で
understand.
は、リルーさんの不調をどう説明しますか？
Then what other explanation do you have for her
不調
sickness?
は呪いで説明できるのでしょ？私はリルーさんが嘘を言ったとは思いませんわ。
Doesn't a curse explain her condition? I don't think she lied.
甘いですね。魔法を見たこともないのに。
How surprising coming from someone who hasn't seen magic before. But she has seen magic. Just not the kind Akari and Higa saw.
見たかどうかは些細な問題ですわ。
Whether I have or haven't is beside the
なら、
point.
どこに不満が？
Then what are you upset
あなた
about?
ですわよ。
You.
あかりに？
Me?
あなた、自分の未来を棒に振る可能性があると知っていて、やっているんですの？
You realize you could be throwing away your whole future by doing
わ
this?
かってますよ。
I know
本
that.
当に
Are you sure?
ここで見つかることがどれほどの意味を持っているか、分かっていないのではなくて、
Do you really understand what it will mean if we're found here?
叱られて終わりとは参りませんのよ。何らかの罰が下されますわ。
It won't end with a scolding. We'll be punished in some
そ
manner.
して、罰は本人にとって痛手であればあるほど良い。
And the more painful the punishment for the perpetrator, the
あなた
better.
にとっての罰がどのようなものになるか、想像がつかないほど愚かではないでしょ。
You can't be foolish enough to not imagine what the punishment would be for
ま
you.
すます意外ですね。まさかあかりの心配をしてくれるなんて。
More and more surprising. Could it be you're worried about me?
急にどうしちゃったんですか？あかりラブですか？女同士ですか？
What's come over you all of a sudden? Could it be Akari love? Is it Saphic.
あの男はあなたを袖にしたのでしょう。自分の将来をかけて差し上げる必要がありまして。
I'm sure he's been ignoring you. Is that why you're gambling your future for him? I couldn't go. Didn't Kiriko. She stared straight into my
答えて
eyes.
くださいまし。
Answer me. Straight into my eyes. Now it was my turn to groan in frustration. She really was a goody
一
two-shoes.
つ訂正しましょう。
I have one
あかり
correction.
は西目さんを好きだとか、そんな感情は最初からありませんでした。
I've never had feelings for him to begin with. Are you sure about that, Akari?
もう一つ。あかりはリルーさんが大好きです。西目さんにもお世話になっています。
Another thing, I really like Leland, not to mention Ishime's helped me out a lot.
それで
So,
二人がいなければ、あかりはここまで来られませんでした。
if it
それ
weren't
は大きな恩です。
if it weren't for those two, I wouldn't have made it this far. So this is to repay a big, big debt of
である
gratitude.
ならば、今度はあかりが未来をかける番です。
So if I can, this time it's my turn to gamble my
そう
future.
まで言うなら構いませんけれど。ただ
If that's how you feel, I won't object. However,
私を巻き込まないでいただきたかったのですけれど。
I was hoping that you wouldn't drag me into
旅
this.
には道連れが必要じゃないですか。
I need-
見てください
I needed a companion in my journey, Miss Unsociable. I examined the chain link fence around the treasure house. It'd be difficult to climb over because they used barbed wire on top.
キリコ、メタルカッター。
Kiriko, hand me the bolt
この
cutters.
箱に入ってますんで、
Cutters, they're in the box.
早く。
Hurry.
まったく。本当にあなたは仕方のない人ですわね。
Fine. Seriously, I can't do anything with you. Despairing Kiriko stuck her hand into the toolbox. Using the bolt cutters she handed me, I cut a hole in the fence. This was something I wouldn't be able to talk myself out of. The treasure house was before us. I hope there are some items left. We used the bolt cutters to cut the padlock too, and we opened the door. A damp smell came into my nose. We closed the door and illuminated the whole area with a flashlight. I'd heard it was a collection of cultural items, but what I found was a mountain of wooden crates.
どこから手をつけますかね。
Now then, where should we start?
片っ端から開けていくしかないのではなくて。
Don't we just have to open
せめ
everything?
て目録を作っていてほしかったですね。
I wish they had at least labeled things. We split up and inspected the crates. Textiles, lacquerware, musical instruments, mirrors. These were probably some of the trade goods that once circulated on Toyotoki Island. The Okinawa Islands were near mainland China in Southeast Asia and had long flourished as a trading center for Japan. There were exchanges with dynasties from various countries, and the museum on the mainland had a collection of some of the gifts from that time period. Toyotoki Island was too small to function as a trading post, but it received gifts from Isaku Island because the Kiminarai ruled over it. They were probably given by influential people of Isaku Island to curry favor. That was why, even now, they were sleeping in the Asato family vault.
これは
It was a box full of rusty pendants. I also saw jeweled ornaments. The designs were similar to the ones worn by Leland. Oh my. Does this mean that the previous Ikigami vessel was also from Leland's village? It's that, or she came from the same witch. Those are the only explanations I have. This pendant, for example, looked very familiar. Could they be related somehow? It looked like Leland's home country traded with Ryukyu. Here they are, Kiriko yelled as I was gazing at the pendants. She had opened a decorated box on the floor. Inside were documents from that time period. The letters leapt across the faded paper. Did the stamped documents indicate instructions or thanks? They were written in a flowery script that I couldn't read. Though if I had time, I bet I could figure it out. The crate was full of such documents. Assuming it was about 30 inches long, there was both considerable weight and quantity. What a bumper crop. Up.
多すぎて頭がおかしくなりそうですわ。
Yes,
読めるかしら。
Yes, there's so many I think I'll go crazy. I don't know if I can read them all.
キリコが開けたのはこの箱ですか？
This is the box you opened,
そう
Kiriko?
ですわ。この大きさの箱に文書類が収められているようですの。
Yes, it looks like documents are stored in boxes of this
さっ
size.
きあかりも似たような箱を見つけたんですよ。
I found another just
あ
now,
ら、そっちにも文書が？
and it was also full of papers.
見てみましょう。
Probably I'll check.
こっちは何ですかね？
This is... Hey, what is this? I opened the box and there were some notes written on paper and even older, crumbling pieces of something that looked like paper. Could it be paper? It was thick and rough to the touch. The texture wasn't right. Besides, none of the characters used resembled Japanese. Could be older writing, too.
見たことない文字なんですが、何語ですか？琉球語？
I've never seen this writing before. What language is this? Rikyuon?
あら、奇妙な造形ですわね。
My what strange
やはり
characters.
琉球語ですか？
So it's Rikyuon?
いえ、琉球王国は中国や日本と国交が深かったので、書面には漢字やひらがなが使われていたはずですわ。
No, the Rikyu dynasty had close ties with both China and Japan, so I'm sure they used both kanji and hiragana in their writing. So what language was it? These characters probably predated diplomatic relations with China and
そ
Japan.
のような文字があるとは聞いたことがありませんけれど。
I didn't even know this kind of writing existed.
何ですか？ヨーロッパあたりの言葉だとでも？
What is it? Do you think it's from Europe? I don't think it's from Europe because Europe would be writing Greek or Latin depending on the time period. It could also be Anglo-Saxon too, aka Old English, but that's a very different script from what English is today.
さあ、
Who knows? Kiriko gave a half-hearted answer. In any case, the unreadable script held a great appeal. Perhaps the way to save Leland was written inside.
そろそろ朝になりますわよ。撤収しないとまずいんではなくて。
Dawn will be here soon. Won't we be in trouble if we don't head out?
まったく、キリコはチキンですね。
You're such a big chicken, Kiriko.
言いたいところですが、確かに危険な時間帯ですね。
That's what I'd like to say, but danger time
これらを
approaches.
運ぶ時間も加味しないといけませんし。
And we have to factor in how long it'll take us to carry these things with us. We divided the documents between us to carry. By the time we had stolen all the books from the Osato house, it was on. I did it, Nishime. From here, it was up to you. Hikaru-chan. His point of view. Akari visited me early in the morning.
ついにあかりの偉大さにひれ伏す時が来てしまったようですね。
The time to prostrate yourself in front of Akari's greatness has come. And now I want to punch you in the face, even though you were trying to be helpful. She proudly showed me a wooden crate. It was huge. It was so big a person could have fit inside. Well, what the heck is it?
開けてみてくださいよ。
What the heck is this? Open it and see. What's going on? Oh, I opened the box like I was being rushed. Dust flew everywhere and I involuntarily started choking. Ugh, what is this? It was full of old books. No, they weren't books. They were scrolls.
これ、どこで見つけたと思います？
Now, where do you think I found these?
な
Where?
んと大里家の宝物庫で見つけたんですよ。
I found them in the Osato family's treasure house. Oh my gosh, she's admitting it. The Osato family's the root of it all. Books from the Osato family vault. This is exactly what I've been looking for. But how did you...
それは秘密です。
That's a secret.
ともかく、ここに大里家が隠していた答えがあるはずです。読めるかは西目さん次第ですが。
In any case, an answer the Osato family has been hiding is probably hidden in here, but it's on you to read it if you can. You're a lifesaver. I'll start reading right away.
ああ、ちょっと、ご褒美もなしですか？もう。
Alright, wait. Don't I get a reward? I called Suzuki and took the day off. I didn't care if I got yelled at. Piled in front of me were historical manuscripts. It was all I could see. I stayed in my room all day. I struggled with the old writings. I was good with classical writing, or so I thought, but I couldn't understand it at all. First of all, I couldn't make out the characters. Figuring out what it was saying was very difficult. But I was more absorbed than ever. Because these were old documents kept by the Osato family. If there were any hidden secrets, they'd be in here. Every day, late into the night, I only looked at old manuscripts and dictionaries.
無理しすぎじゃないの。
Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? I don't have any time, I have to
光
hurry.
が倒れたらどうするのよ。
And what if you collapse? I'm fine, I'm being careful. I continued to decipher the text without comment. By the third day, I had gotten the knack. I could read more sections. I could now read the beginning of the document, which had long been a mystery. Let's see, I think this is record. And this is cloth. In other words, an inventory of traded goods. I flopped down on the tatami mat. I initially read one and it had nothing to do with anything. But it's a good start. I've only read one thing. There were a ton of documents. There has to be an answer inside one of them somewhere. What's this? How much time has passed? I was sick of fighting with classical Chinese writing, and I dumped out the box. There was a newer scrap of paper mixed in with the old manuscripts. It seemed to be a torn-out scrap of notebook. I saw holes punched into the loose leaf. Someone stuck it in with the old records, but who? I read through its contents with skepticism. It was a modern translation of an old document. In summary, with the main points itemized. I couldn't hide my astonishment at such a convenient memo. I couldn't say anything for the accuracy of what was written on it, but I was tired, so I devoured the paper. The ancient people of Toyotoki Island thought that Nirukanai was at the center of the earth. Every 10 years, a new Iruan arrives from a cave at the end of the island called Nabi's that connects to Nirukanai. We're getting somewhere here, so this is kind of getting interesting. I should check it against the old document to make sure. But the translation was probably right. Someone other than me had deciphered these ancient documents. Still, there was a term I was surprised to find. Nirukanai. Another name for it, Niraikanai. The land of the gods in the Rikyuan religion. Although the name varied from island to island, it was generally somewhere beyond the sea. On Toyotoki Island, it was not only called Nirukanai, but they also believed it was at the bottom of the earth. There's similar situations on other islands. Niraikanai's location isn't consistent. Though according to the books I read in the library, Niraikanai was originally the names of gods. It was the place where two great gods, Onushi Nirai and Onushi Kanai, lived. That's how it came to be called Niraikanai. I also knew the name Niruan for the people who came from the cave. That name was also used in Yaeyama. In kanji, it was spelled two-colored person. It had to do with the red and black clothing that Niruans wore. There weren't any details about colors on other islands, but a consistent detail was Niruans were thought to come from an abyss, thus the depths of the earth. I could easily understand these notes thanks to my prior studying. To sum up, it was all general info that was written. If I didn't have a purpose, I could have been intrigued. But right now, I couldn't afford to overlook this. If Leland didn't come from here, she had to come from somewhere. A place where using magic was normal. A place that the Rikyu dynasty called Niraikanai. The other world where she was born. The same place as Higa. She came at just the right time 10 years ago. It corresponds to Niruan coming once every 10 years. So the people of Toyotoki Island knew of the existence of another world since at least the time of the Rikyu dynasty, and also that people came from there. So that was what happened with the Ikigami. But what did it mean? Personally, I thought it was horrible. I now thought that Niraikanai really did exist. These magic-using foreigners arrived here and were worshipped as gods since ancient times, and the Asato family continued to do it. That explained a lot. Was there nothing else? Trying to see if there were any more notes, I flipped through the manuscripts one by one. I found one more note. It was the diary of the innermost thoughts of a Kanjuna priestess who mistrusted the Asato family. By the looks of it, it was from the Meiji period. No, it's even older. This was what was written. I heard something dreadful today. Today, all the heads of the branch families gathered in Lady Kiminari's room. It was to discuss the fourth Noro priestess initiation ceremony. The fourth? So it started not long before this, if this was the fourth. Since they were speaking so seriously, I decided to eavesdrop from outside. This is what Lady Kiminari said. We must prepare the next Noro, or the great Niru won't last. Wait, what? We must prepare the Noro, or the great Niru won't last. I couldn't believe it, or understand a word of what I was hearing. But the fact that both Noros who were chosen in these past 10 years had died pointed to Lady Kiminari doing something dreadful. I was horrified and left. I'll only write this down, I won't tell anyone. Another familiar term. The Noro Priestess Initiation Ceremony. The event Ikari was supposed to attend. So were they trying to get a vessel at that time in the ritual? That's kind of what I'm suspecting here from that, and what we know so far. The event Ikari was supposed to attend, and I thought it was just an intangible cultural tradition, but according to this note, it was something quite different. In 10 years, 2 Noros were chosen and both died. It's a lot like the similar, same situation with Ikari and Kiriko here. I'm not too sure if they were chosen at the same time, though. Because it just said 10 years. It was a ritual that led to death. Inoro was a high-ranking Kanjuna in the Ryukyuan religion. In the Warring States era, she was as powerful as a lord, having both power and noble lineage. Toyotoki Island was ruled by the highest ranking among the Noro, the Kiminari. That was why Ikari told me the Noro on this island was the Kiminari's aid. An aid was chosen when it was necessary. On the flip side, it wasn't permanent. So why was a Noro chosen? When they couldn't maintain the Great Niru, that was what Lady Kiminari said back then. What was the Great Niru? Right away, it's pretty easy to assume that it's got something to do with the Niruans. They were people who come from the magic world, an entity who could only live if the Noro died. Someone must die for them to be maintained. The implication hit me like a thunderbolt. I thought about why Leland became the great Ikigami. Because the previous Ikigami died a few days ago. The great Niru was the great Ikigami. Therefore, without the Noro, the Ikigami won't last. So was that ritual they did the other day meant to prolong the Ikigami's life? So that meant the cancellation of the ritual was a miscalculation on the Asato's part? I shivered. Although it was good the ritual accidentally got cancelled. What would have happened if it hadn't? Would Leland and Goldilocks be dead, as the tradition indicated? No way. No, at this point nothing was impossible. The Asato's planned to sacrifice Ikari and Goldilocks to the gods. I wasn't exactly sure how it all worked, but it must have had to do with maintaining the great Ikigami. The Ikigami was that important? Would you imprison someone that important? What was the purpose? This is turning out to be shadier than I imagined. Most of these volumes had nothing to do with it, but some, like the notes, showed the dark side of the Asato family. I was sure the information I was looking for was in here. The true nature of the Ikigami and how to save her. I went back to decoding the old manuscripts. I turned the pages hoping for a memo. Hold on, guys. I feel like I need to take a break, at least for a drink, but I'll probably take the chance to do a bathroom break too. Oh, I'm gonna save here and do that. Okay. And I will be right back. You guys take time to rest up too. Alright, I'm back. Now we can continue this. Let me save again just in case. Okay. It's here. This is it. I had deciphered a mountain of documents. Nearly losing consciousness after days without sleep, I found a line about the Ikigami. The person who wrote it was a Kanjuna. In other words, someone who served the Osato family. But what did she write? With trembling hands I read it. Many times my eyes lost focus. Now, of all times, I was paying for my lack of sleep. I slapped my face with both hands, but pain woke me up. I read the Japanese translation of the document. The great Ikigami is the vessel of the great Kurotsuri. If the great Ikigami ceases to be, calamity will strike. Calamity? That was the legend? Didn't say anything about its true nature? The great Kurotsuri is a malevolent god. The god broke free of the great Ikigami. He'd crush all life. Therefore we must take care of the great Ikigami. Take care? What do they mean, take care? No freaking way! I yelled at the old manuscript. It was an act of madness, but I couldn't hold back any longer. After days of chipping away at it, I was exhausted. And in the end, my hopes were dashed once more. I was angry at the Kanjuna writing, as if this was someone else's problem. Because the great Ikigami was restraining the great Kurotsuri, nothing bad could happen to her. Wasn't that what it meant? Why is it that each and every one of them turns a blind eye to the misfortune of the Ikigami? We must take care of her. What was this taking care of? Like a thing? Did they think she was a thing? You guys forgot the great Ikigami was a human being. Truthfully, sincerely, they were heartless pricks. Screw it! They'd go on feeling good about themselves, living with an air of innocence, saying that looking after the great Ikigami is an important job. There must be something else. Was I seriously the only one who felt this way? There had to be a way to save her. Wasn't there a single respectable person in all of history? Hitting the desk, a piece of paper fell out of a manuscript. I hadn't noticed it at first, but it was a note stuck to a document I had already read. But was something written there? I bet there was. I bet it had what I've failed to find. I bet it described some magnificent procedure. I thought the Osato family who controls the great Ikigami would have some way to save her. But all they can hope to do is prolong her life through a mysterious ritual. The Kanjuna just goes along with it. No one questions the status quo. There's no way to save the great Ikigami on this island. Whoever left this note gave up. After translating all these ancient texts, they decided there was no solution. Crap! I fell onto the desk. I fell onto the desk. Having run out of willpower, I couldn't move. I couldn't seem to get up. Huh? Did I fall asleep? When I lifted my head, an hour had passed. Double crap! I didn't have time to be sleeping. Wake up! The notes mustn't hate to have tricked me. I had to read them all myself. I had to look for one respectable person's diary. I brushed the diary off the desk. I pulled another volume from out of the box. I opened it up, but my vision was blurry and I couldn't read the letters. Wake up! I gotta do this. I stabbed the back of my hand with a mechanical pencil. The pain restored a little of my energy. But that wouldn't restore me. So I did it over and over again, until the pain cleared away my defeatism. No, this pain was my punishment for trying to give up.
もうやめて。
Just stop. Suddenly a hand grabbed me. The mechanical pencil was ripped away from my raised
血
hand.
まみれになってるじゃない。
You're covered in blood. Leland.
もういいわ。もう調べてくれなくていいの。
It's okay, you don't have to search any further. But why? Don't you want to be saved?
私が助かったら他の人が死ぬんでしょ。
But other people would have to die for that, isn't that right? That's...
さっきの話、なんとなく聞こえたの。
I heard a bit of what you were saying earlier.
生神様は神を閉じ込めておくための器。器が消えれば荒ぶる神が人々を襲う。
The great Ikigami is a vessel that imprisons a god. If the vessel disappears, the malevolent god will steal the lives of the people. That's just what some jerk a long time ago wrote.
実際にそうなるわ。
However, it appears to be true. How can you be so sure?
魔女だから。
Because I'm a witch.
私が魔女だから。
It's because I'm a witch.
魔女だから知ってるの。夜の眷属が何を求めているのかも。
I know because I am a witch, the servant of the night wants something. And if the great Crow Terzary escapes, he'll steal people's lives.
儀式の煮えを見たでしょう。闇に連なる者は血肉を求めるのよ。
You've seen the ritual sacrifice, those linked to the darkness hunger for flesh and blood. To keep the great Crow Terzary from devouring people, it was necessary to keep the vessel known as the Great Ikigami imprisoned. Leland's explanation, the ancient texts and Higa's story all lined up on that. So then everything written here is true?
事実だから生神様として崇めたんでしょう。
Isn't that why the Great Ikigami is worshipped? Why are you putting it that way? Are you giving up?
でも私が器のままならみんな生きていられるんでしょう。
But as long as I remain the vessel, everyone lives.
あかりも比嘉もキリコも金城もそして光も。
Akari, Higa, Kiriko, Kanashiro, and you too.
島の人たちだって暮らしていける。
The people on the island can go on
私
living.
はこの島が好き。
I like it here.
みんなが幸せになれるなら
So I want everyone to be happy.
私は死んでもいいわ。
I don't mind dying. You don't count yourself part of everyone?
私は幸せだったわ。身分にふさわしくないくらい。
I was happy more than someone of my status deserved. Status has nothing to do with
彼
this.
たちのおかげ。こんなに素敵な時間が過ごせたなんて夢みたいだった。
It was all thanks to you guys. I had such a wonderful time. It was like a dream.
ありがとう。感謝してるわ。
Thank you. You have my gratitude. She softly placed a hand on my shoulder. I took it. And couldn't say anything. Because I was a mess of tears. I couldn't agree to this. Leland was lying. She'd had nothing but misfortune. She'd never known happiness, not even once. So when she thought of something kind of nice, she'd say I was happy. It wasn't enough. There was so much more we could have made up for. But I was blocked. The world, the gods, everything else wouldn't allow it. That's right. I was the one who said those selfish words. I promise.
約束
Promise what? What we talked about at the park.
私は最後まで諦めない。だから、ヒカルは目を直して。
I won't give up until the end, so can I cure your eyes? That's what Leland proposed, swinging on the swings while gazing at the moon. We could even add one more thing that will be together at the very end. Perhaps because it was the first time I had alluded to it, Leland was very surprised, but she soon gave me a peaceful smile and
ありが
said,
とう。
"Thank you." She put her arm around my back. I didn't refuse her. Once I was blind, I'd have to put the deciphering on hold. That was fine. I was conceited. Perhaps I thought I could work a miracle. You change Akari. It had been several days since I returned home. I'd spent my time doing nothing. At home, my mother irritated me with her meddling, but I didn't feel like going to Nishime's place. I didn't know if he'd gone ahead with deciphering those texts. For some reason, I was afraid to ask. I aimlessly visited Hisaku Island. At this time of year, it was easy to spot the students on field trips. I swear I saw her with another guy. Such a tramp. Could hear a lot of silly conversations from the lines at a tapioca place. The chatter of all life being wrapped up in school made me feel nostalgic. Until last year, it would have seemed ordinary. I was sure Nishime felt the same. When I met Nishime, I lived in that same world. Being young, getting jealous of others, being worried about the hazy future, and then forgetting, goofing off or not. There must have been a time when Nishime was also allowed to just do that. I saw him many times at night taking a walk around the island with a Frau Leland offering a hand to her. I felt like his daily life had taken on a very severe form of the far-off future I'd envisioned. And no one was allowed to trespass. I certainly didn't want to. Even now, he was hoping for a way to cure Leland. I talked about the same thing, that I hoped there was some way to save her. At the same time, he'd accepted the idea of final moments. That was likely the biggest difference between us. The gap between us kept widening, and soon it was like we were inhabitants of two different worlds. Her boyfriend? There's a mixer with an upperclassman? A double date? And confessed? The sounds of many conversations and laughter mixed together. I was upset at those high school girls for taking a happy life for granted. Wearing uniforms, going on a field trip to Okinawa, standing in line to buy tapioca. Why was it that those two were the only ones who couldn't have such a life? Why was it that only they couldn't experience the kind of happiness where your love life going awry was the end of the world? I dwelled on these thoughts with no way out. I guess it's destiny. After the tourists had settled down, I visited Higa's shop. It was near closing time, so naturally I helped her clean
あ
up.
かりは、その運命とやらを断固として拒否します。
I
神が
refused.
認めても、あかりは認めませんよ。
I refuse to accept destiny and all that junk, even if God himself does. I don't.
私もだよ。
I'm the
何
same.
ですかそれ。
What
伊野さん
was?
が自分で運命って言ったんですよ。
What was that then? Why did you say that it was destiny?
変だよね。でも、不幸に理由がないなら、それは運命としか言えない。
Isn't it weird? But that's all you can say when misfortune happens for no
そ
reason.
んな風に考える私もいるし、考えたくない私もいるんだ。
There's a part of me that thinks that way and another part that
大切
doesn't.
なのは、どれほど西目くんとリルーちゃんが覚悟を決めているのだとしても、運命を否定すること。
The important thing is to defy destiny no matter how resigned Nishime and Leland are.
それが私の役割なのかなって思うんだ。
That's what I think my role
なるほ
is.
ど。
I see.
私だけは諦めない。エゴだとしてもね。
I absolutely refuse to give up even if it's just an ego thing. The cicadas cried on a faraway mountain. Occasionally a lost rental car drove apologetically down a farm
少
road.
しでもいいから返してあげたいんだ。幸せを。
If I can give just a little back, I'll be happy.
そうですね。
Yeah. I finally found words that made sense. Iga and I wanted to do the same thing. Karu. Leland could do less and less. She could only do housework with careful preparation. She desperately wanted to, though, so I didn't stop her. She also couldn't use magic. The miraculous power that had saved Akari and Higa faded away without saving its mistress. I stopped talking about moving. It was hard for her to move her body. I also put the old manuscripts in their box in a corner of my room. I never read them since that day. I didn't see any value in it. I bought a ring with the money I saved. It was simple and silver. You wouldn't guess how much it cost just by looking at it. I had decided it wasn't money I was going to spend anyway. Leland put this on.
何それ？指輪？
What is it, a ring? It's a present. Hold on, guys. It's getting dark in here. Probably not able to see it yourselves, but it's a little dark for me, so I'm gonna turn on some lights. Shouldn't take too long, so I'm just gonna mute myself like I did with my phone. Alright, that's much better. So here we go. It's a present.
いきなりなのね。
It's so out of the blue. Why do I need a reason? I casually grabbed her left hand and slipped it onto her ring finger.
似合う？
Does it suit me? It does. I knew I picked the right one.
ありがとう。
I see, thank you. She was strangely docile. If she knew its significance, I'd expect her to be livelier. It was fine if she didn't know. Actually, I gave it to her assuming that she wouldn't. Putting a ring on her ring finger after explaining what it meant was too much for me.
これ、プロポーズってことよね。
This is a proposal, isn't it? Huh?
だって、左手の薬指に指輪をはめたんだもの。
I mean, you put a ring on the ring finger of my left hand. I don't really get that custom, but apparently she heard of it. And I know of it, I just don't get the custom itself. If anyone does, then feel free to say so in the chat, or if you're watching this as a VOD, Mention it in the comments. You knew?
知らないと思ったわけ？知ってるわよ、それくらい。
You thought I didn't? I know that much. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed.
プロポーズしてくれるの？
Haru, are you proposing to me? Eek. I was so embarrassed I couldn't look at her. This was something way out of my comfort zone. How could the adults of the world endure this? What kind of mentality did they have? Do they all have still-plated hearts?
恥ずかしがることないじゃない。あんたの親だってしたんでしょ？
This isn't anything to be embarrassed about. Your parents did it too. I guess you're right. But I didn't really remember my parents. What I did remember was scenery from my hometown and the table in my home. And a scene of us walking together. All I really had were a few hazy memories here and there.
お礼に何してほしい？言ってみて。
Hey, what do you want next? Tell me. She said as she raised her left hand. You already know. I gave her a ring. Next was the honeymoon. Obviously we couldn't go anywhere. I had already arranged for some different outfits to try on instead. Stuff like kimonos and Chinese dresses. I'd begged Akari to send me as many Western styles as possible. Leland changed into the outfits one by one and struck poses. With a click, 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 I took photos with my phone. Like the souvenir photos you take while traveling. It was silly, but it was nice. Even though we couldn't go out in the sun, we'd spend our time having as much fun as possible. So tired. Before I realized it was getting lighter out. We played around all night long.
着替えてたのは私なのに、どうしてヒカルが疲れるのよ。
I'm the one who is changing outfits. Why are you tired? It's pretty strenuous appreciating the arts.
くだらない。
Stupid. It was. We chatted about a lot of stupid things. What should we talk about? The past? Should we get to know each other better and deepen our understanding? We tried it once, but neither of us had a happy childhood. All we had were bad memories. When I thought back on it, it was all harsh words. From my aunt. From Leland's mistress. We'd look back and say, she shouted at me. The other one would go, yeah, that's so frustrating. We'd sympathize with each other in a backwards way. Perhaps it was unhealthy, but it was good for us.
眠いなら、膝枕してあげようか。
If you're tired, you can lay your head on my lap. Okay. I laid my head on her thighs. They were a little high, but they felt good. The view was great. I could only see about half the ceiling. If I turned my head, I could see clouds outside the window. Because it had been too warm, we opened the north-facing windows. A flowing breeze rang the wind chimes. The cicadas were noisy today too. Right now, I didn't want anything more. Nothing had to change. Nothing should change.
濡れないのなら山へと行ってごらん
If you can't sleep, go up to the mountain.
少しだけ死んでみてごらん
Try dying a bit.
母なる大地のことを感じてごらん
Hold some Mother Earth.
すべての正義があなたのために歌っている
Everything alive is singing for
あ
you.
なたは人間だ
because you're human.
大いなる父と母に愛された人間だから
A human loved by the grandfather and mother. Leland was singing. It was probably a song from her hometown. I could feel my eyelids growing heavier and heavier. I wanted to talk to her forever, but my body couldn't form words. The cries of cicadas grew more distant. My body was losing strength. Something was stroking my hair. This was something I wasn't going to forget. When I awoke, my throat was dry. At some point, I must have laid down on the couch. She must have moved me. I dazedly looked outside. It was fully dark. Leland? I didn't see her in the living room. Was she resting because her legs were tired? Yawning, I went down the hallway. I was going to get a drink of water. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. The scene burst upon me unexpectedly. Leland had collapsed in the hall. I blanked out. I forgot to breathe for several seconds. I shook her, but she didn't respond. She didn't even twitch. It looked like she was on the way to the kitchen. It seemed she was unable to walk that short distance and ran out of strength. Hey! I called out to her and she groaned back. She was alive. It was the first thing I could be happy about. Hey, are you okay? No matter how much I talked to her, all I got in response was a groan. I could see she was in great pain, and there was nothing I could do for her. What should I do? What could I do? What should I do in this situation? This was all because of the great cursory. Doctors couldn't do anything for her. Despite knowing that already, my only recourse was the hospital. I called them and they sent a doctor in a car. This girl has some special circumstances. I know, she's the great Ikigami. The only doctor on the island, Dr. Kinjo, was also the personal physician to the previous Ikigami. He knew much more about the situation than I did. But he shook his head and told me there wasn't much he could do. I can examine her, but that's about all I can do here. What would be the next step? I won't know any details unless I got her to a big hospital, but the Asatos wouldn't allow that. She's the great Ikigami. That was the explanation I got. Arriving at the hospital, Leland was placed on a waiting stretcher. She was brought into the examination room in a flurry of activity. I tried to run after her, but the doors closed in my face. Leland was the one who was hidden, but I felt the opposite. I felt alone, thrown into the middle of nowhere. I was in the way where I was. I was in the way where I was, so they shooed me into the waiting room. The sense of urgency that filled me until a few moments ago vanished. The stillness of the hospital was overwhelming. I couldn't stand the horrible quiet. All I could do was warm the couch in the waiting room. I sat on a chair. I had the sinking feeling I was about to be overwhelmed. Visions of the worst possible outcome swirled in my head. My thoughts and emotions were both out of control. An irresponsible despair filled my body. Just then someone burst into the hospital.
さっきの連絡、どういうことだ?
What's happened? What was that call about?
リルーさんは無事なんですか?
Is Leland okay? It was Kanashiro Nakari. During the drive, I contacted everyone I could say that I knew.
もったいぶらずに説明しろよ!
Stop acting all high and mighty and explain. Distraught, Kanashiro grabbed me. Maybe thanks to seeing someone even more upset than me, I managed to calm down a little. I finally comprehended the situation I was in. The place where I was real.
金城、落ち着きなさい。
Kanashiro, calm
容
down.
体はどうなんですの?
How's her
倒れたと聞きましたよ。
condition? You said she collapsed. Goldilocks came in next, inquiring in a gentle tone. I repeated Dr. Kinjo's words. She was in critical condition. Despite all that, the only thing the hospital could do was an examination. We'd have to send her off the island for any kind of treatment.
本当なんですか？それは少し前まで元気だったじゃないですか。
For real? But she was fine until just a bit ago. Even I don't really understand what I'm saying.
何が悪いんですか？あかりが外に連れ出したりしたからですか？
What went wrong? Is it because I took her outside? It's the great Ikigami, right? Nothing we do has any bearing on that. Gods didn't think about a human's circumstances. Humans were powerless before God's whims, and neither the doctors nor us could do anything about it. Frick. For some reason, I think she'll go to the Asatos after she gets out of the hospital, which would be a good thing for Hikaru. But I'm not too sure if that'll bring them happiness, since Leland thinks she's near death's door. Or at death's door, I should say.
俺は認めねえぞ。こんなわけわかんねえこと起こしやがって。
I don't like this. I don't understand how this happened. Kaneshiro punched the couch, as if he believed it was the root of all of this evil. Over and over, he punched the backrests. There was a loud clunk sound. I thought Kaneshiro had destroyed the couch, but it was just the sound of the hospital door opening.
リルーちゃんは大丈夫なの？
Is Leland alright? Higa had finally appeared. She must have been running, her shoulders were heaving.
お前な、この一大事にどこで油売ってたんだよ。
Why are you dawdling around at an important time like this?
そうですよ。西目さんの連絡が来てから1時間近く経ってますよ。
That's right, it must have been almost an hour since Nishime contacted
ご
us.
めんなさい。よくわからないけど、私なりに何かしなくちゃって思って。
I'm sorry, I didn't really know what to do, but I had to do something. Higa held 4 pieces of folded paper. They looked like the papers you could pick up at the fire
西目
department.
君に渡しておくね。使っていいから。
Take these, Nishime. Please use them. I opened up the papers she handed to me. It seemed to be some kind of medical history document with difficult words all over the page. Reading the title at the top, it said, Organ Donor Card. That was it. It was... Tsugumi Higa had signed the document, checking the section indicating she'd be willing to donate any organ. Higa, this is...
何もできないのは嫌だから、少しでも何かしようと思って。でも、こんなことしか思いつかなくて。
I hate not being able to do anything. I wanted to do a little bit, but this is all I can do. Higa wiped her tears with her upper arm. It was a desperate attempt not to cry. However, even though the form said effective in the case of death, and it that is really of no use to me right now. I couldn't give her a hard time for doing something useless. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your
あかりだって
consideration.
書いてあげますよ。2枚でも3枚でも。
I'll put my name down too. I'll do 2 or 3 pages.
よし。俺も書く。紙を持ってこい。
Me too. Give me that
あな
paper.
た方は落ち着いていられないんですの？
Won't you all compose
そんな
yourselves?
時だからこそ、私たちが冷静に振る舞わなければなりませんのよ。希望を捨てず、祈らなければ。
It's at times such as these we must act with sobriety. Don't give up hope and pray. My chest tightened with when Goldilocks said pray. We were powerless. We couldn't do anything. The only thing we were allowed was prayer. That was when I felt like that is what I felt like she was saying. I didn't know how much time passed. Eventually, a doctor appeared in the waiting room. He didn't appear upset, but I couldn't figure out what happened from his expression. But somehow I had a hunch. Nishimi, do you have a moment? Kari's feet changed. Only Nishimi was called into the examination room, so the rest of us stayed where we were. I wasn't sure if I should encourage him with good luck or you got this. I just wished I could calm his nerves a little. But I knew that kind of comfort wouldn't help. A difficult and painful decision was approaching him. At this moment, other kids his age were going to high school, participating in club activities, talking excitedly about games and love. Only Nishime was asked, "The woman you love is going to die. What do you want to do?" I can't decide anything as a doctor beyond this point. How you would like to proceed is up to you. Still, Nishime didn't cry. He just walked straight ahead. Rather, I was the one crying. I was just a bystander, so why was I crying like I was a victim? I should at least try and comfort Nishime, but I couldn't do that if I was crying.
いいんだよ。泣いたって。
It's okay. Go ahead and cry. Ika gently put her arms around me.
西目くんが涙を流せない分、あかりちゃんが泣いてあげればいいんだよ。
You should cry for all the tears Nishime can't shed.
泣いたって何にもなりませんよ。むしろ邪魔なだけじゃないですか。
But crying doesn't do anything, it just gets in the way. It'll let out the stress, Akari. Crying's a good way to relieve stress, after all.
それでも、西目くんは嬉しいと思ってくれるよ。慰めてくれる人がいるのといないのとでは、受け止め方が違うから。
Even so, I think Nishime will be satisfied because people react differently depending on if they have someone to comfort them or
そん
not.
なの小さな違いじゃないですか。結局、リルーさんは
But it's such a small difference after all. Leland is...
あんな風になって、運命ってこういうことなんですか？
Stuff like this. Is this what you meant by destiny?
おかしいじゃないですか。
It's all wrong.
どうして西目さんばかり泣かないといけないような目に遭うんですか？
Why does he get forced into situations that just make him
あ
cry?
かりは二人のおかげで夢を叶えられたのに、
It's thanks to the both of them that I fulfilled my dream.
なんで二人だけ違うんですか？幸せになる番じゃなかったんですか？
Why is everything going...
あんまりですよ。
Why is everything going wrong for them? It was their turn to be happy. It's just too much. Life's dice rolled unfairly. The rich got richer. The unfortunate more unfortunate. The unfortunate are more unfortunate. It was like playing Daifugo. Why did this happen? If you did good things, shouldn't good things happen to you? What about be kind to everyone? Or what goes around comes around? What happened to that?
自分だけ幸せになるなんて、あかりは自分を許せませんよ。
I'll never forgive myself if I'm the only one who gets to be happy.
大丈夫だよ。
It'll be okay. Iga hugged me tight.
罰があるなら、私も一緒に受けるから。
If there's any punishment, I'll take it with you. I buried my face in her chest, crying the whole time. Even though I cried like I was dying, the tears wouldn't stop.
リルーさんはどうなりまして？
How is Leland doing? At Kiriko's voice, I lifted my head. They wheeled Leland into a movable hospital bed. Nishimi and Dr. Kinjo came with her, and for some reason, Nobuchi was with them. She's more or less regained consciousness. Ishime's voice was
必
harsh.
要って何よ。はっきりしてるわ。
What's this more or less I completely have? Wait, what? You just got taken to the hospital and are about to die. So you're probably gonna be expected to stay the night, Leland. It was an accusatory tone. It sounded weak, but I could hear her force of will in her voice.
リルーさん
Leland. I clung to bed. Leland was so pale she almost didn't look alive, but her gold eyes alone shone with power. There was a baby-like strength in the hand, gripping mine. That was likely the extent of all her energy right
平気な
now.
んですよね。大丈夫なんですよね。
Are you alright? Are you doing okay? I asked hopefully. I closed my eyes and prayed for a good answer. It's a situation where it's hard to say that. At a small hospital like this can't do much. However, heartless reality was thrust back at me. The doctor's given up. Then who would we turn to? No. If the doctor's given up, then who could we turn to? I recommend that they go to Anushi Palace. They really have much better facilities there. However, he turned toward Leland with a grim
私
expression.
は行かないわ。
I won't go. Leland took over. He couldn't get the patient's consent. That was his point. Truthfully, I didn't know what the Onushi Palace was. But if it had better equipment than the hospital, then there might be a small ray of hope.
行かないって。どうするんですか？
If you won't go, then what will you
家
do?
にいるわ。
I'll go home. But you can't go home.
でも、
But, should I ask or not? While I hesitated, Nobuchi answered. If you're at home, we can't save you. You'll only hasten your death. That's my medical opinion. And I agree with her. At this frank mention of the word death, we all froze. The doctors were admitting the severity of her condition since they had to use that word. I don't know the reason, but your muscles and internal organs are weakening. I can only attribute your capacity to talk to sheer willpower. If you're going to go on hoping for a miracle, then it's worth living even a second longer. That's what I told her.
奇跡。
A miracle? Yes. Sadly, that's all I can say as a doctor. Nobuchi hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'm sure there were many arguments to try and persuade her, but Leland wouldn't be broken.
死ぬことより、光と離れることの方が怖いもの。
I'm less afraid of death and more of being separated from Hikaru.
でも、死ぬよりはマシじゃないですか。死んじゃったら何もかも終わりなんですよ。
But isn't that preferable to death? If you die, then everything's over. I get how you're feeling here, Akari. But depending on the situation and who the person is, death is also a savior. People view it differently. I can't, share it anywhere, but there used to be, a poem or something from some philosopher YouTube channel that I watched a lot called Freedom in Thought, and they had an essay or poem regarding that, of how death visited a man, and they had a discussion, and at the end the man saw death as a beautiful figure. After he explained that people see him as different kinds of things, and in some situations death is a savior. So it's kind of hard to pin it down.
あかりはリルーさんが死んだら泣いちゃいますよ。
If you die, Leland, I'll
泣
cry.
いてるじゃないの。
You're already crying. Leland gently caressed my cheek. Then, as if admonishing me, she told me a story.
私の生まれた村はね、こことは違うのよ。
The village where I was born is different than here. We all hung on her story, which she told clearly. It was the way of thinking of people from far away from a distant country that wasn't Japan.
誰かが死んでいた。死は身近だった。みんな死を怖がらなかった。
Someone died every day. Death was close by. No one was afraid of death. And that's actually very much like our society here. It might not be someone close to us, but just like somebody's born every day, someone dies every day. How and such, we don't know, because there are people that we just don't know. And they have to experience grief like that, of what a car is going through. But I can see how Leland's people wouldn't be afraid of death. But of course, I have heard that people aren't so much afraid of death as it is the process of how we die. It's all scary to think about, even though we know so much about the process.
だから、誰も野菜なんか食べなかった。手も洗わなかった。健康なんて概念もなかったから。
However, no one ate vegetables or washed their hands. There was no concept of
私も
health.
そう。死よりも、離れてしまうことが怖い。
I'm the same way. Separation scares me more than death.
死ねば何も残らないから。今のうちに、ヒカルに多くのものを残したい。
Since nothing is left after death right now, I want to leave as much as I can with
私が
Hikaru.
したいのは、それだけ。
That's all I want.
何を言ってるか全然わかりません。長生きしてずっとあかりと一緒にいてくださいよ。
I don't understand what you're saying. Please live a long time and be with me.
長く生きることがいいわけではないわ。大切なのは、死ぬまでにどれだけ人を愛せるかだから。
It's not how long you live. What's important is how much you love someone before you die. Leland's voice held her iron determination. The more determined she was, the stronger she became. My heart was being crushed with pain. I wondered how much pain and suffering someone had to go through to think like that. With my sheltered upbringing, I couldn't understand her. That was why I had to beg like a spoiled
嫌で
child.
す。死なないでください。
No, please don't die.
生きていてください。
Please live.
お願いだから。
I beg you. Gripping Leland's hand, I repeated this spell over and over.
西目くんは、それでいいの？
Are you okay with this, Nishime? Iga asked the question. She put into words what we were all thinking. She's made up her mind, it's fine.
迷いは、ないの
No,
ね。
no reservations? No, I'm determined. Nishime's answer was clear. There must have been a long discussion in the examination room. This was the answer they had reached. There was nothing more for us to say. Those two, they were in the process of thinking about how to spend their time together.
てめえはなんでそんなに落ち着いてんだよ。
You jerkwad, how can you be so calm? Kaneshiro grabbed Nishime. With all his strength, he flung him into the wall.
こいつは死にそうなんだぞ。
She's
分かってんのか？死んでもいいみたいな顔してんじゃねえよ。
She's going to die, do you understand? Don't you dare look like you're okay with that. He's just venting his anger. But he was also voicing a desire that smoldered in our hearts. We've talked it over and over, but it's inevitable. We've decided to accept it and spend the rest of our time together. This is what Leela and I decided. We're not changing our minds. At this unexpected refusal, Kaneshiro stopped breathing for a moment. He weakly punched Nishime.
叫んなよ。
You've gotta be kidding me.
諦めが早すぎんだろうが。
You can't be giving up now.
諦めたんじゃない。覚悟を決めたんだよ。
They're not giving up. They made their decision. Iga stopped Kaneshiro from hitting Nishime
二
again.
人はそういう選択をしたんだよ。私たちにできるのは、それを支えることだけ。
This is their choice. All we can do is support
でもね
them.、
辛かったらいつでも頼っていいから。リルーちゃんは私を助けてくれた。だから、
But it,
今度は私がリルーちゃんを助ける番だよ。
but if it gets hard, you can always rely on me. You saved me, so now it's my turn to help you. Iga took Leland's hand and pressed it to her forehead. She didn't even wipe her tears, she just gripped her hand tightly.
絶対、やり遂げろよ。そうじゃなきゃ許さねえからな。
You gotta pull through, I won't forgive you if you don't. Kaneshiro's cry echoed in vain. With no outlet for his anger, he turned toward Nishime again. Nishime vaguely nodded and looked up at the sky, like he was praying to heaven. So I decided to pray too. That the time left to them was peaceful. Was there anything else to be done? To me, she looked like a normal little girl. You change others. I ceased the great Ikigamis already. It was past midnight when Shinji Asato received the call. The doctor gave him a detailed explanation of the Ikigami's diagnosis. Because he was the personal physician of the previous one, he knew the great Ikigami very well. He said that this Ikigami was progressing at an insanely fast pace, and it was so. How long would you say she has left? The previous Ikigami was symptom-free for over 60 years. This time, they appeared in less than a month. It's just like 20 years ago. 20 years? So is this what we were reading before? And if that's the case, is it Nishime? He's grandfather? Let's see what's they're gonna say. Shinji Asato remembered the girl from 20 years ago. She had said she was 13. She had failed to become the great Ikigami and died 6 months after becoming the vessel. And that time the symptoms started. In the 3rd month. At first it was heart palpitations and shortness of breath. In the 4th, her muscles atrophied. This time it's in the 1st month, meaning it's over 4 times the speed. So it seems. The great Kurotuzuri doesn't approve of the vessel. I can't give you a medical explanation for it. I understand. Could you prepare Onushi Palace? Are you planning on moving her there? Isn't that the best outcome you could hope for as a doctor? Yes, of course, I'll visit tomorrow. Thank you very much. After hanging up, Shinji Asato began making other calls elsewhere. It was time to put the plans that had been on hold into action. He sent instructions here and there. Then he went out into the garden. It was halfway up the mountain, looking over the Pacific Ocean. I guess it couldn't be easy enough to have my faintest desire come true. When he was a youth, he boasted he'd protect the great Ikigami for his whole life. Of course, he didn't have that kind of power. With just a few instructions, Shinji Asato was prepared to pretend that nothing had happened. The great Ikigami was going to be hurt. The Asato family would show no mercy. When it came down to it, he was prepared to break the law. Thus, the outcome of future events were described at this point in time. In Shinji Asato's heart, at least, as a gesture of compassion, he said, "If you wanted to run, now would be the time." You changed Hikaru. They should have left us alone. We just wanted to spend our time in peace. But our wish didn't come true. If you didn't speak up, people would walk all over you. That was just how life was. I'm sorry, Nishime, but don't come in tomorrow. What? That was what Suzuki said to me that day. For some reason, I'd be jobless tomorrow. Why not exactly? It comes from the owner's father. You're fired. Huh? I haven't been told anything myself, but you think it has to do with what's happening on Toyotoki Island. Ah, I understood. The Asato family, fed up with my refusal to hand over Leland, was finally using their power. If they used violence, there'd be evidence, and then the police would become involved. Therefore, they had to use my power in a way that couldn't be seen to drive us into a corner. If they were serious, then there was no way to fight back. I understood the situation. I'll tell you, Miss Kiriko and I were against it. I'm happy to hear that, even if it was just for appearances. It's true. The young mistress, she hit her father in front of my very eyes. I didn't think she was like that. I took her to be an honor student who listened to her parents and teachers. She even complied with the order to shave her head. The young mistress is kind. She didn't use any weapons. Huh? If it had been me, I would have used a knife or a baseball bat. I really would have let him have it. I definitely didn't think she should do that. But it was very like her. Why aren't you more upset, Nishime? You should be angrier. If you're that angry, Suzuki, then there's no room for me to be. Suddenly she gave me a hug. I realized for the first time that she was shorter than me. You're really great, Nishime. Don't give in. I won't. Suzuki gave me strength. I told myself that I couldn't give up just because they cut off my income. But I recently spent my savings on the rings. The only money I had left was 30,000 yen left in my wallet. How many days could we live on this? I vaguely calculated about 2 weeks. I was naive. The noose was quickly tightening. Go home. I went to the usual store to buy some groceries, and they told me to leave before I even entered. You two kids live together, right? That must make the Asato family angry. From those few words, I could guess what was going on. The Asato family. The islanders turned against those they marked as enemies. Of course, they weren't told what I had done. His displeasure with me was his own. He was trying to get rid of me by his own free will. I'd caught fragments of it before. I had felt it faintly. My grandfather was an oddity on the island. Because of that, everyone likely thought that I was like him and the grandson was just as worthless as the grandfather. But who was everyone? I almost asked stupidly. Everyone was the Asato family, and the Asato family was the will of everyone. Once the will is decided, they will move en masse. From the beginning, both Leland and I were marked. Minors living without guardians. Leland didn't have a passport. A little malice sown into the prepared ground, and the blossom of bullying bloomed. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Womanizer. Good for nothing. All manner of abuse flew around. Before I knew it, there was a whole crowd. The residents of the area joined in on the shopkeeper's verbal abuse. What's wrong with your parents? Our parents are dead. A meaningless argument. As if he had a disease that would kill him if he admitted he was wrong, the shopkeeper looked displeased and spat. Well, why don't you go to an institution or something? It ended with some threats like, I don't know, like I know someone in the police and you want to go there and talk about it? The police were a bad idea. If the law judged us, we'd have no chance of winning. That night we ate bread and jam. Nobuchi told me to feed her something nutritious at least, but I broke the rule on the very first day. Leland ate without complaint. Whatever she thought, she didn't say anything. It's good. You're right. She bought the jam to make a dessert. Strawberry jam that couldn't be used because of me. Leland couldn't demonstrate her pastry skills. The jam we had to use was sweet and delicious. But in just a little bit, we wouldn't be able to eat that either. I had to go to Saku Island to get food, but without income, I wouldn't be able to take the ferry. All I could do now was be careful with what little money I had left. What would I do once it ran out?
どうかしたの?
What's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking that it might be nice to stay home for the day
仕
tomorrow.
事はどうしたのよ?
Bro, what about your job? I quit. I thought it'd be nice to be together.
そうなの? でも、私、昼間は寝てるから、一緒にいられるかは怪しいわよ。
Is that so? But I sleep during the day. Seems kind of suspicious that you would want to be together then. Oh, I didn't realize how careless of me. I played the
何
fool.
それ?
What's up with you? She laughed even though it wasn't funny. I did the same. I laughed so much I cried. You change others. Why don't you let them spend their last days in peace? Nobuko Asato pressed her younger brother, or Shinji Asato, for an answer. Wait, what? It had been about 20 years since she had set foot in the family home. She had hated the old traditions, left home, and became a doctor. Wait. So the doctor is an Asato? That's crazy. Her homecoming was just a whim. However, in hindsight, Nobuko felt she may have had a premonition. She had been asked by Akaria Katsumi to examine a foreign girl. She had a faint idea that she was an illegal immigrant, but it had turned out to be the present-day Grady Ikigami. Her condition wasn't good. As a doctor, she was proud to have done everything within her power, but there was nothing that could be done to prolong her life. This was what she felt. Yeah. We should give the two of them freedom. What exactly is your reason for ignoring her wishes and bringing her to Anushi Palace? Catching her brother in the living room, Nobuko insisted that the Asato family should back off. Though her mother, Lady Kiminari, was the top of the family, it was her little brother who did all the work. Unfortunately, if she can't contain the great Kuro Tizuri, we have no choice but to move her into Anushi Palace. Are customs that important? More than living people? There's a reason the great Ikigami must live in Anushi Palace. There is. When the great Ikigami is weakened, the great courtiserie frequently leaves the body and wanders about. What BS. Nabucco groaned at such a wild story. I'll say it again, I don't believe in this great courtiserie thing. And I'm not about to go back on my assertion that the great Ikigami is a strange illness that will be cured in another 50 years of medical advancement. Do you not know the tradition handed down about the great Ikigami? I don't know anything about it. Even though you're part of the Asato family, I'd call indifference to that extent a sin. Man stepped into God's domain, and the angry gods wished to punish them. The great Ikigami appeared and offered herself as a wife to postpone that punishment. As a result, it did not come, so man must enshrine a great Ikigami throughout the generations to continue the postponement. When Shinji Asato was done narrating the myth, Nabucco shrugged. What exactly was that story? If you don't understand its significance, then I suggest going back to school. Quit joking. If the great Ikigami isn't around, God's punishment will rain down. Let's talk about reality. The real problem is the great courtiserie exists, and he hurts people. You're serious? The great courtiserie steals life from whoever he touches. He spawns familiars as beasts and causes them to attack people. This is the truth. Haven't you heard the rumors? Bears have been spotted on the mountain recently. I've heard, and it's this great courtiserie or whoever. A familiar. Its true nature is even more horrifying. 20 years ago it attacked tourists. 8 people died. She was aware of the news story. 8 tourists died in a guest house overnight. Officially, the cause of death was unknown. That was the great courtiserie? Yes. The conversation wasn't very scientific. But Nabucco didn't think her little brother would make things up about this subject, isolating them out in the middle of nowhere to keep the surrounding area safe. You finally figured it out? But no one ever told. You left home, so it had nothing to do with you. Lady Kuminare, I wouldn't go out of her way to tell you. What do those kids know of this story? I haven't told them, and I'm not planning to. But why? Don't you think it'll be easier for them to understand if you explain the situation? This was granting her brother was even right. If there really was a god and it could be kept within a human's body, such a spirit wandering about human habitations and attacking people would indeed be a problem. Isolation was then explained not by tradition, but because of pragmatism. Pragmatism, yeah. In that case, she was even further in the dark. If the circumstances were explained, she was sure those kids would understand too. I didn't tell them because I knew they'd understand. If I told them, they'd have no way out. Are there any such people who'd be happy to know that their desires are hurting those around them? So you let them swim, even though it's dangerous? As long as no harm happened, I didn't care where they were. I'd hoped it would stay that way for a long time. But you're going to isolate her now that the damage has started? All the more reason to explain things to them. Then you go and do it. Compel them. Get them to give up on behalf of everyone else. I don't want to be in that position. It's the worst, isn't it? It was like Shinji Asato spat out the words. We've already decided that we're going to separate them. All you'd be doing is creating the illusion that they decided it themselves. It'd just be explaining it to them to make it easier to pull them apart. Personally, I don't like that. Can't they choose to make this sacrifice themselves? What can powerless children choose to do? Do you really think they can escape from the Hisato family? Under your plan, if I failed to persuade them, I'd have to use force, wouldn't I? You call that leaving the decision to them? There didn't seem to be anything left to say. It was all as her brother said. Communicate the situation to make separation easier. Pretend to be sincere, but in reality be the opposite. It didn't feel dirty until he pointed it out. Perhaps the essence of becoming an adult is not noticing how heartless you've become. So what are you going to do? It's not very peaceful to go in there with force from the start. If you don't commit visible violence, you're peaceful, you're quite social-minded. Violence is good. The eye can see it, it makes the villain obvious. You're going to be hated. That's fine, they should hate and loathe, and if they don't like it, resist. No matter how painful, no matter if there's no escape, let them choose the path they wish. Her brother spoke as if he was drunk on himself. Playing the villain must have been the flip side of his anguish. Nobuko knew her brother's pain for the first time. He was troubled in his own way and came to his own conclusions. If he couldn't help but have a guilty conscience, he might as well cease being a good person. And do what you want, I guess. I have nothing more to say. I was planning to from the start. Best for you to have held your tongue. But if I were to speak as a physician, if you were, I think the great Ikigami is sick in some way, and I want to help however I can. In that case, do as you please, but I think our goals are the same. Her younger brother had bragged that the Inushi Palace had the best medical facilities on the island, so the best course of action would be to get the two of them to go there. Nobuko suggested this, but her brother's reply was curt. Lady Kiminari would never allow it. With that, the conversation was over. There was no power on the island that could overturn Lady Kiminari's objection. In order to help them, they had to take away their freedom. Nobuko didn't have an answer to that contradiction. She deliberately turned away from that difficulty. I have one last question. What is it? Don't you think calling the police is a little much? If they're taken to the police station, you can't touch them, can you? At Nobuko's question, her brother's face took on a puzzled expression. Police? I don't know what you're talking about. What's going on? Her brother muttered. You changed car room. At around noon, someone came to the house. Thinking it was Higa or Kaneshiro, I opened the front door. Hello, my name is Hashizuma from the Okinawan Prefectural Police. Adults I didn't know were standing there. There were 2 men and 2 women in suits. As soon as he said his name, he held out a black notebook. I couldn't read anything because it was only held out for a second, but I think I saw it was decorated with a gold ornament. Is this the right house for Nishime? Why were the police here? My eyes darted around in impatience and surprise. In doing so, I found my answer behind the man. Peeking out from the shadows was a grumpy-looking old man. It was the shopkeeper from my regular store. That jerk really did call the police. This is Nishime's house, isn't it? His face was close. Oh yeah, yes it is. I'd like to talk to you. Would you be willing to accompany me to the station? Why? We received a report that a person unrelated to the owner is living here. I'm the owner's grandson. Do you have any proof? Where is your grandfather right now? It was almost a cross-examination. Unlike the residential officers who wouldn't back down with vague answers. You see the problem with a minor living without parental supervision? Well, I guess. In other words, that's your big problem, so I'm going to talk to you. Do you understand? Yeah. So please come to the station. I'll send a car. So please come to the station. I'll send a car. No, I mean, you understand the problem, don't you? The man repeated the same thing over and over. I didn't feel like trying to persuade him. The plan was likely to pressure me until it didn't seem like I'd refuse, waiting for me to hang my head and shake it in resignation. You just need me to come with you, right? Not just you, we'd also like to speak to the woman we've been told you're living with. I thought I'd just go and get it over with, but the police knew about Leland too. That damn shopkeeper. She isn't feeling well. Then allow us to help. They'll both help you. The female officer stepped forward. It was a two-man job. I didn't think they were here to help. No, don't bother, it's fine. Then please come along. The man looked into my eyes with a serious expression. The whole time it was horribly silent. They said nothing, waiting for me to move. They likely thought I was guilty of something. If they suspected something, the police would investigate thoroughly. They used any fault they could flush out to drag people away. It didn't matter if they didn't actually do anything wrong. It was a situational checkmate. Desperate times called for desperate measures. It was an insane method. Could it be called a method? I suddenly remembered my aunt's comments watching the criminal's POV on a cop drama once. Normally you'd run away from there. I realized how unrealistic that would be. This wasn't a situation I could run from. We'll take care of you, okay? The two women stepped through the entrance without permission. I tried to stop them, but the man grabbed my arm. What's the problem? I mean, they just walked right into the house. That's not a problem, is it? Are you saying there's something you don't want us to find? I'm not saying that. Then isn't it fine? I was getting nowhere. This whole song and dance must have been aimed at buying time. I shook him off to follow after the female officers. At that moment, his expression changed. Attacking an officer is a big problem, understand? He grasped my wrist so hard it hurt, and I fell to my knees in the doorway. I was about to tell him, it's your personality that's the big problem here, but fortunately my wrist hurt too much for me to talk. Hikaru! They were bringing Leland out. She had an officer on either side dragging her out. They weren't treating her like she was sick. They stepped through the entrance. At this rate, Leland would be brought into broad daylight and... Stop! The women stopped moving. Leland's face was on the edge of the shaded sun. Leland can't go into the daylight. Can't go into daylight. For what reason? She's sick. His face told me he didn't believe me. Then how about this? The man took off his jacket and covered Leland. It was the same way they'd hide a murderer's face from the camera, from the TV cameras. Obviously only her head was hidden. It wouldn't protect her body. There's no way she'll be okay. Let me check on things here. Okay. Nothing to worry about. I've got plenty of time. Let's see. There's no way she'll be okay. He was no longer listening to me. He had given in once. He wasn't going to a second time. He motioned for Leland to be taken out once again. Let go! I was surprised at how strong I was. I used my momentum from standing up and threw myself at the two women. The three of us went down. Leland was barely still within the entryway. So you want to fight the police, punk? The man's demeanor changed in a disturbing way. His fake politeness crumbled away and he grabbed me. He threw me into the wall of the house, no longer shy about using violence. I fell hard onto the ground. Countless stars swam before my eyes. Hikaru! You two, take this one away. The man gave his orders and the women did as they were told. At this rate, she'd be hit by sunlight. Leland would be done for. No matter how much I raged, the man was unperturbed. I could hear his voice asking for support over the radio. At the same time he laid into me. My cries turned into moans of pain. He had no hesitation in using violence. My joints were clenched and my arms hurt so much they felt like they were going to fall off. Then suddenly I felt lighter. What the? The man who'd been looming over me had vanished. Turning only my head, I saw him lying on the ground. On the other side was Leland with her arms outstretched. Everything fell silent. The police didn't seem to understand what had happened. They looked around so I didn't miss whatever happened next. I knew what it was. Magic. Leland used magic that she shouldn't have been able to. I wanted to ask how she did it. We locked eyes. Leland was smiling. Hikaru. I became aware of someone calling my name. Immediately afterward, Leland's body lost all of its strength. She collapsed in the entryway. Are you okay? She suddenly fell over. What should we do? What was that just now? Left to their own devices, the police began to argue. None of them were listening to me. All I could do was look at Leland's collapsed form. Suddenly the area went dark. The cries of the cicadas faded away. Then it suddenly appeared. The sun sank as if time had been sped up. Before the setting sun had spread its reflection along the horizon of the ocean, the moon had risen in the opposite direction. This was not the only unusual thing that happened. A black form rose from Leland's body. It was a shadow with a will. Continuing its lazy ascent, it hung in midair at about human height. The shadow eventually coalesced into a shape. It was a black humanoid figure that seemed to have hollowed out space. I knew what it was. The Great Kuroterzuri. Eek. The first ones to fall into panic were the two women who had been holding Leland. They didn't know its true nature, but they instinctively understood it was something that shouldn't exist. They were the first to run, but they were too late. The Great Kuroterzuri's arms wrapped around the women's bodies. And just like that, they lost their strength as if they were rubber dolls. They collapsed in the yard just from the momentum of beginning to run. They didn't move another inch. They were dead. I knew it intuitively. The distraught man tried to make some distance. He went for the gun hanging at his hip. It certainly didn't seem like an enemy that could be defeated with a gun, but perhaps he'd feel more at ease with a tool of violence in his hand. Of course, it was too late for him too. Ignoring me, the Great Kurotirzuri leapt toward the two men. Just extending his neck, the man's face grew haunted. In less than a second, he was unconscious. The men fell into the yard with the guns in their hands. Maybe they were dead. I didn't know. I didn't have the courage to check. I was the last one left alive in the yard. It was obvious who the next victim would be. Normally you'd run away from there. My aunt's voice rang in my mind. That's right. Normally you'd run. But if I did, I'd die. The great Kurotirzuri was right above me. I felt holes that were like eyes looking down on me. I prepared for death. But nothing happened to me. The great Kurotirzuri walked past me and touched Leland's body. Its human shape crumbled and was sucked back inside Leland. Dawn broke. The sun rose as if nothing had happened, and the cicadas began to cry once more. I dazedly looked into the sky. Something happened. I saw something. If someone told me it had been a dream, I would have believed it. However, the 4 people lying in the yard told me that it wasn't. Eek! Eek! A voice from the street snapped me back to reality. The shopkeeper who had come to Rubberneck was running away. He had seen the whole thing. I hadn't done anything, but I knew it was bad. What would happen next? It was pretty easy to figure out when you take into account that 4 police officers lost consciousness after coming to our house. I didn't have a shred of composure left. I took off the jacket the man had put on Leland. Hikaru? Thank goodness she was alive. Even if the great Kurotirzuri was eating away at her life, I wanted to thank him for protecting her this time. And what do? We have to run. If we stay at the house, they'll catch us. Putting Leland on my back, I ran outside. I was doing the same thing the police officer had, even though I told him to stop. Leland groaned in pain as soon as we were under the sun. I walked unrelentingly. I searched for a place without any sun. I thought that toward the mountain would be best, so I headed that way. I walked up a hidden mountain trail and found a rotting hut that looked like it used to be a bus stop. Over half the roof was gone. Still, it was better than nothing. I laid Leland down inside. Her bare ankle was red and swollen. She had an anguished expression. I didn't have anything to give her medical treatment. Eventually the sun sank. The world still filled with cruelty had the setting sun shine on Leland's face. Dripping with sweat, I tried to hide it. I couldn't do anything. Why can't I protect her? Please grant me power. It doesn't have to be great. Just enough to protect her. That much would be enough. I prayed and kept covering Leland. You change others. Shinji Asada was watching TV in the living room. All the stations were broadcasting emergency bulletins. Today at approximately 3 p.m., an unexpected total solar eclipse was observed around the world. The phenomenon lasted approximately 1 minute, and then the sun was seen once again. According to various reports from various observation posts at the time, the total amount of sunlight falling upon Japan was 0. This phenomenon has never been observed before, and the cause is being urgently investigated. Although the phenomenon is not expected to disrupt the generation of solar power, many users of the social networking service Chirp posted about their concerns. It was suddenly night. I thought I was going to have to go to sleep, lol. Looks like Amaterasu is in a bad mood, everyone. give her a shout of encouragement. Actually, I did this. I unleashed the power of darkness. Shinji Asato violently clicked the remote control. The TV stopped making noise and silence descended on the living room. He groaned as the sliding door opened with a bang. Turn on the TV. Nobuko Asato took the remote from him. She turned the TV back on. What do you think of this? Of what? The world turning to night, skeptical as I am, could it have something to do with the Great Ikigami? Yes, it probably does. Why did you hide this from me? I didn't hide it, I didn't know. There was never a time when the Great Ikigami didn't exist, so no one knew what would happen if she ever disappeared. Does this mean if the Great Ikigami isn't around, the world will be cast into eternal night? Who knows? And the next Great Ikigami is coming in 10 years? Who knows? Where are those two? Who knows? Don't tease me. We're searching for them. Apparently the islanders contacted the prefectural police. And because of that needless action, the Great Ikigami was taken outside of her house during daylight? The Great Ikigami is photosensitive. Isn't she? She'll die without special equipment. That's why we're searching for her. I'm going to search too. What for? Nobuko Asato paused, as if searching for an answer. Shinji Asato watched carefully to see what kind of changes this information about the Great Ikigami had brought in her. Before long, she muttered a few words. To do my very best as a doctor. Leaving the TV on, Nobuko Asato exited the living room. You change, Karu. Hurry and be evening already. Just sink already, son. As I continued covering Leland, that was all I prayed for. There were blisters on her ankles and hands. I needed to give her medical treatment right away, but if I moved, the rays of the setting sun would hit her. How can I make the sun disappear? I thought hard. The harder I thought, the more upset I was that I couldn't do anything. I wished I could do something, other than straddling her on all fours to protect her from the light. A way to save her immediately. While waiting for the sun to set, Leland told a number of fairy tales. I responded to each one. When the sun was finally down, I could no longer feel my back. I sat down next to Leland and took a deep breath.
これからどうするの?
What do we do now? Leland muttered. First, we treat the heat. Those burns will be in trouble if we leave
治療
them.
ってどこで?
Where am I getting treatment? I'll take you to the
じゃあ
hospital.
味方になってくれるの?
Are the doctors on our side? I didn't know. After all, in the end, they were residents of Toyotoki Island. They didn't have any reason to defy the orders of the Asato family and shelter us. First of all, we were wanted. 4 police officers came to visit the house, who were dead, and the 2 minors living there ran away. And that crappy shopkeeper would definitely tell everyone it was us. We were criminals who killed 4 cops. The worst kind. The rumors would run wild and we'd be treated like Jack the Ripper. If we relied on anyone, they'd turn us in. So where should we go? A simple question without an answer. In the end, there wasn't anywhere we could go. No water, no food, no money. Leland's burns would get worse with time. She was so swollen I couldn't take off her sandals. One part of Her burst and was leaking blood and yellowish liquid. I couldn't do anything. What should I do? I held my head. I continued to frantically think of a plan. I was still trying to believe in
あ
miracles.
りがとう。いろいろしてくれて。
Thank you for everything. Leland suddenly placed her hand on me. That was full of hidden meanings. I didn't want to think about it. I haven't given up.
ヒカルはしつこいものね。
No, you're a stubborn guy. That's about all I have going
そ
for
んな
me.
ことないわ。私はヒカルのいいところ。
That's not
知
true.
ってる。
No, that's not true. I know lots of your good points. Leland's voice was hoarse. I quickly looked at her and saw a smile on her face. Through the pain from the burns, the hunger, and the thirst, she was able to smile like it was nothing. Against my will, I felt my strength leave. I struggled to stop the water that flowed from me. I should have tried harder. Kept going until I was enough. But that time would never come. I didn't have the will left to struggle. All that lay ahead was suffering anyway. But I have no regrets. Leland took my hand and gently squeezed it. That must have been the full extent of her power. Suddenly, strange images appeared in my mind. When I met Leland in the sugarcane field. Her living in that hut she built. My aunt and uncle abandoning me and desperately begging Leland to give me food and shelter. Leland, who had just been betrayed by her parents and didn't know if there was any good in the world, still fed me. Perhaps she had seen a fellow creature who had been tossed aside. After that, a lot of things happened. Helping Akari, who wanted to become a voice actress. Saving Higa, who was depressed over her grandmother's passing. I could close my eyes and remember it all like it was yesterday. Seeing Akari off at the ferry when she left for Tokyo. He got his back when she started being an ice cream vendor. The night at Goldilocks' villa. Carrying Leland on my back the night we went stargazing. The night we spent by trying on lots of different outfits.
眠くなってきたわ。
I'm getting sleepy. Leland leaned over. I wrapped my arms around her back to hold her. I'll stay right beside you. Just a short rest, I told myself. I knew there was no hope for later, but I pretended not to see it. But I didn't think I was unhappy. I could say that much with
抱
pride.
きしめても平気なの？
Are you okay with holding me? Why are you asking
目が
that?
見えなくなるんでしょ？
Because you'll go blind, won't you? I'm fine with this much. I didn't care if I couldn't see. It wasn't something I needed
ごめん
anymore.
ね。直してあげられなくて。
I'm sorry I didn't cure you. I'm the defective one. I'm a loser. I held Leland close to me. I buried my face in the base of her neck. She smelled like dry earth in summer.
ねえ、ドキドキする？
So is your heart racing? It has been this whole time I was covering you up for half the
な
day.
ら、ヒカル。これは何本？
Then how many fingers am I holding up, Hikaru? Leland put her hand in front of my face. She held up 3 fingers. 3. I guess she didn't expect me to answer. Leland gaped at me.
見えるの？
You can see? Seems like it. It took me a second to register, but my eyes widened in surprise. It took me a bit to accept that reality. I was holding Leland, and I could still see. I couldn't hide my surprise at a situation that had never happened before. Seriously, now of all times is when I overcome my trauma? I've been through a lot, so maybe I was cured with shock therapy. What a ridiculous fantasy. However, it seemed to be the case. It was a miracle. One last present from the gods.
こんなこと あるんだ。
So then that means Leland stroked my cheeks with her fingers. I was the one who should be happy, but she was the one
治
crying.
ったのね。
You're cured? Not much point in it now.
光には未来があるわ。
But you have the future. Her fingers traced my cheek. Contemplative expression on her face upset me. Once you're gone, I'm going to have to live on my own. You get how lonely I'll be?
寂しいと思ってくれるんだ。
You think you'll be lonely? Of course I will. Even now, I don't know what I'll do. You don't know what the future holds.
ひどい言い方。まるで私が死ぬみたい。
What a horrible way of putting it. You act like I'm already dead. But it will happen, that's the truth.
そうね。だから、よかったわ。
You're right.
約束をちゃんと守れて。
You're right, but I'm glad I kept my promise. Hey, now listen here, It felt like I could say those words. Hurts now. It felt like I could say these words now. Leland had said them to me countless times, and each time I couldn't say them back, I felt sorry for myself. But now I had overcome my trauma, I could. No, now that I had overcome my trauma, I could. I shut my eyes. I opened them again and could still see. I was alright, but I was nervous. I took a deep breath, swallowed my spit. I was going to say what I wasn't able to before. Inhale. Leland, I love you. I said it. I was no longer a loser. How's that? I can say it now, and I can still see. How do you feel now that I've said I love you? I bet you're embarrassed. That's how I've felt this entire time. Don't say I'm the only one with a future. My future's crap anyway. Let's end it together here. What do you think of that? I really thought I'd get to see her embarrassed face. The fact you have such a serious expression hurts me a little.
Oh, Mr. Suzuki.
What? Okay. Nobody knows what she said here. Leland replied in a language I had never heard before. Leland?
Oh, Mr. Suzuki, 너도 nemoi.
I had no idea what she was saying. She made a desperate plea. But no matter how I tried, there were no words that were Japanese in there. I couldn't help the confused look on my face. Crying, Leland pleaded. She was close to crying and screaming. I didn't understand her at all. Suddenly she couldn't speak Japanese. I stopped to think logically. Something must have happened. What was it? What happened? Despite being distraught, I was cool-headed. There had to be a reason. Leland had used up her mana. So that meant her translation magic was gone? Without that she couldn't speak Japanese? When did the mana run out? Did she hear my last words? Did I get through? Alright, please say something, anything! Answer me! Leland, I love you. I grabbed her shoulders and said it over and over. She cried and nodded. Did she not understand? It looked like she didn't. I'd say it as many times as it took. Even without words, I know you'll understand. Right, Leland? I love you! I shouted it over and over. I held her in my arms, tears streaming down. I wasn't getting through it all. I knew that much. Because the gods arranged for this to happen. But still, I wouldn't give up. Because right now we're happy. Isn't that right, Leland? So this is where you were. Our wailing had echoed throughout the quiet forest. Many flashlights had heard our commotion, and all at once they turned toward us. A crowd of people gathered. I held Leland as if I was protecting her. You both look awful. The leader of the crowd crouched down in front of me. I had seen this backlit face before. It was Nobuchi. What did you come here for? I've heard you're also part of the Asato family. Are you here to kidnap Leland too? I came to rescue her, as a doctor. What's your plan? Bring her to Enoshi Palace. I knew it, you're working for the Asato family, because that's the place with the most advanced medical facilities on the island. With her dehydration and those burns, her condition is critical. A dinky little hospital won't help her, and we don't have the time to get her to Hisaku Island. So you're going to deliver us to the Asato family? Yes. I'm just a doctor, so I can't interfere with the Asato family's decision to isolate her. You and she will be separated. But she'll be able to live. I'm a doctor. A doctor doesn't abandon someone dying right before their eyes. Don't you want the people you love to live? I had to think. I was thinking before, and I still had to think now. However, it wasn't what Leland wanted. Her wish was to hold hands until the final moment. You did your best. You worked so hard, and now you're exhausted and desperate. However, there is hope. From now on, we doctors will do our best. Trust me. The cronies drew closer to us. They set a stretcher down next to us. Nobuchi reached for Leland's legs. I watched her hands closely. That was all I could do. Leland looked in my eyes. I'm sure you'll drive these guys away, her eyes said to me, believing in me until the end. It was too hard to maintain eye contact, and I averted my gaze. She grabbed my hand. She gripped it tighter and tighter. However, it got in the way of them putting her on the stretcher. When I tried to use my free hand to break away, she wouldn't allow me to remove even one finger. Wait, she can speak again? One finger. Hikaru? She said my name with a poor accent. I was filled with love at her best effort. The fingers caressing my cheeks, her golden eyes. I didn't want to lose any part of her. I'd keep my promise. That's what I felt. So I'd struggle until I could do no more. But my idea wasn't to be the one remaining at the very end. You're always asking me what it is that I want to do. Well, I've thought what I want to do, and I made a decision. What do I want to do? And I made my decision. I wish I could explain to her. I want you to live, and it seems the Asato family has medical facilities, so first you should go there and recuperate. I could say it in Japanese, but I couldn't in Leland's language. From Leland's point of view, all of a sudden, a bunch of people showed up. I said something to her, and now I was handing her over to them. It doesn't look like anything but betrayal. I gave Leland my best smile. Hell, that was when I noticed something. The light had gone from her eyes. They were colored with despair. Leland didn't make any more of a fuss. She was too accustomed to being betrayed. Her parents, the village chief, Leland's whole life was filled with people betraying her. And now Hikaru Nishime could be added to that list. Leland had once asked me if I was going to sell her to a slave dealer, and that was exactly what happened. But what other way was there? How else could I save her? I didn't betray you! I yelled toward the stretcher. She probably heard, but she didn't get the meaning. I punched the ground. I clawed at the earth. I prayed with all my might. Please don't die. Please live and come back. Take my life in exchange. Anything. Just please don't die. No one answered. No one anywhere could grant wishes. But I wanted Leland to live even a second longer. That was all. You change others. The Asato family brought the great Ikigami in. Nobuko Asato discovered her with the boy and finally persuaded him to hand her over, they said. Shinji Asato couldn't believe it for a second and dashed out front. Upon seeing the seemingly lifeless body of the great Ikigami, he said one word. Despicable. It was directed at his own sister. You used your position as a doctor to deceive them? What of it? Won't the world be destroyed otherwise? Didn't you say you didn't believe in that? It's one thing to believe, and another to invest in some insurance. Besides, I really do want to help her as a doctor. So that's how you've become so good at fooling yourself? You're so underhanded. I don't understand you. I don't understand you either. Shinji Asato turned his back to his older sister. He had nothing more to say. His sister spoke to his back. I won't let you be the only villain. The whole Sato family is rotten, and that's okay. Shinji Asato pretended he didn't hear. He returned to a dark living room where the TV had been left on as the only light. Listening to the jokes on TV so far removed from him, he reflected upon his wicked life. How strange. It's always the innocent who suffer. Are you even aware of whose sacrifice you're living upon, of whom you're trampling to live? The television didn't respond. All it did was deliver jokes to the living room. I guess you don't understand. I didn't know either. It didn't concern them. For most people, the unhappiness of someone somewhere was far removed from their lives. There weren't any emergency broadcasts or anything for that. Time passed as usual. Tonight passed quietly as well. You changed Karu. While I was crouching in the grass, Akari and the rest came to pick me up. They brushed the grass away with an air of concern and offered me water. They put me in a car and took me home. On the way, Kaneshiro patched me up. Once home, they got me food, which I ate without a
他
word.
に欲しいものはありませんか？今なら美少女がなんと無料でいろいろ手配して差し上げます。
Do you need anything else right now? Right now, a beautiful woman will take care of it free of charge. Not really.
そうであるなら、歯を磨いて、お風呂に入って寝るのが一番ですわ。
In that case, the best thing for you to do is brush your teeth, take a bath, and get some sleep. Mechanically, I did as she said. When I got to the bathroom, my toothbrush wasn't there. Goldilocks told me she threw it away because the bristles were spreading apart. I opened the cabinet to look for one. I took just one out. Unconsciously, I directed a wry smile at the packaging. Reach into periodontal pockets, the periodontal care hairbrush. When we had run through the ones my grandfather had bought, Leland had bought these. She likely didn't read the packaging at all and had only paid attention to the price. Who or what is periodontal disease? I'm 17 for crying out loud. But it was very like her, yes, very like her indeed. I cried while brushing my teeth. Could I take a look at Leland's room before I go to bed?
もちろんだよ。 おいで。
Of course, go ahead. The room was unlocked, like someone was expecting me. It had been tidied up. There was no unusual luggage, and the tea table enshrined in the middle of the room was the only object that seemed off. There was something on top of it. It was the bracelet that Leland always wore. The black gem embedded in it was a dark magic stone. Underneath the bracelet was a piece of paper. I think you could make use of this present. Thank you for being with me until the end. When she wrote this, I bet Leland thought I'd hand her over to the Asato family. She believed from the bottom of her heart that we really would be together until the end. Because for the first time in her life, she'd met someone who wouldn't betray her. That had been my plan. I grasped the bracelet tight. Tears fell onto the letter. What have I done? I swung the door open with a bang. Turning his head, Kaneshiro stood up. He'd been critical of our decision all along. I had pushed past it, but ended up turning around right at the end. I was sure he was angry. It'd be natural. He raised his hand to strike me, I thought. But the pain never came. Instead, his hand came to rest on my head.
お前はよくやった。
You did good. His big hand patted my head. When I turned around, Kaneshiro was gone. All that was left was the sound of his footsteps running down the hall. Something inside me burst. I couldn't hold it in any longer and I started sobbing.
大丈夫？どこか痛むの？
Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? Ika came over and worriedly paced around me as I waited. As I wailed, not waited. Her kindness touched me. I'm crying because I realize how much you still care about me, even after how much trouble I put you through.
当たり前だよ。
Ew.
私は君たちを見捨てない。絶対に。
Well, of course, I'd never abandon you, ever. Ika chided me for such
そう
self-abasement.
ね。休まないと体が持たないよ。
Can you sleep now? Your body will break down if you don't rest. Ika led me back to my room. Getting into bed and under the covers, I thought about all the bad stuff and wanted to scream. He rubbed my back until I finally fell asleep. Before I knew it, I drifted into unconsciousness. You change Akari. We remained in the living room after Nishime went to sleep. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, and for a while silence
結
reigned.
局、何があったんだよ。
So in the end, what even happened? Kaneshiro broke the stillness. He was probably the one least aware of what was going on. I think the question was vaguely directed at me and Kiriko. We looked at each other and I answered.
あかりも正確なことは聞かされていないのですが、
I haven't exactly been given a clear answer either. Nobuchi had called me in the middle of the night. The missing great Ikigami had been found. The Satos aren't going to take Nishime in, so go get him, he said. It was only then that I learned that they'd run away from the house, and a search had been underway. Rumor had it that police from Hisaku Island tracked them both down. A resident who hated Nishime called them. Some kind of problem had occurred and he ran away with Leland. That was all I'd heard.
補足いたしますと、大里家から非公式に西目に対する言及があったそうですわ。
I'd also like
気にしてもよいと。
I'd also like to add that there was an unofficial order from the Asato family about Nishime. Ostracize him.
なんでそんなひどいことするの？西目くんがリルーちゃんをかくまってたから？
But why would they order something so cruel? Wasn't Ishime sheltering Leland?
おそらくそうですわ。なんとしても大里家に迎え入れたかったのでしょうね。
That's probably why the Asado family wanted her at any cost.
お店の商品を売らないなんて。島でそんなことされたら生きていけなくなるって分かってるのに。
But to stop shops from selling to him, they must know that no one could survive on this island if that happened.
それがいじめの本質ですよ。
That's just bullying. The islanders probably didn't do it with the intention of killing them, but as the idea that it was fine to take action against Nishime spread, it got out of hand. During such situations, man's reason and common sense easily
あい
disappear.
つなんで言わなかったんだよ。呼んでくれたら俺が全員ぶっ飛ばしたのによ。
Why didn't that lunkhead say anything? If he'd called me, I would have beaten some sense into all of them.
それであなたも逮捕されてしまってはややこしくなるだけですわ。
And then you'd all have gotten arrested too. You'd only complicate things.
どうすりゃよかったんだよ。
Then what should have been
過ぎ
done?
たことを考えても仕方ないよ。これからのことを考えよう。
There's no use dwelling on the past. We need to think of the
これ
present.
からのことって。
And what exactly is the present?
このままお別れなんておかしいと思うの。なんとかしてあげたいの。
I think there's something weird about their parting. I want to do something about
なん
it.
とかってな。具体的に。
Something. Name something concrete. Iga balled her hands into her lap. Balled. No, balled her hands into fists on her lap. After careful thought, she spoke slowly.
もう一度会わせてあげたい。
I want them to meet
合わ
again.
せてどうすんだよ。それだけか。
Meet and then what? Is that all?
それだけだと思う。私たちにそれ以上は望めないと思うから。
That's all. I think we can't really hope for any more. For someone as fanciful as her, it was a very half-hearted answer. I was sure she was going to say something like, "Let's get them out of the country." However, Higo is the oldest of all of us. Perhaps she was the one who saw reality the clearest.
ケチくせえな。
What a second-rate
逃がしてやりゃいいだろうよ。
That's a second-rate idea. We gotta get her out of
可
there.
能であるならば
There.
そうしてあげたいですわね。けれど不可能ですわ。
If it were possible, I'd want to do that. But it's impossible. Why?
イルーさんの容体、金銭的な問題。何より大里家は決してそれを許さない。
Leland's condition, the problem of money. But above all, the Asado family will never allow it.
大里家が何を言おうが知ったことじゃねえ。
I don't care what the Asado family
この島
says.
で大里家に勝てる可能性があるとでも
Do you
で
really
どうにかできると思っているんですって？
Do you really believe that you can win against the Asado family on this island? You really think you can do anything? If you made an enemy of the Asado family, the whole island would be as well. They controlled the stores, the town, the police, and the ferry. The only way to get off the island. Any action that didn't conform to their will would surely be crushed. Which meant, even though Higa and Kanashiro's ideas were very different, in actuality, they were more or less the same.
金城の提案は論外。けれど、妥協すれば願いが叶うと思うのなら、それも考えが甘すぎますわね。
Kanashiro's idea is out of the question, but if you think there can be some kind of compromise, you're also much too naive.
合わせることもできないってことかな。
Meaning that we can't get them to meet?
ええ。リルーさんは生神様ですもの。大前提として、生神様に外の人間が会うことは許されていませんわ。
Yes, Leland is the great Ikigami. They never let the previous great Ikigami visit with any
忍び込
outsiders.
めばいいだろうが。
We could sneak in.
それは大里家も考えているでしょうね。だからこそ、徹底した警備を敷くはずですわ。
I'm sure the Asato family has already thought of that. That's why they've prepared such strict security
お願い
measures.
したら合わせてくれないのかな。
Wouldn't they let them meet if we asked? No. That's already been covered, Higa.
難しいですわね。君習い様はしきたりを誰よりも大切にされているので、慣例と異なることを大変嫌うと評判ですもの。
It'd be very difficult. No one values tradition more than Lady Kiminarai. She has the reputation of abhorring any changes to custom.
君習い様を説得すればできるってことだね。
In other words, we need to persuade her. Kiriko thought for a very long time, likely because the idea of asking directly was so unexpected. Though from the perspective of a branch family member, it was an unrealistic favor.
お願いするのも難しい。
Is it too much to ask?
ああ、いえ。大里家は君習い様が取り仕切っているので、説得できるのであれば許可は下りると思いますよ。
Ah no, since Lady Kiminarai rules the Asato family, if you can persuade her, I'm sure your request will be granted.
理屈ではそうですわね。理屈では。
Yes, in theory, in theory.
実際は違うってこと？
You mean it's not true?
君習い様と直接お会いすることは私たちでもできませんわ。それで取り次ぎ役のシンジさんに任せられているんですもの。
We can't meet with Lady Kiminarai directly. Everything goes through Mr. Shinji, who acts as an intermediary.
大里家を仕切ってる人だよね。
Mary.
私、あんまり話したことないんだ。
The
おばあちゃ
man,
んのお葬式くらいしか。
the man who runs the Asatos, huh? I haven't talked with him much, only at Grandma's funeral.
赤積あかりのこの顔を見れば、どんな人かはわかるでしょ？
Just take a look at Akaria Katsumi's expression and you can get what kind of person he is, can't you?
あの方は、君習い様の右腕として忠実な働きをなさっていますわ。つけ入る隙がないくらいに。
He's the Kiminarai's right hand and works faithfully for her. There's no room for error.
説得するとなれば、分家代表として、あかりとキリコが矢面に立つことになるんですよね。
So if we go in to persuade him as members of the branch families, Kiriko and I will be in the line of
けれ
fire.
ど、
Here.
あかりにはシンジさんを論破するビジョンが全く思い浮かびません。
But I have no illusions of ever defeating Mr.
でしょ
Shinji.
うね。
Shinji.
あの方は感情で動くようなタイプではありませんもの。
Me neither. He's not the type of man to be moved by emotions.
つまり、説得は難しいのかな。
In other words, it'll be hard to persuade him.
残念ながら、あかりたちには交渉の材料がないと言ってもいいですし、
Unfortunately, and it's safe to say that we have nothing to bargain with.
わかった。なら説得以外の方法を考えよう。
Okay, we'll find a way other than persuasion
妙
then.
に諦めがいいですね。
It's unusual for you to give up the ideas so easily.
西目くんとリルーちゃんが会えるなら何でもいいと思ってる。説得が無理ならシンジさんを脅したっていい。
I'll do anything to let Nishime and Lee meet again. If persuading him won't work, then I'll threaten Mr. Shinji.
脅すってどうやってですか？
How do you plan on threatening him?
私には力がある。
With my power. Higa stuck out her fist. Her weapon of choice was the overwhelming power that could even defeat Leland.
穏やかではありませんわね。
I see this won't be peaceful.
穏やかではないことを先にしたのは大里家だよ。
The Asatos were the ones who threw peace away.
私は昔、君習い様によくしてもらった。けれど、先に力を振るってきたのなら、黙っているつもりはないよ。
Lady Kiminari treated me well in the past, but I won't roll over and let them throw their weight around.
そういう話なら俺も乗るぜ。連中を叩きのめして言うこと聞かせりゃいいんだろ。
Count me in. All I gotta do is beat them up and make them do whatever we say, right? Kanashiro seemed to be moved by the heat of the moment, but Higa looked serious. There was a sharpness to her anger, like she was really ready to raid the Asato
二人と
family.
も落ち着いてくださいまし。何も、いきなり最後の手段を話し合う必要はないでしょう。
Calm down, you two. There's no reason to suddenly be bringing up the last resort.
お前はじっくり見てろってのか。
Then you're just gonna stand by and
誰
watch?
が主役なのかを考えろと言ってるんですの。今言った方法で、あの二人が喜ぶと思ってるんですの。
I'm asking you to think about the real stars of the show. Do you think either of them would be happy with the methods you just described? Kiriko was right. Our goal in the end was to get Nishime and Leland to meet, to bring them together. Nishime should have the final choice as to how we make that happen.
あいつはあんな状態だろうが。これ以上負担をかけんのかよ。
He's already at his limit. You're gonna put more on his
で
plate?
したら、朝まで休んでもらって、明日彼を交えて話をすればいいだけでは。
So let's let him rest until tomorrow, then we can all get together and talk.
私たちも、今の状態で良いアイディアが浮かぶとは思いませんわ。
I don't think we'll be able to come up with any good ideas the way we are now. In the face of such a logical argument, Kanashiro lost its
あ
steam.
かりもキリコに賛成ですね。大切なのは、西目さんがどうしたいかだと思います。
I agree with Kiriko. The important thing is what Nishime wants to do.
さあ、朝まで待てってのかよ。
Crap, do we really have to wait till tomorrow?
でも待つのが一番いいんだと思う。
I do think it's for the best. In a complete turnaround from her previous anger, Higa spoke in a weak
私
voice.
も今は頭が回ってない自信があるから。
I know I'm not thinking straight right
休ん
now.
だらまた考えよう。大里家を突き崩すために。
Let's rest and think again so we can destroy the Asato family. Higa's Zill infected me too. I was determined to cheer up
な
Nishime.
ら、まずは大里家の主張を聞くところからですわね。相手の心情を知らなければ、方針も決まりませんもの。
The first step is to hear the Asato family's stance. If we don't know their opinion, then we can't formulate our own plan of
そうだ
action.
ね。明日はそこから始めようか。
Yes, let's start there tomorrow. Our agenda had decided we called it a day, leaving Higa behind in case there was an emergency. We all went back home. Alright, it's getting close on time, but I also kind of want to try and get as far as I can, so I'm gonna go a bit longer tonight. So I'll probably go right up until I like to have dinner, unless it ends before then. But I'm gonna give it a bit longer. We'd see each other tomorrow. I was in a spot where I could see the gate to the Asato residence. Why? Why was I in such a place? I really did try to head home. We were supposed to rest up and discuss things again the next day. That was the plan. But against my will, I did the opposite of what I set out to do. It was strange. My thoughts and actions didn't match. Now what do I do? Call Mr. Shinji on the intercom? No way. There was no way he'd listen to me. Even so, here I was at the Asato house. In the end, I was just like Kanashiro. I couldn't suffer just doing nothing. I couldn't stand waiting until tomorrow, so I ended up here for absolutely no reason.
おや
Oh? I saw an unexpected figure in front of the
何
gate.
してるんですかキリコ。
What are you doing, Kiriko? Kiriko was staring at the gate. Her pink dress was out of place, illuminated by the
あ
streetlights.
なた、どうしてここに？
You, what are you doing
こ
here?
っちこそ。
Right back at you. We didn't explain anything to each other. Even without words, we somehow
キリ
knew.
コはあれだけ冷静な素振りを見せていたのに、明日まで待てなかったんですか？
After you put on that whole calm demeanor, you couldn't wait until tomorrow,
僕の
Kiriko?
ことやってきたあなたにだけは言われたくありませんわね。
I don't want you telling me that after popping up so nonchalantly.
まあ、なんでもいいじゃないですか。
Hey, everything.
仲間なんですから。
Hey, everything's alright, isn't it? After all, we're friends.
違いましたか？
Aren't we?
いいえ、そうまで言うなら、今日だけは敵をやめて差し上げますわ。
It's not that, but since you insist just for today, I'll stop being your enemy.
そういうことにしておいてください。
Yes, let's leave it at that.
赤積あかりはやる気なんですの？
Well, do you feel like doing something, Akari
キ
Katsumi?
リコの心の準備が終わっているのであれば、明かりはいつでも良いですよ。
If you're done preparing yourself, Kiriko, I'm always ready.
はあ、そういう他人任せなところ、変わりませんのね。
Ugh, I see you haven't changed on making others do your work. She was the same way, so easily excited. Well, whatever. Before I knew it, we were walking hand in hand. Then we both buzzed the intercom. I wonder if they'll answer. At this first obstacle, we surprisingly received an answer right away. I told you not to come back. Huh? The service gate opened with a wild and angry yell. I literally flew through the air. I hadn't imagined such a violent response. We both shrank back and the owner of the voice appeared. It was a group of 3 people. They were dragging a man with them. When I first saw him, I thought he was a corpse. The 3 men carried him out and threw him carelessly to the ground. The man didn't move. He really did look like a corpse. Seriously, you're such a pain. Don't come back a 3rd time. Wait, a 3rd time? He repeated himself. Their words seemed directed at the man. They spat at him. At that moment, he woke up and stood up. Ah! Coming at us again? You're too stubborn for your own good. The man flew at the 3 men. Because he couldn't keep his balance, he hung to the other's waist.
頼む！話をさせてくれ！
Please listen to me. I already told you no. The man was knocked down for a 2nd time. He rolled along the ground, but he didn't give up and hung on.
頼む！西目を生神様に会わせてやってくれ！
Wait, it's Kanashiro? Please let Nishime and the Great Ikigami meet. Or is it someone else? I want to say it's Kanashiro because of the voice. That voice. It couldn't be Kanashiro. Why would he? His hair and clothes were covered in mud. His nose was bleeding. Why would he go this far? Perhaps because he didn't notice us, he clung to the Asato gatekeeper.
あいつ、長くないんだろ？
She doesn't have long, does she?
だったら、最後くらい、一緒にさせてやってくれよ！
If that's true, let them be together one last
あいつ
time.
らは、約束してんだよ！最後まで一緒にいるって！
They promised to be together at the very end.
頼む！
Please! Good, enough. What do you know? Go home. His hands were stomped by the legs he was clinging to. But he still didn't let go, and so the gatekeeper moved on to his head. Another guy kicked him in the stomach. Kanashiro curled up with an expression of agony. However, he kept rising again.
死んじまうんだよ。もう会えねえんだよ。最後くらい一緒にさせてやってくれよ。
She's going to die. She can't see him anymore. At the end, let them be together. His head on the ground, he kept pleading. He was the most supportive of Higa's idea that we should go to the Asado family and threaten them with violence. And yet why? He went to the Asado state before anyone else to beg. I ain't listening to you. How many times do I have to say it? Under the merciless kicks, Kaneshiro finally let go. As soon as he did, they finally returned to the other side of the gate. The sound of the bolt sliding in place reverberated and silence returned once more. We couldn't move until the lingering scent of violence was gone. When the tension had gone, I was finally able to call out to Kaneshiro.
金城さん、
Kaneshiro? His face was swollen from the beatings. His nose was bleeding and his whole lower body was covered in blood.
お前、いつからいた？
What you? How long have you been here?
来ました。そうしたら金城さんが。
We just got here, but Kaneshiro, you...
そんな余計なところを見やがって。
Shit, you had to see me like this. Kaneshiro spat out the words.
本当に大里家に喧嘩を売りに？
Did you really come looking to fight the Asado family?
あっちから殴ってきただけだ。
No way, they're the only ones who threw any punches.
やり返さなかったんですか？
You didn't fight back?
そんなことしても西目の立場が悪くなるだけだろうが。
If I did that, it just worsened Ishime's
そう
position.
ですか。それはとても立派だと思います。
I see, well, I think you're amazing. They punched and kicked him and he took it all. Just thinking of the two of them. Because in the end, all we can do is ask. Everyone was thinking the same thing.
まったく、一人で大里家に向かうなんて無謀なことを。分家でもないあなたが無茶をして何になるんですの？
My goodness, how stupidly reckless are you? Coming to the Sato state by yourself? What would that accomplish? You aren't even a part of a branch family.
うるせえ。
Shut it.
ほら、拭いて差し上げますから、じっとしていてくださいまし。
Now let me clean you up, hold still.
ってえの。余計なお世話だ。
Leave me alone, mind your own business. As Kiriko wiped away the blood with her handkerchief, Kaneshiro's face contorted in pain. He shook off Kiriko's arm but staggered as a result. He still couldn't stand up by himself.
そんなに痛むんですか？
Does your body hurt a lot?
Okay.
Drop it. He turned to face the Asado state once again. It was only about 10 steps away, but he couldn't walk that far. He immediately stumbled and ran into a telephone pole with his shoulder. Then he went from leaning on the pole to sitting on the ground.
ちょっと大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright?
うるせえな。俺のことなんかどうでもいいだろうが。
Shut up. Shut up. I can't take this much shit. Kaneshiro was crying. He cried and punched the pole. Over and over again. Tears mixed with his bloody nose and stained the
金
ground.
城さん、
Kaneshiro.
おかしいだろうが。
It doesn't make sense.
なんでダメなんだよ。会うだけだろ。
Why can't it
何
happen?
言ってんだ。くそー。
Why can't it happen? It's just a meeting. What's so bad about that? Shit! I didn't know what to say. While I was in a daze, Kiriko's cold voice cut through.
私の敵がどこにいるか、今、ようやくわかりましたわ。
I was wondering where my enemy was, but now I understand very well.
はい。
Yes? Kiriko suddenly pressed the intercom.
何を？そんなことをしたらさっきの人たちが出てきてしまいますよ。
What are you doing? If you do that, those guys from just now will come
そ
back.
れがどうかいたしまして。
Is there a problem?
どうかって暴力で叶うわけないですよ。
How about we're no match for
だから
violence?
といって、私たちだけが黙って見ていてよいとでも？
Does that mean we should sit back and watch? We came here with the same goal as Kaneshiro. Giving up after watching him get beat up would be cowardly. At least we had the status of being from a branch family. You gotta be kidding me, you want another beating? The gatekeeper's face appeared at the side entrance. Kiriko instantly gave him an icy
シンジさんを
stare.
呼んでくださる？
Would you call Mr. Shinji? What do you say? Hey, you brat. Wait, young Mr. Kinsudan?
君佐殿と赤積から代表が参りましたの。そうお伝えくださる？
We come as representatives of the Kinsudan and Akatsumi families. Would you pass that along? The usual practice is
つべこべ言わずに行きなさい。
quit your quibbling and get going.
私を誰だと思っているんですの？門番であれば役目を全うしなさい。
Just who do you think I am? You're the gatekeeper. Go and perform your duty.
それとも、あなたたちの船は誰の港でもやっているかも忘れたんですの？
Or have you forgotten whose port your ship is in?
立場をわきまえなさい。
Know your place. Yes, ma'am. Her last words had a tremendous effect. The gatekeeper was a fisherman conscripted by the Asado family. The marine transportation he relied on to make a living depended on the Kinsudans. I was both excited and pained by the sudden change in attitude. If we had gotten here first, then Kaneshiro wouldn't have been beaten up. Perhaps my face reflected my thoughts because he told me not to worry about it. Just then the gatekeeper's face appeared once again. Behind him was another man. What do you want at this hour? It was Mr. Shinji. We finally succeeded in bringing out the head honcho. I guess he hadn't been sleeping. Both his hair and clothes are perfectly
非常
arranged.
識だと言うなら謝りますわ。けれど私、より非常識な裁定がなされたと聞いて我慢なりませんでしたの。
I apologize for our thoughtlessness. However, I couldn't stand when I heard something even more thoughtless had been decided. This has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving.
あなたのことですわ。
This is all about you. Kiriko said it right as he tried to turn his back to us. What is?
なぜリルーさんを大主御殿へ連れて行ったのか、と問うているんですの。
We came to ask you why you took Leland to Unushi Palace. It's been decided that the great Ikigami will live in Unushi Palace. Does that answer satisfy
で
you?
は、なぜ西目さんは大主御殿には入れないのかしら。
Then why can't Nishime come inside Unushi Palace? Only those recognized by the Asado family are allowed entry. The replies came as if they were set in stone. I tried to guess at what he was thinking, but the man showed
そ
nothing.
のしきたりを重々承知した上で申し上げます。
I am
西目さ
well
んとリルーさんを合わせてあげたいんですの。
I am well aware of the custom, but I'd like to allow Nishime and Leland to meet. It can't be
なぜ？
done. Why? Didn't I just explain
あ
why?
ら、仕方ありませんわね。
Well, I guess it can't be helped. And I like how she's going about this because people are so stuck on tradition. Like, yes, there's a pushback from my generation and generations now of youth and such about bucking that traditionalism, and people are saying, well, it's wrong because it's the old ways. Sure, there's nothing wrong because it's the old ways. That much is true, but if you just keep to the old ways, you'll learn nothing. You'll cease to progress. So this is a good thing that she's doing, of asking why. Because from time to time, we need to be asking ourselves why. And it's something that I don't like my elders doing, because my elders, they only ask me why I have my viewpoints. I can't always do that. They can't either. But the problem is, if they're stuck in a traditional view set, then they do need to be asked why. Because that's not a good reason of, it's always been that way, or because I said so. There must be a good reason for it, and if you can't do it, then there's no point in doing that. But yeah. Well, I guess it can't be helped. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to fight the Sato family?
まさか。
Never. Yuriko suddenly got down on her hands and knees. Then I noticed her forehead was also touching the
こ
ground.
の通りですわ。私は君左伝の人間とはいえ、所詮子供。こんなことしかできませんけれど。
That's
お願いいたします。
right. Though I am of the Kinsudon house, I am only a child. This is all I can do. I beg of you. The hair she was so proud of was touching the ground. Her dress was soaking up the mud.
あ
You.
かりからもお願いします。
I beg you as well. My body moved naturally. If that's what Kiriko was doing without a second thought, then it was only right that I do the
こ
same.
のまま離れ離れなんてあんまりです。
It's too much for
一
them.
緒にいようって約束をしていたんですから。
It's too much for them to be apart. They promised to be together until the very end.
俺からも頼む。頭下げろって言うんなら何度だって頭を下げる。
I beg you too. If you want me to bow down, I'll bow down as many times as you want. Hanashiro followed suit with
お願い
us.
します。
I beg you! The gatekeeper gaped in amazement at the unfolding situation. He hadn't thought we'd go this far. 2 of the 3 are daughters of branch families. They were treated like princesses on the island. If there was any value in doing this, I'd bow down as many times as I needed to. Are you going to keep doing that until I say yes?
そうですわ。
Yes, yes, sir, of course. And if I tell you to go home, you won't?
しませんわ。
No, no, sir, no way! He sighed. There was a long silence. If he were anyone but Inishime, I'd think about it a little. Huh? What's going on here? Why does he have a problem with the Nishime family? Mr. Shinji seemed to be speaking to
それ
himself.
は一体どういうことなんですの？
That's what do you mean by that? Nishime will never be allowed to enter the Asato state. Long ago, his grandfather and Lady Kiminarai quarreled.
本当なんですの？
Is that true? It's true. His grandfather committed a crime. Even now, the older generation haven't forgiven his family.
娘さんのおじいが一体何をしたと言うんですか？
Well, what exactly did Nishime's grandfather do? I'm not good-hearted enough to tell you that much. Mr. Shinji shrugged. However, the one thing I will tell you is that since it's Nishime's grandson, Lady Kiminarai will never allow it. That was a refusal. However, at the same time he threw in a couple hints. Lady Kiminarai was hostile to the Nishime family for something outside this situation. And this is also wrong. His grandfather might have done something, but... No. Don't hold the grandson responsible for the crimes of his grandfather. Go home and cease this foolishness.
それじゃ俺たちがここに来た意味がねえんだよ。
Then there'd be no point in us coming here. You want to get your ass kicked again? Kaneshiro leapt toward Mr. Shinji but was caught by the gatekeepers. Stop it. But he was going to attack you. I said stop it. Don't talk back. Yes, sir. You better be grateful. Now, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Go cool off. Mr. Shinji turned his back on us. The gatekeeper shot Kaneshiro a look before shutting the door. Mr. Shinji was gone, but we still lingered for a bit.
少しは効果があったということなんでしょうか。
Does that mean we accomplished
で
something?
しょうね。少なくとも手がかりはいただきましたもの。
Looks like
先
it.
を考えることはできそうですわ。
Looks like it. We at least were given a clue. We should formulate a plan.
そんな時間あるのかよ。
Do we even have time for
ある
that?
かないかの議論は無駄ですわ。やるしかないんですのよ。
There's no point in arguing if we do. All we can do is try.
俺は待たねえからな。
I ain't waiting
せ
around.
めて私たちが考えている間はおとなしくしていただけませんこと？
Can you at least be mature while we think things over?
知るかよ。策があろうがなかろうが効果があるまでやるだけだ。
I don't know. I'm just gonna try stuff till it works. Plan or no plan. Spare me. Though she was shocked, Kiriko didn't answer him back. Perhaps she was encouraged by his grim tenacity, going back home tomorrow and the next day explaining himself over and over. That was the way. If we could do anything at all, we couldn't give up. You changed Karu. I woke up at 9. I overslept. Panicking, I pulled my phone out to call Suzuki. That's when I remembered. I had been fired. I had panicked for nothing and now I was hungry. I headed towards the living room. The house was quiet. There was no one in the kitchen. Did she leave without making breakfast today? Breakfast? Who would make it? Leland would. Leland. Ugh. Half asleep, I remembered last night. Suddenly feeling like throwing up, I leaned over the sink.
大丈夫？
Are you alright? While I struggled in the kitchen, Higa came in. If I doubted it before, I knew that yesterday was real. I shouldn't cause her more trouble. I'm fine. Just gonna get some sun. I went outside after I'd settled down. The sunlight sobered me up. For some reason, I glanced at the mailbox. There was something inside. It looked to be a letter from overseas. It was addressed in English. I couldn't find any postal markings on it. It was addressed to Hikaru Nishime, to me. The sender was my grandfather. The package was hard and heavy. I brought it into the living room to open it right away. It was some kind of leather-covered box. Inside was... what was this? Some kind of animal horn? It was inlaid with a design. There was a tag and written on it was knife. What the? A knife? That's big to be a knife. This was a knife? Why would he send me this? Maybe he wrote something in the letter. I started to read. This is how he began. I've never written a proper letter before, so I don't know exactly what to write. However, there's so much I need to tell you, and I don't have the money for international phone calls or confidence in my ability to stay calm. So that's why I'm writing to you, and I'll leave everything after or in your hands. By the time my letter reaches you, the great Ikigami will probably already be dead. Inability to be hit by sunlight is a particular affliction of the great Ikigami. When that symptom manifests in another, it means that the current great Ikigami is no longer the great Ikigami. It is a simple substitution, or has the great Ikigami reached the end of her life? No, is it a simple substitution, or has the great Ikigami reached the end of her life? I am of the generation where the latter wouldn't be out of the question. However, if by chance the great Ikigami is still alive, then you must see her at all costs. Because the one called the great Ikigami is your grandmother. What? His grandmother? That's... oh my. Quite unbelievable. That means his grandmother was from another world too. Gripping the letter, I froze. I read the same words over and over. The one called the great Ikigami is your grandmother. The old woman I met at Onushi Palace? Her? It didn't feel real. I searched my memory for proof. I recalled one scene. Hikaru Nishime. Nishime. You're called Nishime? That's right. Come here. Once I had told her I was a Nishime, she told me to come closer. She looked at my face. Thinking back on her actions, why had she done that? I tasted both shock and bitter regret. I should have talked to her even more. Crap, why'd she have to hide it? Anger swirled within me. But I had an equally strong desire to know more. I read the letter engrossed. Others. I feel like you might be confused suddenly being told that you're the great Ikigami's grandson. When I thought about what I could say to help you understand, I decided I'd lay it all out from the beginning. I'll explain in order, starting from when I met the great Ikigami. Since I'm sure you'll want to know that, I'm including it. The story starts when I was young. When I was about your age, I was a gardener. The Nishime family comes from a long line of gardeners. I had been working for my master since I was very young. He was the head of all gardeners in Toyotoki Island. That being said, he and I were the only gardeners on the island. We tended to gardens all over the island, even the Osato families. It was the year I came of age, so I think it was the summer of my 21st year. We had been requested to go up the mountain and pretty up Onushi Palace. Onushi Palace was at the summit of Mount Nenufar, where the great Ikigami lived. The people of the island our whole lives had been told that it was forbidden to set foot on the mountain. They said if we saw the great Ikigami, the impurities of the mundane world would be transferred to her. My master was so fearful that he tried to refuse at first. However, the Osato family insisted and we couldn't. We just grumbled. When we got to Onushi Palace, we saw a wild garden that had been neglected for decades. When a garden is in that state, the pit vipers start moving in, so I figured they wanted it under control, even if they had to bring in outsiders like us. My master was timid and I was calm. Think that's wrong? When I was young, I had courage and I didn't know fear. Taking care to not make too much noise every day, we came and cleaned up the garden. Half the work was just cutting down the grass and carrying it away. It was a tedious job and I worked sluggishly. That's why I was more enthused than usual when I was told to prune the trees. That day I didn't fight the work I wanted done during the daylight. I talked with my master and my master and I decided to work overtime into the night. My master didn't want to spend even a second longer than he had at Onushi Palace, so he went home and left me. In hindsight, my master probably didn't check with the Hisato family. If he had asked, they probably wouldn't have allowed someone to be there at night. Unaware of all this, I worked by candlelight, absorbed in the movement of my shears. When I was finally satisfied with my work, I wiped my sweat with my towel. That was when I noticed. Someone was sitting on the veranda. A white-clad form. A slender figure with long arms and legs. Her blonde hair shone in the moonlight. She was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen in my life. "Who are you?" she called out to me. I was pretty stupid back then and I couldn't imagine who she was. There was a beautiful woman there, so I had to make a pass at her. I eagerly fed her a pickup line. I forgot how exactly she responded, but I remember she smiled. It was love at first sight. That woman was your grandmother, and had been the great Ikigami for a long time. From then on, I slacked off in my work. Since I wasn't getting anywhere, I'd asked my master if I could remain at Onushi Palace at night. I waited for her to come out into the veranda. She also looked forward to talking to me. She told me about herself in great detail. In the village where she lived, a noble family would offer one of their young daughters to a god once every 10 years in rotation. This time it was to be from the chief's family, and that's how she came to be here. Also, that the great Ikigami was the great Kurotsuri's vessel, etc. That the Asado family believed that the great Kurotsuri was a god, but actually he was something else, etc. It worried me that she was telling me so much. "Should you really be telling me this?" I asked. "Aside from never leaving here, I'm not forbidden anything," she told me airily. I didn't dare tell her she was forbidden from talking to outsiders, that she'd be in trouble because of me. If by any chance you should see the great Ikigami, I was told that punishment would be severe. However, I was young. I would have committed all sorts of crimes to talk to her more, partly because I fell for her at first sight, but more because I felt sorry for her. Being sent as a living sacrifice to an unknown place, imprisoned in her home, and on top of that, being unable to stand in daylight because she was the great Kurotsuri's vessel. It was a far cry from what the Asado family maintained. The great Ikigami's body was nothing more than a fine living sacrifice. I accepted all she said at face value, and at some point I began to want to rescue her. To be able to walk with her in the sun, I was sure it would be wonderful. That was my ideal. When I told the Ikigami my thoughts, she sadly shook her head. She said that staying there was her mission. At the time, I was shocked. I was arrogant enough to think she'd just nod and go along with me. But even though I was overcome with sorrow, I didn't stop seeing her. The end of my job was fast approaching, and I was overcome with sadness. Once the garden was ready, a gardener would neither be needed nor welcomed. My panic at our dwindling time spurred me on. Every time I met with her, I urged her to run away. However, she never agreed to go with me. In my desperation, I desired her. She accepted my advances. We loved each other. And so time passed and our great task came to an end. On the last day, I asked her for a promise. If the curse gets broken, you'll no longer be the great Ikigami. When that happens, walk on the beach with me. Come to the ocean. What a funny man you are. That can't happen. She entrusted me with a knife that she said was a treasure from her hometown. The knife was inscribed with writing that I couldn't read. With determination in my heart, I descended the mountain. The next day, I borrowed a small, difficult textbook and began to study. I was serious about breaking the curse. However, my plan was stopped as soon as it began. The great Ikigami was pregnant. The Asato family was in an uproar. The search for the father began. The top suspects were me and my masters, since as the gardeners we came and went the most. As my master insisted it wasn't him, it was inevitable that I was suspected as the culprit. Since it was the truth, I didn't deny it. My master expelled me. I was forbidden from ever coming near the Asato residence, and my family disowned me. The Nishime family fled the island and relocated elsewhere. I lost my home, my job, and all trust, but I didn't care. I wanted to see her. That was all I felt. I begged the Asatos again and again to see her, but they never approved. They wouldn't even allow me to send her letters. Although I lived less than a mile from Onushi Palace, it didn't look like I'd ever be able to see her again. I didn't give up. If only I was able to get rid of the great Kurotuzuri, then she'd be saved. At that time, documents about the great Kurotuzuri were in the library. Many antiques from the Ryukyu dynasty slept in the storage room. I copied absolutely everything from the classical writing into my notebooks. I believed there'd be a hint in there somewhere. The amount of documents in the collection was enormous. It took me days just to transcribe a small fraction of it. Every night I dreamed of her. When are you coming back? She would look at me with heart-wrenching eyes. In my dream, I'd reach out for her and cry when I couldn't reach her. Several seasons passed. My work became known to the Asato family. Declaring that deciphering history was blasphemy, they confiscated my notebooks. Wait, were the notebook things he got his grandfather's stuff then? They moved the materials from the library to their main residence. My anger was at its peak, having been deprived of my work. I'd strike at the Asatos and kill them all, only sparing her. Those were the disturbing thoughts I played with. However, right around then, the Asatos gave me a child. Even though the great Ikigami has given birth to him, we don't want to raise him. So you do it. That's what they said. This child was the only bond left between us. I swore to her that I'd give him a fine upbringing. Ostracized from the village, it was terribly difficult to raise a child on my own. I thought about emigrating more than once, but when I thought about her still being at Onushi Palace, I couldn't make up my mind. My days became full of my child. I no longer approached the Asatos or tried to investigate their past. That's probably what they figured would happen. For years, I only thought of her. I'm sure she's forgotten all about me. It was a self-serving consolation. Yeah, consolation. Time passed. My child grew up and left the island, but I still lived there. Suddenly, having nothing to do, I decided to organize the house. I came across my old research notes. Because they weren't copies of Asato family documents, they were exempted from the confiscation. I felt a pull to try once again to belie my age. I felt a pull to try once again that belied my age. I checked every single lead I could find. Were there any legends on other islands that resembled the great Kurotuzuri? Any unscientific happenings? I read countless books in oral history, citations. Because the Ryukyu dynasty had diplomatic relations with many countries, I spread my search out to include their legends. It was a terribly time-consuming process. But I'll never forget that day when I was nearing 50. I want to set her free. I want to walk along the shore together. I had kept those feelings bottled up for nearly 30 years. Will she remember her promise? Had she been told what happened to her own child? The evening of that day, I reminisced. I had that old dream. I dreamed an old woman was sitting on a veranda. I wonder when he'll come. She was no longer speaking to me. She was talking to the moon. I still hadn't given up. I wanted to call out to her. However, the dream ended without me saying anything. I felt incredibly frustrated. In the morning, I stood in my garden. If you look at the northern sky, there are mountains nearby. We were separated by less than a mile. Even now, she was living on the summit. However, my voice couldn't reach her, nor could I send her letters. A mile was too far. That mile had kept us apart for 30 years. I had studied and studied, first by researching the legends of the major Asian countries, then moving on to Europe and North America. The Great Kurotsury was a mystery left to our modern age. I thought that to confront what lay beyond human knowledge, I'd need the same power as a god. After passing my 77th birthday, I grew impatient over the dwindling time I had left. I was reaching the limits of document research, and there were questions about my physical health as well. Making a journey to uncharted areas would only get harder. With that in mind, I made preparations for a plan to go overseas I'd been long considering. You know the rest from here. I got a letter from Isan on the other side of the world. I had no idea that my grandson was coming. You could use the house as you wanted. But I just couldn't accept what you said over the phone. That there was a girl who couldn't stand in the sunlight. At last I despaired. I had been alone for decades. But even now, I never forgot her face. I had lived by clinging on to hope. That hope was gone. Now that hope was gone. She had passed on from this world. She'd left. I failed. Everything was too late. Looking back on my life, I wonder where I went wrong. Nowadays, that's all I think about. Was it that I raised my child? Or I researched the wrong place? Or perhaps I even met her? Everything seemed like a mistake. That's why I told you to throw out that lodger. Because I didn't want you to experience the pain of being torn apart. At the same time, I had a hunch. Since you are my grandson, you'd go through the same thing. So I at least hope there's a miracle for you. This is the real reason I'm writing this letter. I figured it out as I continued. Along with this letter, I'm sending you a memento of your grandmother. Since I was unable to save her, I no longer have any right to keep it. This may be too much to ask, but please give this back to the great Ikigami, your grandmother. Okay, point of view change, Hikaru. The letter ended there. I let out a long breath. I read it all again from the beginning. I couldn't wrap my head around the seriousness of the contents.
誰からだったの?
Who's that from? Iga sat down in front of me. I showed her the knife that came with the letter. These patterns look like writing. Can you read
ど
them?
れどれ?
Which ones? I handed her the knife.
あっちの文字だね。読めるよ。
This writing is from the other world. I can read it. What does it say?
ね。いつまでも待っています。かな
Something
こ
like
れがどうかしたの?
something like I'll always wait. I'll always wait for you. What is this for? Treasured words from my grandfather. I see. I'm going to take a little walk.
気をつけてね。
Oh, don't overdo it. Saying nothing more, Higa led me outside. I appreciated she didn't ask any intrusive questions. It was hot outside. The burning rays of the sun beat down on my head. Without thinking, I visited the sugarcane field. I could see the mountains at the back of the mowed field. Private property owned by the Asado family. Separated by less than a mile. Leland was on the summit. The great Ikigami was there. The same scene my grandfather had looked upon for decades. For 50 years, he'd looked upon the mountain and remembered the great Ikigami, just like me. Standing here, I was thinking of Leland on that mountain. But there was a big difference between me and my grandfather. I muttered to him out in the world, somewhere. She never forgot. Back then, the great Ikigami knew I was her grandson. She didn't say it, but I'm sure she did. Just like grandfather, the great Ikigami remembered him. She believed until she died. Despite their distance, their bonds remained. It never paid off, but I envied it. There was something just and beautiful about it. What about me? Should I continue on the path of righteousness? Walking around the field, I found it. A flat, empty space. There. The secret base like Leland had built. Where we didn't have anything, sharing our food and spending nights together. The place where it all started. Feelings overwhelmed me. Was I right or wrong? Was this beautiful or dirty? It didn't matter. I wanted Leland to live. That was all. That was why I chose this path. The time for worry ended when I made my choice. I couldn't go back, so all I could do was fight off regrets. Desperately. That was all.
朝ごはんできてるよ。
Breakfast is ready. When I returned home, Higa was in the kitchen. I couldn't believe I was getting a homemade meal. She made a mayo beef bowl. Dude, food.
おいしい？
Is it good? It's really great. Oh, good. As before, she didn't ask about what was in the letter. Very soon, Akari would come to visit. That was when it'd be time to talk.
こんにちは。今日もみずみずしい美少女をお届けに参りましたよ。
Hello! I'm here yet again to deliver a fresh and beautiful young girl. Just as I was thinking about her, she came. Without ringing the doorbell, she waltzed into the living room.
金城くん、その怪我どうしたの？
Kaneshiro, what happened to you? Higa dropped her spoon. Akari came with Kaneshiro and Goldilocks. Sun was over Kaneshiro. His body was covered in bruises. It looked like his legs were hurt too. They were wrapped in bandages. Nothing.
なんでもないってことはないと思うけど。
I can't possibly believe that nothing happened. Akari caught her eye and quickly shook her head. Don't ask, huh?
それより、西目。お前、随分と顔がすっきりしたな。
Anyway, Nishime, you're looking better. I am?
ああ、昨日は死人みたいだったぞ。
Yeah, you looked like a dead man yesterday. Yesterday, huh? Just the memory hurt. I'm sorry for causing so many
大したこと
problems.
じゃねえよ。元気ならそれでいい。
Don't worry about it as long as you're better. In the end, he never said who hurt him. But who would Kaneshiro lose in a fight to?
西目さん、少し真面目な話、いいですか？
Nishime, can I talk about something a little serious? Once we'd cleaned up after breakfast, Akari started a conversation. Everyone sat where they wanted to look at me. He wanted and looked at me. About Leland, right?
はい。 これからのことをお話ししたく。
Right, I want to talk about what to do next. I want to talk about the same thing.
西目さんがそう思ってくれたことが、あかりは嬉しいですよ。
I'm really glad you're thinking that way,
早速
Nishime.
ですが、大里家についてです。
First, let me tell you about the Asato family. Kari told me what happened last night. She said that she couldn't wait to get the raid started. What spirit? Iga angrily said I wanted to go too. I thought her anger was a bit
大
misplaced.
丈夫ですよ。今日もう一度、行く予定ですから。
Don't worry, I plan on going again
今度
tonight.
は比嘉さんも、西目さんも一緒に行きましょう。
Iga, Nishime, would you come with me this time?
そうだね。全員でお願いしたら許可をくれるかもしれない。
That's right, if we all ask, maybe they'll give us permission.
その前に、君習い様との因縁とやらを明らかにしたいですわね。それがわかれば、交渉の糸口も見えますもの。
But first, allow me to clarify Lady Kiminarai's position. Once you understand that, we can start figuring out our bargaining strategy. The talk got lively. They did all this for me. Slowly my heart thawed.
それで、西目さんの話というのは？
Anyway, what did you want to talk about, Nishime? Actually, I got a letter from my grandfather.
渦中の人じゃないですか。
What? The man in the middle of it all?
いくらなんでも、タイミングが良すぎませんこと？
Isn't the timing a bit too good to be true?
ちげえだろ。何が起こるか分かってたから、手紙をよこしたんだ。
That
重
ain't
要なことが書いてあったんだな。
That ain't right. He sent the letter because he figured something was going to happen. It said something big, didn't it? Yes, it relates to what we're talking about right now. At Kanashiro's urging, I told them about the letter. They all listened intently to my
内
explanation.
容だったんだ。なんだか奇跡みたいな話だね。
That letter, the whole thing is like a miracle.
本当なら、とんでもねえ話だぞ。
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it could be
とん
real.
でもないどころじゃないですよ。
It's just
神
outrageous.
様に子供ですよ。そんなミラクルありえるんですか、キリコ？
It's just outrageous. The great Ikigami having a kid, it's such a miracle. It's such a miracle possible, Kiriko.
私に聞かれても困りますわ。けれど、大里家が西目を排斥した理由にもなりますし、説明のつく部分は多いですわね。
I find it hard to believe myself it would explain the Sato family's rejection of Nishime. But there could be many other reasons for
ってこ
that.
とは、マジなのかよ。
But if it's
だ
true,
として、どう交渉に生かすかが鍵ですわ。
in that case it'd be the key to our negotiations. Once again, everything was lively. I made a quiet declaration. I'm not planning on negotiating. What? I thought of another
そ
way.
の方法とは何ですの？
What is it?
あかりには分かりましたよ。西目さんのおじいが何をしていたかがポイントですよ。
I've got it. He's going to do the same thing as his grandpa.
まさか、
You
花が
can't mean you. You guessed right. I want to do the same thing as my grandfather. My grandfather spent decades searching for a way to lift the curse of the great Ikigami. He believed there was a way. I'm also going to believe. I know Leland's condition is not a disease, but something supernatural. That's why I think we can cure her. Moreover, parts of my grandfather's research were still left here. I could begin with a several decade head start. I'm going to continue on, no matter how long it takes. I will break Leland's
よ
curse.
く言った。お前は男だ。
Well said. That's being a man. Right, when I was finished, Kanashiro got into it. He raised his bandaged fist and slammed it into the table.
最後にもう一度会うなんて、耳っちいんだよな。
Meeting one last time at the end wasn't big enough.
やるなら徹底的だ。
Let's go all the way.
呪いをぶっ潰せ。
Let's bust that curse wide
ここ
open.
までは言わないけど、私も賛成だよ。
I wouldn't put it that way, but I agree.
昨日はどうにもならないなんて諦めていたけれど、西目くんの言う通り、できないと決まっているわけじゃないんだよ。
Yesterday I had given up on the idea that I could do anything, but Nishime is right. We don't know it. It can't be
お前た
done.
ちはどうすんだ？
What about you guys?
もちろん、あかりも手伝いますよ。
Of
直せる
course,
なら、それが一番に決まってます。
of course, I'm going to help. Curing her would be the best outcome.
私も、可能であれば、リルーさんには治っていただきたいと思いますもの。
I'll help as well. I want to see Leland cured if it's possible. It was all coming together. We naturally saw where we should aim.
よーし。そんで、何からやるんだ？
Alright, so what do we do?
残された資料とやらを探すべきだと思いますわ。この家のどこかにあるのでしょ？
I think we should search for documents and such that were left behind. They're probably somewhere in the
探
house.
しですね。あかりはそういうの得意なので、お任せください。
Searching through houses is my specialty. Leave it to me. That makes me a little
人
nervous.
の家なんだから、ほどほどにね。
This is someone's house, so let's be careful, okay? The living room got noisy. The normalcy that had left my life had returned just a little what? Had returned just a little.
よーし、やりますよ
Okay, let's go! Yeah!
あれなんだか外が暗くなってませんか
Huh? Did it get all dark outside? Looks like it.
見てくださいまし。窓の外。
Look out the window! At first I thought it was something in front of the sun. However, as the light continued to fall, it'd be obvious to anyone that something was wrong. Goldilocks pointed at the sky. The plants were dyed red by the setting sun. The sun was sinking into the western sea. The current time was 1:30 p.m. Things were happening that shouldn't. You change others. When Nobuko Osato woke up, it was already past 1 and in the afternoon. Last night she had brought the great Ikigami to Onushi Palace, treated her burns and dehydration, and set up a vital signs monitor. By the time she was done, dawn was breaking. She must have laid down in the nap room, but she didn't remember doing that. On the other hand, she remembered everything about the great Ikigami. She made no movements on her own, but abided by whatever the Kanjuna priestess told her to do. She didn't resist being changed into white clothes, or having makeup put on before entering Onushi Palace. As for the latter, Nobuko had asked what they were doing to a sick person, but they had answered, "It's tradition." "How are you feeling? You're looking better than I thought you would." Last night, Nobuko had tried to talk with the great Ikigami again and again. There were occasional reactions, but no words. But there was a sense of regularity in the sounds, like she was speaking a language Nobuko didn't know. However, there was no disease that could make a person speak a different language. Medically, she should see it as an impairment of the language ability. At any rate, being unable to communicate was a hard blow. A lack of information from the patient in treatment is lethal. Moreover, the medical equipment in Onushi Palace wasn't as good as they said it was. Compared to a large hospital, it was severely lacking. The only way to cure her was to bring her to Naha, where her condition stabilized. That's Nobuko's opinion. No. That was Nobuko's opinion, but she couldn't see Lady Kiminari allowing that. She and the elder Kinjuno thought her illness was a sign of great Kurosuri's displeasure. It was a foolish idea, but Nobuko was in the minority, and it was customary for the minority to be ignored. She left the nap room and descended the garden. Flowers of all colors bloomed everywhere. Onushi Palace looked like paradise. There she found the Ikigami's personal physician, Kinjo. He was looking after the great Ikigami while Nobuko napped. How's her condition? Stable right now, however, seems like she's in despair. Her conscience pricked with pain. Nobuko had thought the same thing last night. She looked so awful it was hard to believe that she was the same person she'd met before. Did I really do the right thing? It was worrying, but it also seemed she had no idea she was being isolated for medical treatment. Nobuko didn't understand the great Ikigami. What are the chances of curing her completely? I can't answer that. Why not? You'd get upset if I told you it was no use, wouldn't you, Nobuko? Now it was Nobuko's turn to despair. The previous Ikigami's doctor had given up. I didn't spend those years just watching the great Ikigami. I came up with my own cures. Kinjo added in a hurried tone. So the cause is unknown? That's right. This isn't an illness, that's what I think nowadays. If it's not an illness, then how do you explain the symptoms? Forgetting how to speak is a clear sign of a neurological abnormality. What about it being a manifestation of the great Kurosuri? If you saw him appear before you, you'd understand, Nobuko. This is not a doctor's domain. Huh? She wanted to say, are you stupid? But thinking it, being polite, she held her tongue. At the end of the day, his resignation annoyed her. If her doctor gave up, then who would save her? Such righteous indignation was what drove her, but it was also how she justified separating the two of them. Nobuko didn't consciously think about which feeling was stronger. It was the wisdom of adulthood. She remembered then that her little brother had pointed that out to her. Doctor, the great Ikigami is... Right then, a Kinjuna called to them. Just from her panicked look, it was easy to guess what was happening. They ran into the Ikigami's bedside. As soon as they slid open the shoji screen, they could hear the beep of the vital signs monitor. What's going on? Heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature. Every single one was in the critical zone. Her whole body was taut, like she was in pain all over, and she constantly moaned. Nobuko had no time to waste. All she could do was think of how to overcome this crisis that loomed ahead. At the same time, all the Kinjuna entered into the room. They all sat around the great Ikigami and offered up prayers. To Nobuko, it seemed to be a despicable act with no value. However, they paid no attention to her. Kinjo brought in an AED and attached an electrode pad to the great Ikigami's chest. The EKG alarm mixed with Kinjuna's prayers. Nobuko thought, I've got no time for regrets. Now that I've chosen this path, all I can do is follow it.
おいおい、どうなってんだよ、こりゃ。
Alright, guys, I want to continue on, but it's getting late. It's about that time that I usually have dinner, which is later than I normally go. So I'm gonna save here and continue it another time because it seems like it's gonna go on for a lot longer than I'd like it to for multiple reasons. But I hope you guys are looking forward to everything coming around. And I thank you all for coming. If you're watching this on YouTube and you liked it, be sure to leave a like and share this with anybody else that you think might like this. And if you'd like the chance to chill with me again, be sure to hit that subscribe button and bell notification to hopefully be notified of when I'll be live again. And if you're on Twitch, you guys know what to do. As for when I'll be streaming again, I want to say tomorrow because of how close I am to the end. But because I have plans tomorrow night, I think I might wait until Monday, but check my socials on that. Anyway, for those of you on Twitch, I'm gonna check on someone to raid. Oh. Let's see. That person I'm gonna raid is History Kid. It looks like he's doing the event story of Genshin. I'm not too sure if I'll be able to make it there, but send him a regards, and I hope you enjoy him because he's a cool dude. Nice and chill and knows his history stuff way more than me. And with that, I thank you all again for coming, and give History Kid my regards. Tell him I'll try to pop in. Bye.